Guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So we're starting a little bit early today because there's so much stuff to go over today. Apparently they released the information on the Nintendo Switch 2. So we finally have like a video of it from Nintendo. Looks pretty cool. We're going to go over that. There's also the Path of Exile 2 patch notes. Although I can't play the game, I can, however, still go over the patch notes for you guys. So I'm going to go over the patch notes today. There's a 0.1.1, so we're going to take a look at those. We also have the Diablo 4 developer live stream coming, which is going to be at 2 o'clock Eastern Standard, so it's about 2 hours from now. But we got so much to do. I'm sure we'll have plenty to keep us busy until the live stream goes live. On top of that, we also have patch notes for Diablo 4 Season 7. So Diablo 4 Season 7 patch notes will be live after the Campfire chat, and we'll also be going over those. So a lot to go over today. Before we get started with anything, let's do the intro. And I guess we'll start with the Nintendo Switch reveal. I am rather interested in the Nintendo Switch reveal, so let's take a look at that. All right. Beep. Let's see here. What do we start with today? We got so much crap, and obviously the people need to show up and get in here too. So we got time. Season 7 for Diablo 4 is looking really interesting, and honestly, Path of Exile needs a little bit of time to cook. They got some work to do to get everything fixed. There's definitely still some issues with the game, and it's eventually going to be a really amazing game. So give them a little bit of time to cook, and I'm sure it'll be amazing. What's up, everybody? What's up, Joy? What's up, Silva? What's up, Nightcrawler? What's up, Ryzar? First time catching a live? Oh my god. I only do like 365 lives a year. Literally. I'm not even joking. Where's that post that I had? Let's pull it up real quick. So Twitch did this thing because I always dual stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and they did this thing where they actually released a kind of like it was like a yearly thing that was going over like all of my stats or whatever. I think it's what you call it, like stats. Where was that at? I got so many posts on Twitter like all the time. It's kind of fun to look at, though. Ugh. Finding things on Twitch for me is difficult, though. Because I have so many things on here. So many posts. Live streams. I believe this was like early December. There it is. There you are. Check it out. Total streams for the year of 2024, 365. You know how many days there are in the year? 365. Which means I basically streamed every single day for 365 days. Pretty crazy, huh? Diablo 4, Diablo 2. I play a lot of Ark, Elden Ring, Fallout 4. I play a lot of other games than that too, but yeah. That's just my Twitch stats. That's not even my YouTube stats. All right, so let's start with the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal. I want to do the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal, so let's look at this. I haven't looked at it yet personally. I did like I pulled it up briefly and that was it. So we're gonna watch the Nintendo Switch 2 reveal. Hope you guys will join me. I'm actually pretty excited about the Nintendo Switch 2. My Nintendo Switch has been a stalwart companion. Not always my main system to use, but it does sit next to my bed. I play it when I'm, like when I'm going to sleep or sometimes when I'm in there just, stuck for whatever reason, or if my computer's not working, or if I can't live stream, or I used to bring it with me to work too all the time to farm. I would actually farm on my Nintendo Switch at work. Actually, believe it or not, a little bit of trivia for you guys. I actually found my Griffin's Idea Dem while farming at work on my 15-minute break. And I also found a Perfect Mara's while farming on my Nintendo Switch at work in Neelathak's Temple. Yeah. Kind of crazy, actually. I would just boot up my Nintendo Switch and I would just play for like 15 minutes, and I would get some pretty sweet loot. I would just use them for farming while I was at work, and lo and behold, I farmed some pretty good items while I was there. Not always, but sometimes. All right, let's take a look at this, shall we? That's the old Nintendo Switch. Bigger screen. Interesting indeed. So it's got a much better kickstand, which is something I think a lot of people complained about. What are those? Are those eject buttons now? Are those the new eject buttons? Mario Kart Boss Circuit. Wait a minute, does it have a USB-C port on the top and on the bottom? Is that basically what they just showed us? I'm so confused. I mean, that's amazing, if true. Like, that's absolutely amazing. So it does. It has a USB-C port on the bottom, and it has a USB-C port on the top. That is absolutely great. That means that you'll be comfortable charging it while playing it no matter what, and you can also still drop it in the dock. That is amazing. I'm not entirely sure about this. I'm not entirely sure about that. I don't know how sturdy that's going to be. Like, the other method wasn't exactly the best either. But, I mean, it's definitely going to be easier, that's for sure. So it just clicks on, huh? So it's just gonna have like a little bit of a little circuit connection there. What is that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is that 13 pins? Looks like 13 pins to me. Interesting. We already got some information on the specifications for this unit. So there's like been some leaked information, and it looks like it's going to be pretty good. Plays Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive games as well as Nintendo Switch games. Nintendo Switch 2 plays both physical and digital Nintendo Switch 2 games, or Switch games. Certain Nintendo Switch games may not be supported on or fully compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2. Details will be shared on the Nintendo website at a later date. Backwards compatibility is very good. So, obviously this means that you can use your entire Nintendo Switch library on the Nintendo Switch 2. So, I think I've got some of the leaked information on the Nintendo Switch 2's output. The leaked specs. I wonder if they're magnetic. Maybe they're magnetic in here. I am a little bit worried that of the stability of these. I don't know. I mean, I suppose if you put a case around it, it doesn't even really matter, does it? Because they'll just be jammed in there. So the specs, and NVIDIA chip is capable 12 gigabyte of RAM, 256 gigabyte of onboard storage. Nintendo didn't go into the specs, obviously, so we don't have any of that information yet. This is what we do have so far. So the Switch 2 is apparently going to be an ARM Cortex A7 8C, NVIDIA T238 Ampere GPU with 12 gigabytes of DDR5. It suggests it's going to be pretty powerful. From what I've been able to tell, it looks like it's going to be a pretty powerful unit. It's not going to be like more powerful than like the PS5 Pro or anything, but it's still going to be able to handle pretty much anything they throw at it for the most part. They've been doing pretty good with that. This thing looks pretty snazzy. The screen's way bigger too. You can see them when they put them side by side, like this. I mean, the screen on the Nintendo Switch 2 is just quite bigger. I'm assuming these are the same sized hands, you know, so like a much larger screen. I wonder if the new Nintendo Switch 2 has the OLED display as well. I looked at some reports and they said that it's probably coming out around like June of 2025. So like we can expect the Nintendo Switch 2 by like June. This is pretty good news though, and it actually has to do with, you might be wondering like why the hell I'm covering the Nintendo Switch 2. It actually does impact ARPGs, right? So like Diablo 2 doesn't really play very well on the Nintendo Switch, and it's limited to 4 players, but I would assume that the Diablo 2 on the Nintendo Switch 2 would play much better, and obviously because it's a much more powerful system. Diablo 4 is currently not on the Nintendo Switch, but I guarantee you that probably the Nintendo Switch 2 can handle it no problem, so Diablo 4 will probably make its way over to the Nintendo Switch 2 as well. And I don't believe Path of Exile 2 is on the Nintendo Switch either, so Path of Exile 2 will probably make its way to the Nintendo Switch 2. So there's a very good chance that all of the current ARPGs will probably migrate over to the Nintendo Switch 2 when it comes out, which could make it a very good system, handheld system, obviously, to take with you to work, to, you know, like work on your Path of Exile 2 drops or work on your Diablo 4 drops, etc. Not entirely sure what the power of the system is yet, but it's definitely going to be pretty good. I've heard reports that it's better than the Steam Deck and it's better than the ROG Ally. Like that's what I've heard so far. They have been kind of like running it in like virtual simulations, and they said that it's already technically better than the 2 other handhelds that are on the market. Or actually, I think there's 3, isn't there? There's like the Lenovo, what was that one called? I can't remember. There's like the ROG Ally, the Lenovo one, there's the Steam Deck, and as far as I'm aware, the Nintendo Switch 2 is more powerful than all of them at this particular moment. Unless we end up getting the system, and it's like a ridiculously downclocked version of the chip. And even then, it's probably still going to be equivalent to the ROG Ally, the Lenovo Legion, and the Steam Deck. It's not going to have any trouble with pretty much anything. It shouldn't anyway. Um, I am a little worried about this. I'd love to get this in my hands to actually play with it, but this whole like magnetic system with like the little thing inside, these pockets do seem pretty deep, and that definitely will help tremendously. But I can totally see like a little kid just like just like taking it and just ripping it off, and then the connector like snaps on the inside of the thing. I'm not entirely sure the old method was really terrible. I hope they've put it through its paces. I mean, it is Nintendo. Nintendo's got a track record for actually making durable products, whereas most companies make products that aren't very durable. So I guess we'll see. But another thing I hope they fixed is the Joy-Con drift problem. Like I think pretty much all my Joy-Cons have drifted at this point. It is rather unfortunate though because I had this beautiful set of Joy-Cons. What were they called? It was the they were these split controllers. And I absolutely love them. The split, it's called the Split Pad Pro. I don't know if you guys have seen them before. These right here, the Split Pad Pros, are absolutely amazing. But obviously the Split Pad Pros that I have are not going to be compatible with the Nintendo Switch 2. So I guess companies are going to be fighting over the rights to make new peripherals. This was one of my favorites. I think I have my one downstairs, my Nintendo Switch downstairs is literally still using these. Like I don't even use the Joy Cons anymore. Because if it's on the dock and it's connected to the TV, then I'm using the controller. And if it's in my if I'm using it while I'm in bed or something like that, um, I'm using these. But obviously, I'm not going to be able to use these on the Nintendo Switch 2 because it has a new configuration. It has a new connector port. So these are unfortunately not going to be compatible with the new system. That is de poopy. Hopefully they'll make some new Split Pad Pros because these things are absolutely amazing. Love the Split Pad Pros. There's a couple of them, by the way. This is the Hori ones. The Hori ones are the ones that I have. There's also another one that's really good too, made by like another third party company. And they're both pretty amazing. I'll put this link in here if you guys want to take a look at it. You're using the V2 that got drift. Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Frosty. I don't particularly like the light version. The light version doesn't connect to the TV, and that doesn't sit well with me. I want to be able to connect my Nintendo Switch to the TV and play it on the TV if I want to. Like that's the whole light version thing is, I think it's stupid. Like, oh, here, have a version of the Nintendo Switch which is less powerful, has less battery life, and also doesn't connect to the TV, and it costs you save maybe like $100, like big whoop. What else do we have going on today? Obviously, we've got the Diablo 4 live stream later. We do have, of course, the Path of Exile 2 patch notes, which we are going to go over. I have those already pulled up. Let's go take a look at those. So for those of you who are interested in the Path of Exile 2 patch notes, I'm going to be going over the patch notes right now. These are pretty long, so unfortunately, due to some conflicts in like the advertising contracts that I have and whatnot, I am not going to be able to make Path of Exile 2 content until April 1st, which I will be back. I'll be back on April 1st, but I won't be able to play the game anymore. So, but yeah. We're going to go over the patch notes together though today, and we're going to talk about the changes. I do think a lot of these changes are pretty good, and we're going to talk about whether some of them are bad. So why not? It'll be exciting to get back into Path of Exile 2 when I am capable of it. So tomorrow we are planning to release patch 0.1.1 for Path of Exile 2, pending any last-minute hurdles. This patch contains new in-game tower maps, checkpoints for map areas, respawn attempts for the Arbiter of Ash, as well as many monster changes, unique changes, improvements, and bug fixes. Please note that these are still subject to change prior to the patch's deployment. This patch contains new endgame tower maps, checkpoints for map areas, respawn attempts for the Arbiter of Ash. Did they say that twice? They did say that twice. Okay, so endgame changes. Added 4 new tower map areas: Alpine Ridge, Bluff, Mesa, and Sinking Spire. The Lost Tower map area has also been revamped to address the problem of only having one attempt at the Arbiter of Ash boss fight. You will now have up to 6 respawn attempts at this fight. Respawns can only be triggered by the person who put in the keys, and everyone in your party will be respawned at the same time. Leaving the map still forfeits your attempt, so you'll still need to fight the boss with the build you walked into the map with. Higher difficulties of the boss will lower the number of respawn attempts you receive, and we'll be looking to add respawn attempts to other Pinnacle content over time. The Arbiter of Ash can no longer be interrupted during his Falling Flame seed skill. His Flaming Gale skill can no longer be blocked. The Arbiter of Ash boss is now invulnerable for longer during its emergence, and now takes significantly reduced damage while emerging. Invulnerable. The Arbiter of Ash is now way less likely to target minions when using his sword, which could prevent some skills being used. Added checkpoints to map areas. Map areas now contain a minimum of 3 rare monsters. Citadels can now appear closer to the Ziggurat Refuge. Improved the visibility of citadels on the endgame map. Maps now display their biome when hovered over in the Atlas UI. Added new Overseer's Precursor tablets, a currency item which can be placed in completed towers to added boss maps to valid maps in Radius. These tablets drop from map bosses and can roll exclusive modifiers that affect map bosses. Map areas have been adjusted to have more distinct specialities for the content they contain. For example, one map area might have more total number of monsters, while another is more likely to contain additional content such as strongboxes, essences, or shrines. Generally speaking, the more difficult map is to clear, or the smaller it is, the more axes it will specialize in. Axes? The more axes? Prefixes? Here's an overview of changes we've given that have maps more discernibility. A number of maps will now spawn up to double the number of chests and twice as many magic or rare chests. A number of maps now contain up to double the number of monsters. A number of maps now contain 50% more magic monsters. A number of maps now contain 50% more rare monsters. A number of maps now have a higher minimum number of rare monsters you will encounter. A number of maps now have a lower minimum number of rare monsters you will encounter. Will now have 50% more chance to contain essences, 50% more chance to contain strongboxes, 50% more chance to contain shrines. Maps that are only exclusively found in biomes containing citadels now have 50% more chance to contain essences, strongboxes, and shrines. Unclaimed hideout areas now have substantially more magic monsters and fewer rare monsters. Monsters in Untainted Paradise have been breeding. Untainted Paradise now contains 100% more monsters, of which spawn 100% more, thus quadruple, magic and rare monsters. Improved and highlightability, clickability of shrines. Reduced the damage scaling of monsters and simulacrum encounters with added difficulty. Adjusted the chance for maps to contain bosses. You should be encountering a boss roughly 1 in every 4 maps. The chance for map bosses to drop a waystone on the current tier or higher has been reduced to account for the increase in total number of map bosses. Well, that's crap. The Radiant Waystone's Atlas notable passive now provides 15% chance for map bosses to drop a waystone of their current tier or higher, previously 25%. The small map boss, this is so stupid. We literally were having trouble maintaining tier 15 waystones because we weren't able to get enough bosses, which were the main source of tier 15 waystones. So they increased the number of bosses because apparently the number of bosses wasn't equivalent to 1 in every 4 maps like it was supposed to. Because apparently there were certain maps that couldn't contain bosses, and now they're reducing the drop chance for the bosses to drop tier 15 waystones, despite the fact that they increased the number of bosses to the amount that was originally intended so that we could maintain tier 15 waystones. It all seems rather stupid. Why increase the bosses if you're then going to decrease the total number of like waystones that they're going to drop, and the tier that they drop as well. The small map boss waystone chance passives now provides, they basically nerfed all the boss chance passives. I'm not afraid of you. Delirium Atlas passive skill now grants Delirium bosses in your maps 100% increased simulacrum splinters, previously from 50. Reduce the number of monsters and small chests from breaches by 15%. Increase the amount of simulacrum splinters found in maps by 20%. Added dedicated 2D art for waystones that are instilled with layers of delirium, crisis fragments, and breach stones, simulacrums, and an audience with the king now have more appropriate gold value to vendors. Increased how far you can zoom out on the endgame map on keyboard and mouse input to match the zoom out level on controller input. Skill changes. Supercharged Slam now has each successive aftershock gains plus 0.5 meters to radius up to 3 meters, previously uncapped. Scavenge Plating now grants you stacks for a duration based on the enemy's rarity. Normal enemies grant 1 stack, magic enemies grant 2 stacks, rare enemies grant 5 stacks, and unique enemies grant 10 stacks. The Lightning Bolt skill granted by the Choir of Storm Unique Amulet has been renamed to Greater Lightning Bolt to differentiate it from the skill granted by Staves. Triggered Greater Lightning Bolts are now unable to trigger a subsequent Greater Lightning Bolt if the first was a critical hit. The Greater Lightning Bolt now deals 3.5 times more lightning damage compared to Lightning Bolt. Interesting. The Temporalis unique body armor can no longer reduce the cooldown of a skill below 100 milliseconds. Skills socketed in the meta gems sockets can no longer gain energy. Skills socketed in a meta gems sockets can no longer gain energy. Clarify Divine Arrow's description to explicitly state if it hits enemies on landing. Remove the aura tag from the pain offering for consistency with other minion skills, as the skill does not directly create an aura. The aura is created by the summoned minion. Monster changes. Monsters now have increased toughness per essence modifier affecting them. Added a small delay before monsters released from essence monoliths can use their skills. Forsaken miners now throw less grenades, which have also had their damage reduced and visuals improved. Hell yes. Ruja, the Dread Engineer's grenades now deal less damage in cruel maps. Reduced how far away Faradun Pladebringers can use their Detonate Dead skill from. That's really nice. The telegraphing for this skill has been improved. That's the corpse explosion, of course. Reduced how far away Lost Men Zealots can use their Meteor skill from. Very good. The visuals of this skill have also been improved. The Lightning Storm skill used by the Lost Men Zealots should now always strike at telegraph marker, as opposed to somewhere random. Filthy Crow no longer uses their projectile vomit skill at point blank range in front of you, because that's just rude, and now has a basic projectile attack. Reduce the leap distance of Vile Vulture's leap skill. Those things were crazy. The visuals of this skill have also been improved. Reduce the axe throwing distance of the Vile Axemen. Reduce the area of effect of the Filthy Firstborn's on death explosion. The visibility of the area of effect has also been improved. The vomit skill used by rotting hulks and bog hulks now deal less damage and can no longer be used at point blank range in front of you. These are good changes. Adjusting the damaging area of the Bloated Miller slam skills to more closely match the visual effects. Adjusted the damage area of Zalmaroth the Colossus attacks to more closely match the visual effects. This is a problem that Diablo 4's had in spades, and it's also a problem that Path of Exile 2 has in spades as well, is that a lot of the AoE attacks have a circle or a radius or whatever. It's like a visual effect, and you look at the visual effect, and the explosions are often not matching the visual effects, so it's good to see them addressing them. But then again, Diablo 4 has been addressing those issues for a long time, and none of them really ever get fixed. So they make progress, but they never actually fix them completely, right? There's always issues. Adjusted the player targeting behavior for Zalmarath the Colossus. Their arms are no longer targetable. Adjusting the damaging area of Balak the Skyseer's tornadoes to more closely match the visual effects. The tornadoes now push you slightly away when they appear, and now deal less damage when they first appear before ramping up. That's nice, so they don't just spawn on top of your head and murder you. Reduced how often Prowling Shades can use their invisibility skill. Oh my god, thank you, Jesus. Prowling Shades are one of the most annoying monsters in the game, and they literally just go invisible all the time. They can literally be frozen, Like, legitimately, you can freeze them solid and they still go invisible while they're frozen. It's absolutely stupid. Their invisibility skill seems to be on like a timer or something. Adjusted the frequency of some monsters such as Prowling Shades and Gelid Zealots. Val Zealots are now less likely to repeatedly use their Eye of Winter skill. They would spam that thing. Improved visual effect of Fiery Zealots and Firestorm skill. Adjusted the damaging area of Executioner's attacks to more closely match the visual effects. The telegraphing for his Guillotine Slam has also been improved. Improved the visibility of Cultist Archer skills. Their Toxic Rain skill also now deals less damage. Jamonra, the Risen King Zombie Skirt, no longer spontaneously explodes on death. Mighty Silverfist Commando Roll now deals significantly less damage. That was like the only thing about Mighty Silverfist that was actually kind of difficult to deal with, because he would just roll into you and deal massive amounts of damage. I think that was the only thing that usually killed me on him, actually. So that's good, because it's just random and it's hard to understand like when it's actually going to happen. It's not something that you can avoid. He just rolls into you and kills you. Reduced how often Azak Stalkers use their slam skill. Walking Goliaths no longer deal damage twice when they fall over. They were dealing damage twice when they fell over? I thought they were only... No wonder they freaking hurt so bad. Their slam now deals more damage in the center and less around the edges. Reduce the distance of which Urnwalkers in the Trial of Sekimas are able to initiate their skill. We've also fixed an issue where they were not dealing damage correctly, meaning they now deal more damage. Slither Spitters now no longer deal damage twice with their projectile attack. Their melee attack now deals physical damage instead of chaos. The density of monsters in Utzel has been reduced. Monsters contained in the area are now more likely to be of a weaker variety. The density of monsters in Dreadnought areas has been adjusted to result in less swarming encounters. Improved the telegraphing for Azak Shamans Detonate Dead skill. Improved the telegraphing for the crystals left by Val Goliaths when they die. Chaos Pustules and the Ritual Encounters have had their visuals improved. The Impending Doom modifier in the Trial of Chaos now has more time before it explodes and has had its visuals improved. The improved telegraphing of the anchor drop from monsters by Essence of Torment. I never even knew what the hell that was for a while. Like, I was doing an Essence and I was like, why the hell is there an anchor falling? Is that an actual mod for the monsters? I don't know. Tons of good stuff so far. Improve the visuals. Area effect of the monsters affected by Essence of Electricity. Time before the area effect explodes has also been increased. The volatile plants are now much more noticeable both before and as they are about to explode. Honestly, I would really prefer these just to be removed from the game because they're super annoying and they just don't fit the way an ARPG functions. I don't know why developers are so intent on creating these super annoying mechanics. I don't want to call them difficult because that's an insult to difficult mechanics. Volatile plants is not a difficult mechanic. Volatile plants is an annoying mechanic. It's like a little brother who's 5 years old who follows you around everywhere, who's constantly getting into trouble. It doesn't. It's just annoying. Like, they're not difficult to deal with. And making them more noticeable is good because as of right now, you can barely even see them in the middle of combat. And also, making them more noticeable that they're about to explode is good, but all you're really doing is just making the annoying mechanic less stealthy. So it's still an annoying mechanic. It's just a less stealthy annoying mechanic. I mean, it's like having, like a little kid say your name over and over again, like the Stewie freaking Family Guy episode where they're like, ma, mama, ma, mum, mum, mama, ma, ma, mum, 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 mummy, mummy, mum, 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 mama, ma, ma, mummy, mum, 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 ma, mama, mama, mama. It's literally volatile plants in a nutshell. Nobody has any difficulty avoiding this. It's just annoying. Why is it in the game? Why is there a mechanic in the game that's just super duper duper pooper duper annoying? That literally is just like, you're like, oh look, I have to move because there's a volatile plant next to me. Oh look, I have to move because there's a volatile plant next to me. Oh look, I have to move because there's a... Diablo 4 does it too. And Diablo 4 has these like super annoying mechanics too. They're like the Shroud Walker in Diablo 4, the one that will just follow you around and put like a puddle under your feet. And it's super easy to just move out of the puddle, but it never stops. It never ends. Like, he's just following you around the entire dungeon long, putting a puddle under your feet, which you have to move out of. And it's super easy to do, but why are developers so intent on making mechanics that are just annoying? Like, is that their goal? They're like, we want to make the most annoying mechanic, like a 5-year-old who says your name over and over again. They did it. They achieved it. That's what that is. That's literally what that is. They achieved it. Elemental explosions caused by minion death or those periodically cast by a rare monster have had their visual effects improved. The delay before these explode has also been increased. Very nice. The aura from the prevents recovery above 50%. Monster modifier now has a visible radius. Energy shield modifiers on monsters now provide far more sensible levels of energy shield. I had some monsters with like ridiculous. It felt like if that monster had like 1,000,000 HP, it seemed like the monster had like 2,000,000 in energy shield. It didn't even make any sense. Like some of the bosses and stuff like that, especially like if the boss just got an energy shield, you're like, oh, okay, just triple the boss's HP. It's no big deal. And also the energy shield just regenerates like instantaneously too. The shielding monsters modifier has been re-enabled in the Trial of Chaos. General changes and improvements. Enabled migrating from solo self-found leagues to their corresponding parent leagues, standard or hardcore. This can be done from the League Migrations button on the character selection screen. Strongboxes have been adjusted to spawn waves of enemies over a much shorter period of time. Big win. The strongbox fog effect now fades away once all the waves of enemies have been spawned. The fog effect is so stupid, but that's a big win, but they should have just taken the fog effect away entirely, to be honest. It just doesn't make any sense. Significantly increased the chance to encounter research strongboxes. What is a research strongbox? Added a visual effect to distinguish which monsters have been spawned by a strongbox. The volcanic crag, lightning storms, ice spike, chaos barrage strongbox modifiers have been adjusted to activate after a delay. The visual effect to distinguish which monsters have actually been spawned by a strongbox is nice. A lot of the times I had no clue which monsters were like the strongbox monsters and which ones were just ones that like came in during the fight. Charms now play an effect on your character when they are automatically used. They already do. Socketables such as runes can now be overwritten by placing another socketable item into the socket. This is a big win. So if you put the wrong, like a rune into an item, or maybe you just want to put some resistances in your armor until later when you have your, everything, like maxed out, and then you change the resistances to, say, iron runes for more energy shield or more armor or more evasion. This is really good. So it's basically just going to allow you to destroy the rune that's inside by placing another one in its place, which is really sweet. Attempting to salvage an item now highlights which items in your inventory can be salvaged and displays item sockets. Flasks with quality are now able to be salvaged. Sweet. Armor has been made more effective by approximately 15%. More monsters are now able to be pushed while dodge rolling. This generally applies to most monsters smaller than a skeleton. Objects such as delirium shards can no longer be pushed by other monsters. Increase the chance for omens to appear as ritual rewards. Reduce the chance for items to roll some of the less desirable item modifiers. Distilled emotions required to instill a passive skill on an amulet are now only displayed on the passive skill tree after you have picked up your first distilled emotion. Added an exit portal to the Trial Master Arena. Remove the level requirement to access the expedition vendors. Rarity of items in the expedition vendor shops now increases with shop level, so shops generally have more rare items at higher levels. This doesn't affect existing shops, as you will need to use a reroll currency to generate shops with improved rarity. Reduced visual clutter in many map areas to improve the visibility of skills and effects. They talked about this in the patch reveal, and they basically said that there was a lot of like clutter all over the ground that was making it difficult to actually see a lot of the effects, and they're 100% correct. Some of the maps were 1,000% worse than others, like that stupid one with the thorns and the flowers and whatnot, that literally like monsters would put effects on the ground and you couldn't even see them. Added a tutorial for activating your first persistent buff skill gem. Improved and fixed inconsistencies for walkability throughout areas in the campaign as well as maps. Improved the loading time on the world map. That would be amazing. Reduce the initial player revive time to 2.5 seconds, previously 3. Reduce the player revive time penalty to 1.5 seconds per death, previously 2 seconds. Alva now has an option to gamble for items when placed in your hideout. Nice. Reviving minions that died from being out of range of you now instead immediately revive near you. The quest tracker now shows which quests are applicable for the area you're currently in. That's a big win. Uncut gems now show their level on the item label. Charms now display their number of charges and when they're activated. That's pretty nice. Updated the world map icons for when you have completed quests, encounters, and found items to make it more clear that they have been completed. Added propagating weapon effect options to the cosmetic panel UI. The Arian's Cobble, Heartbound Loop, Ironhot Ride, Myris, Uxar uniques have received 2D art. The Hand of Wisdom action unique has received 3D art. Added flavor text for Edrin's Tusks and Splinterheart uniques. After activating Omen of Whittling, hovering over an item before applying a Chaos Orb, it will now display which modifier will be re-rolled. Oh, nice. Improved performance of the Xylucian, the Chimera boss fight. Improved performance of the Lava, the Molten Vault. Reduced screen clutter and improved performance of the effect that plays when killing rare monster objectives in in-game maps. I hated that thing. The stupid tentacles and the shooting up in the air, and like it basically just made it impossible to see what was going on. You know what I did most of the time when I killed a rare monster? I just run away because I can't see what the hell's going on. I've died several times, before I figured that out. Improved performance of areas with very bright lights that cast many shadows, notably the Temple of Kopek and the Ziggurat Refuge. Improve the performance of the Ziggurat encampment in order to reduce the occurrence of unloaded textures. Burning Ground can no longer spawn underneath interactables, such as levers. I mean, honestly, probably just take Burning Ground out entirely, but, I mean, that's a win. Monsters can no longer spawn near the close to the entrance of the map. That's some bad English. I'm assuming it means monsters can no longer spawn near to the entrance of the map. This often caused the player to be immediately attacked upon moving. Yep. You basically just get spawned into the map and you're just like instantly surrounded. I had a couple of those. Added keyword for honor resistance. Delirium monsters are no longer untargetable during their emerge animation. As a result, they should no longer push you during this. You can now pick up items and interact with some objects while performing other actions. The attack in place stops movement option no longer prevents walking on skills that can be used while moving while using WASD movement. Continued to incrementally improve the sound art and environmental effects. Unique item changes. The Alchem Ira unique shield now provides 50 to 70 maximum mana, previously 15 to 30. Existing versions of this item can be updated using a divine orb. Interesting. I don't see why anyone would want to do that unless the item is worth a divine orb. The Arvel's Wheel unique shield no longer has 40 to 60% increased block chance. It now provides 40 to 60 maximum life and 40 to 60 to maximum mana. Well, that's unfortunate. That seems like a pretty big nerf in my opinion. Like, don't people normally, when they use a shield, want block chance? And losing 60% increased block chance seems like a pretty poopy change. I mean, yeah, they gave it some life and mana, but that just seems like a straight up nerf to the shield. Ashren's unique body armor now provides 30 to 40% fire resistance, previously 20 to 30, and 10 to 20 strength. Asphyxia's Wrath unique quiver now adds 3 to 4 to 5 to 8 cold damage to attacks. The Ostok Sight unique helmet now provides 30 to 40% increased critical hit chance, previously 20 to 40, and 100 to 150% increased energy shield, evasion energy shield. The Atsri Acuity unique gloves now provide 30 to 50% increased critical hit chance. Existing versions can be updated with a divine orb. They're funny. They're funny. That's only like 100 exalts to update your unique item, which is probably worth 1 exalt. Barrow Dweller, the unique body armor now provides damage of enemies hitting you is unlucky while you are on low life. The Belly of the Beast unique body armor now has 25 to 30 to 35 to 40 additional physical thorns. The Birth of Fury unique boots now provide 20% increased movement speed, previously 15, and 30% fire resistance, previously 20. Existing versions of this item, I'm not reading that. The Black Dowled unique armor now provides 20% cold resistance. The Black Braid unique armor now provides 60 armor and 10% to all elemental resistances. Black Gleam unique quiver now provides 5 to 9 fire damage to attacks. Black Heart unique ring now provides 6 to 10 chaos damage to attacks. That's interesting. Previously 3 to 5. Existing versions, the Bloodthorn unique quarterstaff now adds 12 to 18 physical damage. Previously 5 to 11. Blue Flame Bracers unique gloves now provide 20 to maximum energy shield. These are just such poopy changes. Like a lot of these, I don't. This. 20 addition to energy shield on a unique item is not going to make anybody like want to use it over something else. Like, I mean, I understand what they're doing here and they're updating the uniques to make them more useful, but like some of these changes are so benign that like, do they really think that these benign changes are going to like encourage people to use the unique items when they didn't otherwise want to use them? Like, if you weren't using the blue frame bracers before, did they really think an additional 20 maximum energy shield is somehow going to change their mind? The bones of all unique boots now provide 40 maximum life and maximum mana, previously 25. Existing versions of this item can be updated using the Divine Orb. The Brain Rattler unique mace now provides 22 to 28 physical damage, previously 12 to 22, and adds 1 to 55 lightning damage, previously 1 to 42. Existing versions of this, blah, blah, blah. The Bramblejack unique, I keep falling for that every single time. I keep falling for that. I'm not reading it. The Bramblejack unique body armor now provides 100 maximum life, previously 80, cannot evade and regenerate 5% of life per second while surrounded. This was actually an interesting change, and that's one of the few that actually made me think, that's kind of interesting. 5% life per second while surrounded is kind of neat. The Brass Dome unique body armor has 500% increased armor, previously 400, and -5 to -1 to all maximum resistances, previously -5. Existing versions of this unique can be updated, blah, blah, blah. The Briar Patch unique boots now have 15 to 25 physical damage on thorns. The Brisk Wrap unique body armor now has up to 100% increased evasion. Bristle Boar unique body armor now has 50% reduced evasion, previously 40 to 80, and now causes you to gain 5 rage when hit by an enemy, previously 3. This is kind of like rage when hit by an enemy is kind of poopy. Like you can get way more for hitting the enemy, and you don't have to rely on the enemy hitting you. The cooldown to remove rage is also way too low, and you can't really rely on the enemy like smacking you around to like get rage. I mean, maybe on a Thorns build it might be okay. It also now provides 5 life regeneration per second. Like why 5? When you can get like up to like 45 life regen on a piece of armor, why 5? Bronzebeard unique helmet now provides 100 maximum life, previously 60. The Bryn Boss unique belt now provides 40% increased lightning resistance, previously 30. The Bryn Boss Mark unique mace now has 14 to 20 added physical damage, previously 4 to 8. 20 strength, previously 10, and now has 20% reduced attack speed. So they gave it a little bit more damage, but then gave it a huge penalty of 20% reduced attack speed. That's poopy. That's poopy. I don't like that. The Burr unique ring now has -10% cold resistance, previously -15 to 10, and 30 to 50% increased mana regeneration rate, previously 25 to 35. That's a pretty big buff. The Candlemaker unique gloves now provide 40% fire resistance, previously 30, and 10 to 20% negative cold resistance, previously -15 to -30. It also provides 40% increased fire damage and 20% reduced cold damage. Interesting. The Carrion Call unique focus now causes minions to have 30% increased damage. The Chopper Chamber unique mace now no longer has 120% increased physical damage or 5% critical hit chance. Instead, adds 58 to 65 or 65 to 110 physical damage and adds 50 spirit. That's an interesting change. One of the few ones in there that actually looks like it might be fun. The Corona Red Sun unique helmet now provides 25% fire resistance. The Crown of the Pale King unique helmet now provides 15 to 25 physical thorns damage. The Dancing Mirage unique body armor now has 200% increased evasion and energy shield, previously 100. The Dark Defiler unique scepter now has gain 5% damage as chaos per undead minion, previously 3. Existing versions, okay. So that's pretty powerful, especially considering you can get huge amounts of chaos damage for your witch this way. Or, well, any character using summons. The Deathblow unique glove now provide 5 to 10% increased attack speed. The Defiance of Destiny unique amulet now causes you to recover 10% of missing life before being hit by an enemy, previously 5. The Diablo unique helmet now provides 20 strength. The Devouring Diadem unique helmet now provides 60 maximum life. The Dionadair unique shield now provides 20% reduced stun threshold, previously 30. It now provides 5 life regeneration per second. The Diodair's Tenure unique gloves now provide 30 maximum energy shield. The Doomgate unique shield now provides 17% chaos resistance. Throat dry. The Edrin's Tusk unique body armor now has 50% chance to inflict bleeding on hit, previously 10. That's pretty nice. The Elivor unique helmet now provides 20 to 30 dexterity, previously 20, and now provides +1 charm slot. Oh, interesting. A helmet that provides a charm slot. The Arian's Cobble unique helmet now provides 40 armor, previously 20, and 30 evasion rating and maximum life, both previously 15, and 20 maximum energy shield. This is the one that gives you like all of the stats. Now provides 10% fire res, cold. So it looks like they beefed up all the stats a little bit on this helmet that provides like a little bit of everything. It's interesting. If you've ever seen this helmet, it's kind of crazy. It literally just has like every stat on it. The Eternal Spark unique focus now provides 40% increased mana regeneration while stationary, previously 50, and now also provides 40% increased mana regeneration rate. Okay. The Ezomite Peak unique helmet provides 80 maximum life from 50 and also provides 6 life regeneration per second. The Feathered Fortress unique shield now provides 20 to 30% fire resistance and the cold resistance, both previously 20. And 30 strength and dexterity, both previously 20. Existing version of this item can be updated. Blah, blah, blah. They keep getting me with that. The Forbidden Case unique helmet now provides 50% cold resistance from 35. The Frost Breath unique mace now has 12 to 20 added physical damage and cold damage, both previously 6 to 12. It now also provides 5% increased critical hit chance. The Gamble Sprint unique boots now provide 25% to lightning resistance, previously 15, and now provide 15% increased item rarity. The Gravebind unique gloves now provide 15% cold resistance. The Grip of Winter unique gloves now provide 30% cold resistance. The Gloomform unique body armor now provides 20% fire resistance. The Hog Hunt unique mace now no longer has 100 to 150% increased physical damage. Instead, it now adds 20 to 27 physical damage directly to the weapon. The Hollow Mask unique helmet now provides 13% chaos resistance. The Horns of Bide unique helmet now provide 20 armor. The Hrimor Hymns unique mace now has 120% increased physical damage, previously 80. The Husk of Dreams unique body armor now has 23% chaos resistance, previously 17, 30% increased flash charges, previously 50. The Immortan unique body armor has been renamed the Road Warrior. It no longer provides 50 to 100% increased armor and now provides 30% fire resistance, lightning resistance, both previously 25. It now also provides 15 life regenerated per second and 15 to all attributes. The Inferno class unique belt now provides 50% fire resistance, previously 35. The Infinite Pursuit unique boots now provide 25% increased movement speed while affected by an ailment, previously 20. The Innsmouth unique helmet now provides 30 evasion rating. The Iron Grasp unique body armor now provides 30 strength. The Ironhide unique helmet now provides 50 maximum life. The Jarn Grappair unique gloves now have 50% increased armor and evasion. The Keelhaul unique belt now has life flasks gain 0.25 charges per second, and mana flask gain 0.25 per second, both previously 0.25 charges per second. What? Oh, and there was a range on it before. Now there's no range. The Killjoy unique now provides 30% increased critical damage. The Knight Errant unique boots now provide 50 elemental ailment threshold. The Learcast unique helmet provides 20 dexterity. The Legion Stride unique boots now provide 70 armor instead of bonus percentage. They also provide 70 to stun threshold, previously 50. The Lochinol Caress unique gloves provides 25 armor. The Luminous Pace unique boots now provide 30 energy shield. The Lycosade unique shield has blocking damage, poisons the enemy, as though dealing 200 base chaos damage, previously 100. Existing versions of this item can be updated, blah, blah, blah. The Mask of Sanguimancer now provides 25 evasion rating and 15 to energy shield. The Matsu unique quarterstaff is 9 to 15 added cold damage and 1 to 29 lightning damage. The Mist Whisper unique crossbow now has 10 to 15 added cold damage, previously 6 to 12, and now provides 30% increased chill duration on enemies. The Nazir's Judgment unique staff no longer has 120% increased physical damage and adds 36 to 81 physical damage. So the reason why they're doing this, by the way, if you haven't paid attention, is a lot of these uniques are lower level uniques and they don't really have high base damage. So putting percentages on them is stupid, and they should have known that already because Diablo 2 made that mistake 24 years ago. And instead, they're changing out the percentage to flat damage bonuses to kind of like beef up the unique item to a level that actually makes it worthwhile. If you add 120% to like 10, you're just going to get like what, 22 or something like that. But if you have a base damage of 81, it's going to be a hell of a lot higher. The Necromantle unique body armor now causes minions to have 23% chaos res. The North Paw unique gloves now add 5 to 10 physical damage to attacks, previously 3 to 6, and now also has a 15 to 25 to evasion rating. The original Sin unique ring now no longer has chaos resistance to 0. Instead, it provides 23% chaos resistance. What? That's a pretty big buff. The Painter's Servant unique gloves no longer provides 10% fire, cold, or lightning res. They instead now provide 10% elemental damage, gained as fire damage. 5 to 10% elemental damage gained as cold, and 5 to 10 elemental damage gained as lightning. That's a pretty big buff. The Pariah's Embrace unique body armor now provides 15 all attributes. That's good. The Plague Finder unique gloves now provides 30% chance to poison on hit, previously 10. The Power Tread unique boots, that's a really good change. The Power Tread unique boots now provides 12% critical damage bonus per power charge, previously 8. The Prayers for Rain unique body armor now provides 20% lightning resistance. The Quaddle's Molt unique body armor now provides 80 to maximum life, previously 50, and also provides 80% increased evasion. The Quick Hole unique mace now has 150% increased physical damage, previously 120. The Seeing Stars unique mace has 16 to 25 cold damage, previously 12 to 22, and now adds 45 lightning damage, previously 35. The Sentry unique quarterstaff has 32 to 50 added fire damage, previously 2 to 20, and now has no physical damage, and adds 30 to 50 accuracy rating. The Sierra Inherent's unique body armor now provides 40% lightning resistance, previously 25, and has negative 15 to cold resistance. The Smiling Knight unique helmet now provides 200% increased armored evasion, previously 50. The Snakebite unique gloves now provides 30% chance to poison on hit, previously 20, and now also provides 10 life regen per second. The Splitterheart unique bow now has 120 to 160% increased physical damage, previously 80. That's a pretty big buff. The Tetzalcoatl's Desire unique body armor now provides 30 intelligence. The Thunderstep unique boots now provide 20% increased movement speed, previously 15, 50% lightning resistance, previously 35. The Titanrot Cataphract unique body armor now provides 500% increased armor from 300, and a 30% increased strength, previously 20. The Trample Toe unique boots now provide 50% increased movement speed, previously 10. They're really stingy with the movement speed on these boots, especially considering that you can get 35% increased movement speed boots on like pretty much any rare item, which is a little weird. So it's a little weird to see such low numbers on these uniques. I mean, why not provide these uniques with movement speed that is higher than this? Because anytime you put on these uniques, you're always going to be going down in movement speed, not going up. right? So like if I'm using a 35% movement speed pair of boots and the pair of boots doesn't, I mean Diablo 2 has the same problem, right? Like in Diablo 2, like everybody likes goblin toes because they have crushing blow on them, but goblin toes have no movement speed, and so they're poopy because they have no movement speed, and nobody wants to use them because they have no movement speed. They'd rather use gore riders because gore riders actually have movement speed on them. And a lot of the times you want like 40% movement speed boots if you can get them, right? So like it's a very similar situation unique wise here is that they're kind of like making these uniques not really all that attractive because the movement speed on them is so low, especially when movement speed is so important for a lot of mechanics in this game, like avoiding stuff, especially if you're like a range character and you're trying to get around like while you're attacking, kiting, etc. Like just general like progression across the game world. It'd be nice if you could move faster. The Tree Fingers unique gloves add 10 to 16 physical damage, previously 5 to 8. And now also provide 20 to 30% increased stun buildup and 5% reduced attack speed. I mean, was the damage really that big of an increase that you had to reduce the attack speed? That's like a net loss there because they increased the damage but then decreased the attack speed, so it's basically just a net loss. The Trench Timber unique mace now adds 15 to 25 physical damage, previously 12 to 22. The Trofina unique mace now provides 25 to 25 physical damage, previously 10 to 18. Ungil's Harmony unique amulet now provides 200% increased critical hit chance, previously 100. That's a pretty huge buff. The Visage of Aya unique helmet now provides 20% lightning resistance. The Vol's Protector unique body armor now provides 17% chaos resistance. Wake of Destruction unique boots provides 10% increased movement speed. Wandering Reliquary unique body armor provides 80 stun threshold. The Windscream unique boots now provide 20% increased movement speed, previously 15, and now also cause curse skills to have 20% increased cast speed. The Wind of Kalen unique helmet now provides 20 armor. The Wonder Trap unique boots now provides 10 to 20% increased movement speed, previously 5 to 15. 20 strength, dexterity, and intelligence, all previously 5 to 15, and now also provides 50 to maximum energy shield. The Wyland's Stake unique mace now has 4 to 6 or 6 to 10 added physical damage, fire damage, both previously 3 to 5. It now also provides 30% fire resistance and 20 strength. So moving on to the bug fixes, fixed 4 client crashes, they don't say what they are. Fixed 4 instance crashes, they don't say what they are. Fixed a bug where Mana Flare, Elemental Discharge, and the version of Ember Fuselage triggered by Dark Vigil were not considered triggered skills and could therefore generate energy. Fixed a bug where some objects such as vine arrows, plants were incorrectly counted as targets when dealing splash damage through the implicit modifier Cultist Great Hammer base. How can you fire vine arrow with the Cultist Great Hammer? Divine Arrow is a bow attack, and Cultist Great Hammer is a two-handed hammer. How are people pulling that off? Okay. So people were firing the vine arrows and then switching to a two-handed and then destroying the vine arrow vines, and somehow it was counting as killing monsters, which was causing them to explode via the Cultist Great Hammer base. It sounds really complicated. Fixed a bug where Siege Cascade was targeting a vine arrow plants and Frostfall ice crystals. Fixed a bug where Herald of Ice was still exploding shattered enemies when the gem was set to be used with your currently inactive weapon set. Fixed a bug where concoction skills were considered bow skills, and as a result would be affected by increased damage with bow skill modifiers on quivers. Fixed snapshotting issue with energy shield when using Mask of Stitched Demon unique as an Infernalist. Fixed a bug where minion pack support was unable to drain life of lingering illusions. Fixed a bug where tier 5 bows could not roll increased attack speed, and tier 5 rings could not roll maximum life. Fixed a bug where you could briefly be unable to perform any skills if you tried to interact with an object and dodge roll at the same time. Fixed an issue where the checkpoint for Temple of Kopek boss fight could sometimes take you to the first checkpoint in the area. Frog in my throat. Froggies! I got another set of patch notes. This could be a double patch note day. Fixed a bug preventing the quality bonuses on Shock Burst rounds and Hailstorm rounds from applying. Fixed a bug where Shockwave Totem did not work when using the support gem Astral Projection. Fixed a client crash that could occur with Power Siphon while holding a shield. Fixed a client clash that could occur on Couch Co-op while interacting with the unique stash tab. Fixed a client crash that could occur in Couch Co-op while interacting with the Corruption Altar. Fixed a bug where Vine Arrow was not slowing enemies. A lot of Vine Arrow fixes in here. Fixed a bug that caused Sekima Asala to fail to shield you during Jamunra's The Abomination Storm skill. I've seen a lot of people die to this. I've died to this. The other day, I think Dank and Leon were doing like a Copper Citadel, and they had this happen to them on a Copper Citadel, which was really crappy. Fixed a bug where terrain generation for client can get out of sync with the server for the Trial of Sekimas. Fix the bug where the influence range of Lost Towers failed to display when interacting with the map in your device hideout. If you guys are unaware of this right now, until the patch goes live, you can see the range of the towers in the area that they put you in when you complete Act 3 Cruel. The hideout or whatever, like the refuge. But if you're in your personal hideout, you can't see the range of the towers most of the time. I've had a couple times where it worked, sort of. But if you go to the actual refuge area, it does work there. Fixed a bug where crossbows could fail to reload if the player did not have enough mana available. Fixed a bug where spark could fail to cast while standing on the edge of walkable terrain. Fixed a bug where Temporal Chain's debuff icon was not displaying correctly the description when hovered over it. Fixed a bug where the unique item Fire Flower could fail to cause fire damage to the player when an enemy was ignited already. Fixed a bug where Ghost Dance would remain active when the player was no longer met the spirit requirements. Fixed a bug where the Way Forward Atlas passive could cause the Arbiter of Ash to drop Tier 16 Waystones instead of Tier 15. Well, that's interesting. Fixed a bug where engraving a support gem did not play the audio. Fixed a bug where the quest items would not drop from their respective objective if the player dropped them on the ground in an area where the difficulty was different to where it was obtained. Characters in a broken state should not be able to reobtain a quest objective. Fixed a bug where some interactables couldn't be canceled by using dodge roll. Fixed a bug where a flask caused the player to lose life if the item stat requirements weren't met in both weapon sets. Fixed a bug where friends would show as offline when they changed characters. Had that happen a bunch. Fixed a bug where the intro cinematic did not play on the PC platform. Fixed a bug where incomplete unique items could be obtained. I've actually seen a couple of those, wonky unique items that weren't actually real uniques yet. They were still in the progress of being designed. Somebody linked one in chat. It was an item for one of the spear-based classes. Fixed some wonky interactions with additional inventory slots from the Titan's Colossal Capacity Ascendancy passive skill. Fixed a bug where the Hooded One would not identify items stored in additional inventory slots granted by the Colossal Capacity Titan Ascendancy passive skill. It's the Haraja Cube all over again. Fixed a bug so the inventory no longer opens when dragging the Atlas map UI with the cursor over a map node. Fixed a visual bug where walking away from a corpse and back to it could visually display a new remnant with Grim Feast. Had that happen a whole bunch. Fixed a bug in the Riverside map where the boss arena force field could appear before entering the boss fight. Fixed a bug where Energy Shield UI could not visually appear as having Energy Shield when the player had none. Fixed a bug where enemies could cast Detonate Dead on players' minions when the player was using the Sacrifice Gem. What? What? Fixed problems in Savannah, Abyss, and Seepage maps where sections of the maps could be inaccessible. That's crazy. So the monsters were able to blow up your minions? That's nuts. Fixed a bug where the unique item Corpse Wade did not work when the player was using the King of Ferrodin body armor microtransaction. Fixed a bug with the Hate Forge unique where negative values to the maximum rage modifier caused the modifier to not show. Fixed a bug where Blink allowed travel to pass the Ziggurat encampment without traversing the time portal. Fixed a bug with Instilling UI that displayed Tainted Oil slot, which did not exist. Fixed a bug with where allocating Chaos Inoculation would incorrectly count you as being on low mana. Fixed a bug where crossbow skills could fail to reload when spamming the ability when using a controller. Fixed a bug when stashing a skill gem attached to support gems would cause the support gems to become invisible. These now unpack into the relevant tab. Fixed the alignment of Mirror of Calandra within the currency stash tab. Fixed a bug with the Val Factory map where some humanoid monsters would remain inactive. Fixed a bug where Elemental Storm Gem had a physical tag. Fixed a bug where gas clouds could spawn in unwalkable terrain. Fixed a bug where minion objects could stretch into unwalkable terrain. Fixed a bug where the burial bog could generate with a broken loop. Fixed a bug where the world map always opened, displaying an above ground area, even when the player was in an underground area. Fixed a bug where strong boxes could fail to generate any monsters. Had that happen a bunch. Fixed a bug with dodge roll, allowed the player to roll through bone walls and frost walls. Fixed a bug with dodge roll, which allowed the player to roll off the Ardura caravan ramp. Fixed a bug where the soul cores of Atmohua, Zantipi, and Chotl could not be used for the 3-to-1 recipe. Fixed a bug where the relic modifier giving you a chance to gain another key was incorrectly always applying. Skip tutorials no longer prevents you from leaving town without engraving a gem. Removed the redundant block chance description on Saffel's frame unique item. Fixed a bug that could cause the landmark room chest of the Mausoleum Praetor from being opened. Fixed a bug where Elemental Storm was missing the triggered tag. Fixed a bug which allowed Glacial Cascades hits to freeze enemies. Fixed a bug in the Trail of Sekimas, the Trail of Sekimas, the Trail of Sekima ass, where some traps audio failed to play. Fixed a bug where the Unbound Avatar could gain stacks from inanimate objects. Fixed a bug where the Temple of Chaos, where leap slamming into an arena could cause the encounter to not complete. Fixed a bug where damage gained as fire, cold, and lightning were missing tags, causing essences to be unable to roll these modifiers. Fixed a bug where Act 1-2 transition cinematics sometimes played when entering Ardura Caravan rather than traveling from Act 1. Fixed a bug where some loot in the Temple of Chaos could get stuck in blocking. Fixed a bug where favored map slot in UI notification would appear when corrupting a Tier 15 Waystone into a Tier 16. Fixed a bug which could prevent the player from returning to the Vasturi outskirts if they traveled there by warping with a party member and then warping to a different party member in Act 1. Fixed a bug where Supercritical supports 2D art was not displaying in some cases. Fixed a bug where expedition chests and maps were not displaying their rarity. Controller improvements. While using the currency inventory navigation will ignore items and currently selected currency could not be used on. Added a bindable action to show/hide object labels. While on the world map, you can now press B/circle to leave the underground. Some interactables in the Trial of Sekimas and the Trial of Chaos are now prioritized over using skills on enemies. You have interact bound to the same button as a skill. The cosmetic tab of the navigation menu has been moved to the end so that you no longer have to navigate through it to reach the quest or atlas tabs. Improved auto-targeting logic for very large bosses such as Torgull. The game now pauses by default if a controller becomes disconnected, with an option in the game tab to instead disconnect. Auto-targeting no longer aggressively prioritizes larger enemies and objects such as the Tempest Bell. Pressing X/square while holding a stack of items now deposits a single item from the stack in the currently selected space. That's neat. Hovering a support gem over a filled socket will now show the support gem currently in that socket. Trying socket to socket invalid gems using a controller now gives appropriate error messages. Switching to a controller input on the character that was created with a keyboard and mouse input no longer results in the character having no actions bound. Fixed a bug that prevented re-rolling expedition vendors while using a controller. There's now also a dedicated button Y/triangle to re-roll the vendor. Fixed a bug where Gemling's gem-studded notable passive was not accounted for when socketing supported gems using a controller. Fixed a bug where the Lost Towers interface had inconsistent controls when using the controller. Fixed a bug that sometimes prevented navigation in the hideout stash while using controller. Fixed a bug that prevented player 2 from using the salvage bench in co-op. Fixed a bug that prevented player 2 from equipping cosmetics in co-op. Fixed a bug that caused some types of specialized stash tabs to fail to display when accessed by both players at the same time in couch co-op. Fixed a bug preventing the toggling of advanced descriptions while investigating an item. Fixed a bug preventing moving a socketed support gem into a different socket when you were close to the support gem limit. Fixed a bug where enable held targeting option did not function for crossbow ammunition skills. Fix a bug where certain skills would not be performed if used while holding down a different skill's input. Console improvements. Item filters can now be used on consoles by subscribing to a filter on the Path of Exile website. A link to set up that item filter is now provided in the filter section of the section's menu under Game tab. The hell? I swallow a beard hair? Freaking my own beard hair. Yay, beard hairs. I had to trim my beard up. It was getting kind of fuzzy. Might be a mustache hair. Where did I leave off? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, the item filters. Okay, localization fixes. The item filters, they're trying to make it so that you can filter stuff properly on console, which is admirable, so the console players aren't left out of the fun. Localization fixes. Fix the number of cases with outdated translations. Fix characters with accents not displaying correctly in some languages. Fix the number of cases where translated text would overlap itself or the borders of its field. Fixed a bug where the Thai text did not display correctly on consoles. Fixed a bug where modifier tiers would not be displayed correctly if the game language was set to Chinese. Fixed the number of cases of keywords not displaying correctly in languages other than English. Bunch of microtransactions enabled. Enabled the following existing cosmetic microtransactions for use in Path of Exile 2. So this will apply to anybody who had them already from Path of Exile 1, I would assume. So the Siren Wings, Siren Cloak, Siren Weapon Effect, Siren Character Effect, Siren Footprints, Siren Portal, Deepwater Wings, looks like the entire Deepwater set, as well as the Portal Effects. Atlantis Cloak set, so the Atlantis set, the Dire Blade set, the Verdant Weapons, Sulphurous Gargoyle Wings, Alabaster Gargoyle Wings, Stygian Gargoyle Wings, Pitch Black Gargoyle Wings, Illusionist Character Effects, Brimstone Character Effect, Harmony Wings, Harmony Cloak, looks like the entire Harmony pack, Heritage Cloak pack, Heritage pack, Divergence pack, Vulcan pack, Harmonious pack, Electro Swarm Character Effect, Project Electro Swarm Character Effect, Siren Electro Swarm Character Effect, Void Emperor Electro Swarm Character Effect, Kalguran Cloak, Penance Back Attachment, Crucible Armor Set, Cane Toad King Portal Effect, Albino Toad King Portal Effect, River Toad King Portal Effect, Sacred Wisp Portal Effect. The Hands of Zesht Back Attachment now has a smaller variant that can be selected in the Cosmetics menu. There was also a handful of changes that we didn't quite get ready in time for this patch, but we will be getting them to you as soon as they're ready. Una's song still won't be playing correctly. This was unexpected even for us to cause this much trouble to fix. Adding multiple respawns to the other Pinnacle content in Atlas. King of Mist, Breachstones, Allarth, and Expedition. The Arbiter of Ash is included, but we didn't get around to getting to the other ones implemented. The Map and Waystone Stash tab. Hey, Waystone Stash tab finally coming. I mean, there's definitely some good things in here. A lot of good things. There's a couple nerfs. I'm not really entirely sure about these unique item changes. Some of them are okay. Some of them are definitely decent. A lot of these are just little minor tweaks. Nothing that I would consider like that amazing. Also, I think it's rather ridiculous to have to use a Divine Orb to update the item. Like, Divine Orbs are really expensive. A lot of these uniques aren't even worth one Exalt. Legitimately, they're not even worth one Exalt. Do they really expect somebody to burn a Divine Orb on a unique item? They're just gonna go buy one of the new versions of the item for one Exalt. That's what they're gonna do. They're not gonna spend 100 Exalts to get the unique item. They're just gonna go buy another one. And if they've already corrupted it, you can't divine it. So, did it poopy. Pretty good patch notes overall. I don't really think there's a whole lot to go over in here. I can't really think of anything like too amazing to like pull out of this and be like, wow, that's awesome. It's really just a lot of small changes that are going to add up to a very good patch. Things like making the attacks more visible, the explosions be more choreographed, the monsters not being able to meteor you off screen, So forth and so on. There's just a lot of good changes overall in the way that the monsters work. I think the monster changes are like my favorite changes. Like basically all the monster changes. There's some pretty good ones in here. Um, the end game changes are pretty good too. Across the board, I think a lot of these end game changes are going to go a long way to making the maps more fun toward the end of the game. And I mean, most of these changes, I don't know what they're trying to do here. Like a lot of these are just little tiny baby changes, like they adding like 20 energy shield, nothing too amazing. There's a couple like outliers in here which are absolutely amazing, of course. Like snake bite got increased to 30% chance to poison on hit from 20, which is a pretty big change. There's like a lot of interesting changes like peppered in throughout here, but for the most part, a lot of these changes are just silly things like we increased the lightning resistance from to 40% from 30. Like big whoop. Like we added 20 to maximum energy shield. Like big whoop. I mean, it's there. Some of the changes in here are just so innocuous that I'm not exactly sure why they even made them, other than just like what they said in the reveal was that they wanted to make the unique items more attractive to people to use because some of them were just not performing very well, right? Well, like, do they really think that adding an additional 10% fire res is going to make an item attractive when it wasn't already attractive? And some of them just straight up got nerfed. Like Arvil's wheel had 60% increased block chance, and now it no longer provides block chance. So, hmm. Well, we got more coming up. Obviously, the dev chat is coming up in what 40 minutes, 39 minutes. So we got 39 minutes to go. Um, we're gonna have a look at this. We've also got some Diablo 4 stuff to go over too, which is right here. They have like some more detailed information out, and we're also going to be getting patch notes from the Diablo 4 Season 7, so we're going to be able to go over those as well. I think these might actually be the updated patch notes. Because I swear, I was looking in here. Oh, well, it's not really patch notes, is it? But, like, there's red, which indicates changes from the original, like, versions, right? So what's coming in Diablo 4 Season 7? There's a lot of stuff. The powers for Diablo 4 Season 7 are going to be like these witch powers. And I did get a chance to play around with them in the public test realm before Path of Exile 2 went live. I was able to hop in there and play around with them, and they were really neat actually. I was actually pretty impressed with a lot of them. There's like some minions that you can grab. I'm probably this season. I think I'm probably gonna go minion druid. I don't either minion druid or minion necromancer, one or the other. It's gonna be minion something because there's a bunch of minion things that you can grab this like these witches powers. There's like a frog which counts as a minion, and there's like a skull that flies around that counts as a minion. There's a bunch of different like minion related things. There's also like this thing that like increases the size of your minions and like gives them extra damage and whatnot. Makes your skeletons grow real big, which is pretty cool, or your wolves, whichever side you end up going on. I think the minion characters are going to be pretty good this season because they did do a lot of like consolidation into the like the minion realm. I'm trying to think exactly how to put it. So they basically took all of the things in the game which technically count as minions, and they actually tagged them as minions now. So or summons or whatever the tag is that they're using now. So your wolves count as summons. Your like basically all of the things that are within the eldritch powers that count as summons will now count as summons. So what does this do exactly for everybody? Well, it kind of just consolidates all the buffs down so that you can actually increase all the damage of these creatures easier. So anything that says that it gives summon damage is going to give summon damage to anything that is a summon, and everything that is a summon is now tagged appropriately as a summon. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. You're basically just going to get a much easier consolidation across the board on increasing the damage of all of your little minions. I played around with this on the test server. I played around with the frog. I played around with like the wolves and whatnot, and it was pretty impressive. If I'm being perfectly honest, I thought it was quite nice. This entire season is going to be based around the Tree of Whispers, so it's essentially like an entire season of Tree of Whispers. The zone that they added is very reminiscent of what do you call it? If any of you guys remember back in season 2 where we had like the vampire zone and everybody loved the vampire zone, it's very similar to the vampire zone, except it's instead of a vampire zone, it's the Tree of Whisper zone. Like it's a whole bunch of like individual quests that you need to do for the Tree of Whisper. You're constantly going to be turning in to get the like Tree of Whisper chests and whatnot. They even added this little raven. I don't know if I got a picture of it here. Yeah, here it is. They added this little raven, which is going to be in the zone that you can actually turn your whispers into, so you don't actually have to teleport back to the Tree of Whispers. So you can just click on this, turn in your Tree of Whispers here, and you can continue doing whatever you're doing. Another thing which is rather interesting is that they basically fix the entire area around the Tree of Whispers. So I was playing around with that during the test realm, and it's really quite cool. The Tree of Whispers wasn't never really like a town. It was never really like a fully fledged town. It didn't have, like everything that you needed. There was a blacksmith there, and there was like a jeweler there, but for the most part, like you didn't have like every single thing that you needed in a town. So most of the time you would spend like you could do whatever you needed to do there, and then you'd go back to a real town to get access to the stuff that you actually needed, right? Well, now the Tree of Whispers is a real town. Like there's everything that you probably would ever want in a town in and around the Tree of Whispers, including the witch like cultist area, which is where you're going to actually get the actual powers. So it's actually pretty neat. I can't really go over all the powers with you right now. They did have a picture. This is a picture of the powers. I can kind of like zoom in on this. So essentially how this works is you have one like unique power. They call it like the unique power, and you only get to choose one of those. There's only a couple unique powers, and you're definitely going to be choosing like the one that suits you best. And then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-unique powers. And the non-unique powers can be extremely good. They can either be buffs to increase your character, minions that you can summon. There's the frog right there, the frog minion. You can rank these up, of course. That's basically how this works, and you want to rank them up to maximum to get the most power out of them. You rank them up by collecting the currency, which is down here. This is the currency, and you spend that currency to rank them up. It's actually pretty easy to rank them up, to be perfectly honest. I didn't really have too much trouble with it. There's some crazy things, like there's a piranha a tornado that gets summoned, and like a bunch of piranhas start eating everything. There's a fire skull flies around exploding everything. There's fire bats. There's a poison toad. There's auras that just poison the monsters around you. There's a couple like aura / curses, which are kind of interesting. It'd be interesting to see exactly how everybody uses them. The powers actually got adjusted a little bit from the test realm server too. As you can see here, like there's some changes where they increase the time but increase the damage of the fire bat servants. Looks like they beefed up the shadow damage on abyssal resonance. Hex of Flames. The Doom Orb was kind of neat too. Like it's basically just like an orb that circles around you, damaging enemies for 400% fire damage. The mechanics for these powers are pretty neat. It'd be interesting to see like after this season is over, if any of these powers like make it into the base game. There's this one right here is the one that makes your minions grow really big. This wolfy one right here. The Wolfie one is kind of crazy. So basically, what it does is it just like increases the size of your minions by like 100%. And I mean, they get huge, like ridiculously huge. And during that time period when your minions are enhanced, you also get they get enhanced damage. They get like enhanced critical strike chance, I think. A bunch of other stuff. It definitely is going to be worth using if you're a minion character. Um, and on top of that, I did find it was really interesting to run the minions themselves. So like, if you are going to do like a necromancer or a a druid summoner, or maybe even like they even have the barbarian, like ancients are now counted as summons. So like you could enhance them with summon damage, and there's several other like mechanics throughout the game that are now counted as summons. I believe the sorceress familiars, or the what do they call the sorceress ones? The like the lightning, the the new familiar one. I was thinking about the familiar one itself. That's the new one that they added. But all of those essentially now count as summons as well. So if you were to do like a build on the sorceress with your all your lightning, ice swords, your familiars and your hydras, you could potentially even include the summons here, which are also going to count into the damage of all the summon bonuses that you're going to be using on your other characters. And they've pretty much converted all the bonuses to summon bonuses as well. The frog is really cool, by the way. I like the frog. The frog is really neat. This is Mr. Frog. Say hello to Mr. Frog. That's Mr. Frog. Ribbit. There's some altars and stuff where you can actually purchase the powers. These are like they got like altars at the Whisperer Tree of Whispers. Do. Oh, those are the fire bats. They're pretty cool. Let's see if they've got the stream up so we can pull it up with the timer. They should have the stream up by now. Boop. So loud. Is that it, or is that not it? I don't... No, this is old. It's got to be old. Old oldies. This is the live stream section, but they haven't actually started it yet. Yeah, they haven't started it yet. There we go. So not too long now. Not too long. I like that key art. The key art's pretty neat. Alright, while we are waiting on this, I'm going to take Cody the monster dog out to go Peppadoodos so that I don't get interrupted while we're doing the actual live stream. So I will be right back.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
I guess I'm back. Cody the monster dog. Had to go pepper doodles. Speaking of Cody the monster dog, we could have a little Cody the monster dog beef stick adventure. Cody, would you like a beef steak? Would you like a beef steak? Are you gonna come up here and get that? He said, you know I'm just coming up here to get it, man. He said, I'll like the beef sticks. Okay, you want this? Look at them eyes. Look at them eyes. Look. Look at them eyes. I didn't say you could have it yet. I said, do you want? Yeah? Okay. Alright, you gotta fight me for it. You wanna fight me for it? So yeah, give it to me. He said, give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. You being a goodest? M's you being a goodest? Do you want a Tums too? Does your tummy hurt? You want a Tums? He don't even chew it? No, he doesn't. He just swallows it directly down his pie hole. He just swallows it. That's it. Just God, just. Eat. 19 minutes to go. I will say that of the bit of gameplay that I played on the test server, I rather enjoyed it. I thought the witch powers were really cool. I thought the additions to the Tree Whispers were really nice. I thought that the area that they added was really fun to go through. So it's kind of crazy, like going in there into the actual like Tree of Whispers zone that they added. It's nuts in there. It'll definitely be a fun place to level up your characters for sure. That's weird. I got four comments on my live stream, and I went to go look at them, and it said they're all offensive. Show additional replies, including those McKay offensive. It doesn't show me the replies either, so I don't know. It's weird. That's weird. I wonder whether they're going to go over with this. I mean, some of the changes or some of the new unique items, which they did show us some of the unique items, and I went over some of them, like the. I wonder if I can pull up some of the old unique items from one of the previous doojanks. Let me see if I can find them. I should have in the Discord at the very least screenshots of them. screenshots of the new unique items. I think from the last time that they introduced them. Oh yeah, they added some new runes too, and the new runes are like really good, by the way. These are some of the new runes that they added. This summoning one is like insane. This one's not bad either. And the chalk rune with the Druid's Lightning Bolt. There's some pretty good new runes. What's up, Wabbajack? Let's see here. Yeah, I do have a bunch of the new boots, new items. So this is one of the assassin items. It is an assassin pair of boots. This is one of the rogue items. I was really not impressed with these boots. I first thought they were going to be really neat, and then I don't know. Like they don't really perform very well. I mean, they do give +4 to Shadow Imbuement, so if you're going to be using Shadow Imbuement, I suppose they're still really good. But the effect of having the free Shadow Imbuement explosion is not as amazing as I thought it was going to be. I don't know. It was okay. Hopefully they make some changes to those boots because they weren't really the most amazing. Okun's Catalyst and Strike of Stormhorn. These were the two for the Sorceress. I was super excited about the one that gives you the Super Ball Lightning or whatever. The Super Ball Lightning thing. It was really underwhelming. I didn't like it at all. I was excited about it. I thought it would be good. It wasn't really that fun. It really was not. This one, Okun's Catalyst, is pretty much just your standard ball lightning sorceress with just like some extra like bells and whistles. If you were interested in like the spinny ball lightning sorceress, this is literally your spinny ball lightning sorceress right here, from the previous seasons. Isak.ttv asked me if I played PoE 2. Yes, for literally 31 days straight, I played PoE 2. Like straight 31 days straight through every single day for 31 days, sometimes multiple streams a day for 12 hours a day. Yes, I played. People be cracking me up sometimes when they come in here and they're like, "Man, I finally caught you on live stream," and I'm like, "Boy, I stream 12 hours a day every single day for 365 days a year. What do you mean you just caught me live?" I will punch you in the throat. I'm a prolific throat puncher. What was the druid item? They did add some pretty good druid stuff. They made some really good changes to a lot of the druid items, but I thought there was a druid unique too. Necromancer got some really fun items. Let me bring up these Necromancer items and talk about these. Oh, weird how you've gone back to D4 then. No, it's not. It's called seasonal content. Do you know what seasonal content is? It's where games put out content in a seasonal basis. This is Season 7. So when, you know, a game like has a season, you play the season, you do what you need to do, you finish with it, you move on. Eventually, you come back to the game at the start of the next season. We are now at the start of the next season, so this is exactly how it would normally be anyway, because Season 7 is coming. You are a very silly person, Isak.ttv. So these are really neat. I wasn't really too excited about this one, the Indira's Memory, but this one is amazing. So this one makes your blood wave form on either side of you and smash together like clapping hands, and I absolutely loved it, by the way. I absolutely freaking loved the way that this worked. If you have been tempted at any point to play a blood necromancer and you never really got into it, maybe you just kind of kept putting it off or whatever, maybe you played it and you didn't really like it, this right here, absolutely insane. I had so much fun playing around with this particular unique item and the way that it makes Blood Wave work, because you literally just I'm not even joking, it's like two hands. The Blood Waves basically form like two hands, and they literally just like clap the monsters, like, so you're just like you're constantly firing off the Blood Waves, and they're just like and the monsters can't do anything. Like, they're literally getting hit by this Blood Wave and this Blood Wave at the same time, and the Blood Waves knock you back. So the Blood Waves are knocking back the monsters into the center of the wave, and the monsters are just like getting like smacked around like freaking ping pong balls. It's absolutely hilarious, and I would highly recommend playing around with the Kiss and Maze Legacy if you like blood builds, or even if you just want to play around with the Necromancer blood build for the first time. Might be really fun actually to do like a blood Necromancer with the minions this season, because minions are also really good, but who knows. This one, the other one, on the other hand, Indira's Memory, was kind of weird. It basically made your Blood Wave fire off a bone skill, and it fires off like a bone spear. It's really weird. So Blood Wave is now additionally a bone skill, so it turns your Blood Wave into bone skills, which means you can scale your Blood Wave with your bone passives, which is really powerful. And then it also spawns a bone prison at the end, which is a little weird. I found it to be a little odd in the way that it worked, but it did seem like it could be kind of interesting from a perspective of like getting large amounts of bone prison damage from the bone segments exploding. Then it also, Bone Spear is additionally a blood skill, which means your Bone Spear now scales with blood passives, and it drains 10% maximum life each cast. After hitting an enemy, it consumes a corpse that launches an additional spear. The 10% life cast is tremendous, and you can blow through your mana, or your maximum life, really, really fast. So you might want to watch out for this one, because the 10% maximum life on each cast of Bone Spear is tremendous. So in 10 casts, your HP is gone. That's basically how that works. Let me pull up some of this more stuff here. They did a big pass on all of the ultimates as well, and I don't know if I have that here. They basically made it so that the ultimates can be made into like full skills all on their own. And I know I have that here somewhere. Yes. So ultimates basically get a rank 5 bonus now. And some of the rank 5 bonuses for ultimates are absolutely insane. And make it so that you could potentially build an entire character just around your ultimate. Which really wasn't something that you could do previously because of the way that the ultimates worked. But now you can. And it depends on the ultimate. Like, some ultimates have different bonuses than others. Some of them have scaling multipliers. Some of them have simple bonuses. But when I was playing around with them, I came across some absolutely insane ones that were going to make your characters just skyrocket in damage if you built into them. Going back to the Blood Wave from the pants, there is like a really good bonus with Blood Wave where you can stack up the damage on Blood Wave, for instance. And I might be playing around with that eventually.
The tree is missing some of its heads, which, spoilers, is actually a big deal.
Someone has stolen heads from the Tree of Whispers, and it is the Wanderer's role to discover the mystery behind who is taking the heads and to what end.
As you progress through the storyline, you work with the Coven, and in exchange for your help, they will give you their own powers. And then you can utilize these powers in Season of Witchcraft.
If you're not familiar, the Tree of Whispers is this ancient tree with heads. You can come and ask for favors from the tree itself, but it will ask for something in return.
Notoriously, no one has been able to get out of their deal with the Tree of Whispers. Until now.
Who is it that's been freeing these heads from the Tree of Whispers? And what are the fugitive heads themselves trying to accomplish now that they're free from the tree?
And these stolen heads are scattered all around Sanctuary, causing chaos and spreading strange rot, taking over the bodies of the living. Head rotten are what happens when a head from the Tree of Whispers attempts to graft itself onto an already living creature to reclaim that life. They retain some of the tree's power. Brambles and roots grow along the inside of these creatures, bursting out and causing them to essentially have a head detach. And they don't mind sacrificing their living victims in their pursuit to live again.
During the course of the season of witchcraft, you're going to work with different witches to help solve the mystery of the missing heads.
The witches of Hawazar are a coven of witches and chose to serve the Tree of Whispers in exchange for its power. At this point, hatred is spreading all throughout Sanctuary, and for the first time, it's managed to launch an attack at the Tree of Whispers. And though the tree is still standing, it's definitely worse for wear. And the witches that are bound to the tree have to set things right. Investigate, hunt down these heads, and through gathering strength in their witch powers to deal with the encroaching threat, they will be able to uncover what the mystery is.
In exchange for your help, the witches are offering you their witch powers. And this season, you're going to be able to tap into 3 major categories of witchcraft power.
Una has eldritch powers, which are tied to the cycle of life and death.
Eldritch powers are the witch's form of dealing damage directly to enemies in the form of fire damage, burning damage, shadow damage.
Galena has power over psyche, which is illusion and seeing the unseen.
Powers of the mind, will, and soul. And they're the ones that protect you in battle. Growth and decay powers are powers of the swamp.
Caden deals with the body, disease and poultices, familiars.
They're the ones that decay your enemies and heal you in battle.
So you might be going for a fire sorceress, for example, and decide that you want to have ancient mystical frogs helping you in some way. These are going to be things that you're going to play with to get new levels of power and unique builds that really are special to just this season.
Every class can use every power for every build.
There is also lost witchcraft power that can be found while you're adventuring.
This is a special witchcraft power that exists outside the purview of traditional witchcraft powers. So as players progress through the storyline and they complete Whispers, they will earn a seasonal currency. This seasonal currency is used to, 1, purchase witch powers, and also upgrade your witchcraft powers. An example of an eldritch power would be a new power, Doom Orb, an ominous orb of pure eldritch energy that circles you and burns enemies with fire damage. Doom Orb gets stronger as you slay enemies and will eventually explode. Doom Orb will also launch itself at enemies if no enemies are near you. So we do have some returning fan favorites coming back in Season of Witchcraft. Players who are fans of our franchise will remember some of these powers are from Diablo 3, specifically the Witch Doctor. Fire Bats is returning from Diablo 3. Those who have played the Witch Doctor also remember the Hex skill, the Toad of Hugeness. However, it's been reimagined for Diablo 4 and Season of Witchcraft. This is the Poison Frog Servant.
I just think it's adorable, and I want to have a murderous pet frog follow me through Sanctuary.
Of all the witchcraft powers, something tells me that players are probably going to be the most excited about Piranha. It's effectively a whirlwind of water and chomping piranhas that will just shred your enemies to pieces. And yes, it does pull enemies towards it.
So players will be unlocking and upgrading their various witchcraft powers through performing headhunts. You're going to see that there's an area in the world where the Tree of Whispers has detected fugitive heads. The head rotten are there. You need to go hunt them down. When they interact with other monsters in the world of Sanctuary, best case scenario, they horrifically corrupt that monster to become a new headless form of itself. Worst case, they actually affix themselves to a monster and become a new boss-like entity that has this ancient rotting head on top of this now puppeteered body.
There is a horror in them, a sort of Frankenstein-esque monster. So they have more humanoid traits, but even stronger powers.
Like flaming swords they're going to be throwing at you, or they might be using poison axes that are hurled your way, or even shadow spears that tear up the ground. So these are going to be some new encounters that you've never seen before. As you perform various whispers in the area, hopefully you see briars out in the world. These are going to indicate that there's a head rotten there. If you manage to successfully take down one of the head rotten and claim a fugitive head, this can be returned to the witches at the Tree of Whispers, and you're going to get special seasonal Soctables as a reward. On top of that, there will be some new whispers out there. You might have a chance to help a bewitched frog, or there might be a lost wisp that needs to find its way home. As you engage in these whispers, you're going to get reputation with the witches, as well as seasonal currency that you can use to unlock and upgrade your witch powers. So we've seen a lot of great feedback from our players on what are the various features that they most want to see in Diablo 4 to make our game even better. One that's come up quite a few times is an armory. When you save a build in the armory, it's going to take a snapshot of everything currently on your character. Skill tree, paragon boards, your glyphs on those boards, and all of your gear. Players will be able to access the armory UI from any major city. You're going to be able to pursue multiple different builds on one class at the same time. This can be pretty cool when leveling up, but it's especially fun once you get into the end game. At that point, whenever you find a cool item that, oh man, this is really strong, but not for the build I'm running right now, oh, but you can still use it. You can still save out separate sets and try to pursue getting really powerful setups of very different versions of your class at the same time. I am excited of what it could feel like to constantly be swapping between these different builds and seeing which one is the most powerful.
I'm excited for people to just immerse themselves in the season.
Me personally, I'm very likely going to be running a companion druid build with the grow power to have a giant werewolf army. Hell yes.
We have a quest line that is different and emotionally gut-wrenching.
New witch powers, fugitive heads, new whispers.
Really interesting bosses that have unique attack patterns.
New uniques, legendaries, and new runes for Vessel of Hatred players.
There's a lot to try out here, some builds that have never been present before. I'm excited to see what players do with it.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our first Diablo stream of 2025. We had an excellent holiday break, super relaxed, and very excited to bring you Season of Witchcraft.
Yes.
As you might have seen,
so excited. This
Tuesday, we announced Season of Witchcraft is coming on January 21st. We've got an excellent show for you today. Today we're joined by some familiar faces. You know, Mr. Charles Dunn, welcome.
Hi, I'm Charles. I'm a game designer on the Live Balance team.
And I'm Aislinn Hall. I am a systems designer on Live Balance.
Aislinn, great to have you back. And all the way from Albany, New York, Mr. Dan Tangway, welcome back to the stream.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Dan Tangway. I'm the design director for Live Services.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Dan. As you can all see, Season of Witchcraft is upon us. Huge shout out to our production team. We've got some absolutely disgusting heads that we bored from the Tree Whispers. You can't see on this guy yet. I might give him a spin later on, but the teeth on him are absolutely horrible. Yeah, without further ado, to give you a brief overview for the stream, we're going to walk you through the seasonal content, so Season of Witchcraft. Excited to get into it. Then we'll head over to some class and balance updates, give you a brief preview of some new uniques coming to the season. Should be pretty exciting. And then we'll have some system updates and get into some exciting features coming with Season of Witchcraft that have been much anticipated for a long time. Then stick around because we'll do a Q&A towards the tail end of the stream, and we'll get into all your questions. So I do have Twitch chat open that I'm looking at, and we will be collecting questions throughout the stream for our devs to answer. But before we jump into Season of Witchcraft, we do want to cast ourselves all the way back to the start of December where we had the 2.1 PTR. Thank you to everyone who jumped into this PTR. There was a ton of content, and we did have some exciting features. Like, I gotta ask you, Aislinn, like, how did it feel to get the armory finally into
Oh
people's
my
hands?
gosh, I've been waiting for so long. I'm so glad it's finally here. The armory feels amazing to use. It's so great to finally have it in the game. Anyone who hasn't had a chance to try it yet, it's going to be a godsend in Season 7. You're going to love it. It's just such a useful tool, and we'll go more into the details later, but wonderful.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Oh,
Charles, did you get any feedback on uniques?
Yeah.
Any of the balance changes or?
yeah, from the PTR, we got a lot of great feedback on balance and all the new content for classes, like the new uniques, new legendaries, all the tweaks and adjustments to skills. Your feedback's been invaluable. Not only like feedback written up on social media or on our forums or elsewhere, but also just like in the raw data, the player data, our telemetry has been very helpful in making sure that this season and every season is as best as it can be when it actually launches.
Yeah, that's a great point, Charles. Like, one thing we did want to touch on is, even if you don't see your feedback represented throughout the stream, because we will be touching on different feedback across all the sections from our PTR, we do still internalize all that feedback and take it through and help, make decisions throughout future seasons. So all the feedback is very much appreciated and really does help inform that content. But yeah, there was a ton to chew on in the PTR. Like, we had all our witchcraft powers in there. Like, there's an absolute smattering of content. But very excited to throw it over to Dan Tangway. Can you let us know what players can expect in Season of Witchcraft?
Yeah, let's talk about the Season of the Witchcraft. There's a lot to cover at this point. You got a bigger chunk of it than you had in previous seasons in the PTR, but still, we've got some surprises in store that we want to share with y'all. So let's get started. First off, the Season of Witchcraft. Dozens of heads are missing from the Tree of Whispers. And so the tree is hell-bent and really just ticked off. It wants to find them. I mean, these heads were part of a bargain. The tree is all about keeping your word, and now that bargain is broken. So yeah, the tree's mad. Full stop. Now the witches have summoned you to the tree, and they're offering you a deal. If you can get those heads back for them, they'll offer you the secrets of witchcraft. So that's where we begin. And the first thing, we're going to have an all-new quest line. And that new quest line is going to be you unraveling the mystery of those missing heads. And while you're doing that, like I said, you're going to be earning wild witchcraft and occult gems. We have a new activity called Head Hunts, and that's going to allow you to pursue whispers, slay Head Rotten, which is the new enemies, the new family of enemies that we have this season, and find those missing heads. In addition to the Head Hunts, you're also going to have Root Holds. These are new micro dungeons that allow you to discover bonus Head Rotten and also their bosses. And then finally, we've got some updates to the season journey that we'll cover, including a new pet named Dorian, which is a pet raven. This is our first flying pet, so we're pretty excited about that. Let's talk about some of the powers. So witchcraft, at least as we're defining it this season, it allows its practitioners to call upon the power of the swamp to do their bidding. And there are 3 schools of magic within witchcraft. We've got Eldritch Witchcraft, and that's uncanny magic that, is just weird and bizarre and very of the swamp. You've got Psyche powers. These are powers of the mind and spirit. And we've got Growth and Decay, and that's magic that both heals and harms your enemies. Going to take a look at some of these in action. So first up, we're going to have Eldritch powers once we get our clip going. And right here, we're seeing that we've got Fire Bats, which is a classic power from the Witch Doctor that we brought back this season, paired up with Doom Orb. Next up, we've got some Psyche powers here, and we're using Vengeful Spirit, which is kind of hanging around you and zooming between enemies, and the Aura of Lament, where you see these psychic projections of hands come out of the ground and slow your enemies. And finally, we've got Growth and Decay magic, and you watch right there, your wolves got really big all of a sudden. That's Grow magic, and that's been paired up with the Poison Frog, which you see in the corner, wailing away on the Head Rotten there. So those are some good examples of the types of magics that you're going to be able to use in this season, and you'll start seeing them sprinkled all throughout the rest of the clips that we're about to show you. Next up, let's talk about the Head Hunts. So I said before the tree was really mad, right? Because it's missing its heads. And so what it's doing is actually calling out all new whispers, and it's just furiously searching for these heads. but it can't do it on its own. So when it calls out a particular zone, because it knows roughly where the heads are, it calls its agents to help it out, and you're one of the tree's agents, so you can go and solve some of those whispers and get rewarded for them. Now, the headhunts are special zone takeovers that complement the HellTide. So folks on the PTR called them witch tides. Sure, you can call them that. But the idea is that these aren't just replacing HellTides, they're there to supplement them in terms of what you can do in the overworld. Now, these are going to be swarming with head rotten, those enemies we talked about before. The head rotten are monsters that have fallen under the influence of the missing heads, and the heads have transformed them in really grotesque ways. Now, these head hunts, like I mentioned, are going to feature all new whispers mixed with some existing ones as well. Completing a whisper unlocks what's called an exposed root, and that gives you a chance of actually triggering what is a cocoon. And these uprooted cocoons have a chance of then spawning a head rotten boss. So every time you complete a whisper, you've got a chance at triggering a boss. And occasionally a boss will spawn from one of these, and then everyone in the zone can work together to try and take down that boss. And if you're really lucky, that boss will have one of the missing heads associated with it. So let's take a look at some of this in action here. Now, first up, we're going to check out one of our new whispers. This is a shepherd whisper. This is allowing you to, guide some of these innocent wildlife in this area to safety. Very simple, but, the witches want to make sure that no one's harmed by the head rotten. Next up, we've got some villagers that are trapped in bramble in an entangled whisper. And so you're trying to defeat all the enemies around there in order to free the villager there. Following that, we're actually going to get a view of one of the exposed roots as it transforms into this uprooted cocoon. And so much like some other open world boss fights, there's going to be some combat leading up to the boss spawning. And that first cocoon actually didn't have a boss in it, but you still got some rewards from it. So we're going to see if this second cocoon has a boss in it. So we're, continuing to clear head rotten, and indeed a boss does spawn. Now, unfortunately, it's not a boss with a missing head. This is a headless husk, but still, it's going to be pretty rewarding to defeat this. So hopefully everyone in the area realizes that, there's a boss in the area and they're going to come help you defeat this. And yeah, that is a good peek at what head hunts are going to be. But let's go back to the tree now, because I really want to take you through some of the steps on how to learn new witchcraft. So let's talk about that. So the first thing that's really important when you want to learn new witchcraft is that you're always going to be earning Covenant's favor from completing whispers. And that's going to unlock new witchcraft at certain tiers of the Coven favor board. Now, additionally, as you're killing those head rotten that I showed you before, you're going to be earning Restless Rot. Now, Restless Rot is something that you can offer as proof of a kill to the altar to earn that, and then you can use it also to upgrade your witchcraft directly in your UI. One final note I want to make here is that we decided to use witchcraft and the seasonal powers as a way to help boost your alts. So that means that whenever you upgrade and unlock a piece of witchcraft, that's going to stay upgraded and unlocked for all your characters on your account for the rest of the season. So it's going to be a great leg up for, trying new characters in the future. Well, let's take a look at some of this in action. All right, so here we are in the Tree of Whispers area, and we're looking at the Coven rep board. And we'll see right up here that on rank 7, you actually unlock some more witchcraft. So we're going to go over to our altar now. Now at the altar, we're going to take a look at a list of things that you haven't learned yet. And each of these costs Restless Rot to earn. And so you're going to learn Grow. And now Grow has appeared in your witchcraft inventory to the right. And you're also going to look at upgrading Abyssal Resonance. That was a bit of a mouthful. And we can upgrade it from rank 3 to 4 by just applying the Restless Rot directly. But head hunts aren't the only places that you're going to be able to find head rotten. Let's go, actually no, I'm skipping ahead. Let's talk about Forgotten Altars first. So there's a bit of a twist on earning some of your witchcraft. Not all the witchcraft that you can learn is actually known by the witches of Hawazar, or the tree for that matter. Some of it has just been lost to the world. And so these take the form of lost powers that you can find on Forgotten Altars out in the dungeons of Sanctuary. So as you're adventuring through your dungeons, you will find some lost powers that you can't get anywhere else. And so it should be pretty exciting to stumble across one of these. Can't remember if there's a clip or not here, so let's take a look. Yeah, there it is indeed. And so real quick, you know, going through a dungeon, you see a Forgotten Altar, you interact with it, and then a new power is unlocked. Now the cool thing about these is that if you find more altars, you can upgrade your powers by doing this, but you can also upgrade them through spending a premium price of Restless Rot. So you've got a couple options for upgrading these once you're able to find them. Now we're going to talk about the root holds, I think. So root holds. Root holds are micro dungeons, and so these micro dungeons are home to some of the head rotten and the head rotten bosses and the missing heads. They've gotten a little wise to what the tree's up to, so they're trying to hide underground. And so each of these contains a really concentrated population of head rotten and their rewards, and they require a new type of sigil called a Whispering Wood in order to access. And so these drop from whisper caches. So as you complete those whispers, you'll get more access to root holds, as well as silent chests, which actually are pretty common in the headhunt areas. So let's take a look at a root hold. First off, we're going to open our inventory, and in there is going to be a Whispering Wood. And we're just going to trigger that like we would any Nightmare dungeon. And then we're going to teleport right into our root hold. And I can take you through a little bit of that. All right, now we're in the root hold, and we're going to come upon a couple of interactions, actually 4. These are rites and ceremonies. These are interactions that allow you to increase the challenge in the root hold in order to get more rewards. And if it reminds you a little bit of Hell Breaches, well, it is pretty similar, but unlike those, you can actually do multiple rites and ceremonies instead of just one. And when you take those on, then all the enemies and all the interactions afterwards have been impacted. And so we're going to fight through some of the head rotten here. Like I said, root holds are a pretty good spot to get a concentrated dose of them. And you also get a number of guaranteed roots that you can try and uproot as well, which is great. We'll watch a little bit more of this, and then we'll culminate with a boss. One more battle first, but I'll say that each root hold is guaranteed to have a boss at the end, which is nice if you want to start really trying to grind to get your missing heads. Now let's take a look at the boss. Oh, well, this boss actually has a head, so that's pretty cool, because a lot of them don't. So we're going to kill that boss, and that boss is going to drop a missing head. And we're actually going to go take it back to the Tree of Whispers now. So taking it back to the Tree of Whispers, we're going to talk to a witch. And we're going to be able, in return for giving her this head, craft an occult gem. And this gem, I think we're going to craft as an Elder Sigil, and we're going to be able to slot that into one of our rings. So let's do that right now. Here we go. And the Elder Sigil is not only going to provide us some defense, like you would get from your a diamond or a skull that you've slotted into a ring or a not a talisman. But also it's going to give you some additional bonuses above and beyond that. But I'm dancing around it. What are occult gems? And so let's talk a little bit more about what occult gems are at this point. So occult gems are special socketables, and these socketables are going to really help you fine-tune your build after you have kind of a good foundation of witchcraft. Now they're crafted, like you saw, using the missing heads returned to the Tree of Whispers. They can only be slotted in jewelry slots, though, your talismans and your rings, and they only last for the season. Now, when items transfer to the Eternal Realm, they disappear forever. And they build on top of your witchcraft powers. You know, they're going to provide item and skill bonuses for certain witchcraft combinations. So if you really like the Piranado, for example, you're going to be investing in Hex and Aura. And if you invest a lot in Hex and Aura, it probably is wise to try and find an occult gem that also builds on top of those things as well. And that'll really allow you to fully enhance your build while you're entering and then playing through the end game. All right, so we've talked a bit about occult gems. While we were putting all this together for Season of Witchcraft, we also saw some really good opportunities to improve the quality of life of the Whisper Loop. So let's talk through a couple of those right now. First off, we've updated the town area around the Tree of Whispers. Previously, it was kind of small. It was, you know, home to a number of outcasts, and that group of outcasts has grown this season. Not only do the witches make home there, but there's a couple of new people there that provide additional services. And we've also actually put an extra armory in there too, so you can make use of that. Now, while you're out in headhunts, we've also added a new feature called the Raven of the Tree. And this allows you to basically make submissions to the Tree of Whispers, turn in your Grim Favor in order to be able to get a cache immediately on the spot, instead of having to return to the, you know, the Tree of Whispers itself. And, you know, it's convenient, sure, but it also allows you to really stay in the moment. If, for example, you know, a new boss is triggered or something like that from an uprooted cocoon, and you want to join in that, you go over to the Raven of the Tree, turn in your Grim Favor, and then get right back into the battle again. And finally, we've got some ancestral caches. These are a new type of cache that we've added that guarantees an ancestral item. And we wanted to make sure just that the Whisper Loop had, you know, full range of items that it could drop. So we're pretty excited to be able to share all of these with you, as well as some new improvements to the season journey. So let's talk through those real quick. Now, with the season journey, we realized that a lot of casual players use the season journey as a way to figure out what to do next. And we also realized that our early chapters hadn't really been helping the casual players as much as we would have liked. So we've reworked a lot of those early objectives to help casual players more, because we want to see more of them get into the end game. Now, the later chapters, though, didn't feel especially challenging to us, so we've tried to improve that. Chapter 7 especially, we've reworked to really provide some more aspirational goals for players. And this is something that we're just going to continue working on in future seasons as well. Now, we've asked you to do a lot more in terms of the objectives, so we wanted to make sure we gave you a really great reward too. So this is where you can earn Dorian the Raven. And like I said at the top, this is our first flying pet, which is pretty awesome. So let's take a look. You know, I am pretty excited to get Dorian. I have a feeling that flying pets are pretty much going to be my new favorite moving forward. So yeah, definitely looking forward to this one.
Oh yeah, Dorian's going to be wonderful. You know, Ravens love shinies, so him picking up your gold is just perfect.
Oh yeah, right on theme.
Yeah.
Great point.
Yeah. And finally, I think I'd like to chat through some PTR stuff. So Charles is going to cover a lot of the updates we made to the powers and occult gems, because that's what his team focused on. But the seasons team really focused on some of the headhunts and systems, and took a lot of your feedback and really tried to improve the game prior to launch. So here's a couple things that I just want to cover real quick. First off, the multiplayer headhunts felt overwhelming for a lot of new players. And so we've done a number of things to tweak the headhunts to make sure that they don't feel as overwhelming. First off, we've, you know, made some targeted reductions to the number of elites. There were just a lot of elites on the PTR. And so you're still going to have a lot of monster density as you're fighting through these headhunts. But hopefully this will make things a little more manageable, because we also had to reduce the number of, not the number of bosses, but the frequency at which they spawned. We've got bad luck protection to make sure that, you know, you will eventually see a boss spawn as you're playing through a headhunt, but we had to dial that down just a little bit because they were coming up quite often. We've also reduced the number of low-value item drops. You know, we had heard from a number of you that you were spending more time picking up a lot of items that really weren't good instead of actually battling the head rotten, which is what we want you to do. We've also reduced the number of active headhunt zones from 5 to 4. And
18
then finally,
months, Teddy.
we're
Thank
going
you.
to add a new HUD element. A number of folks had pointed out that it wasn't really clear that completing Whispers was the thing that actually triggered the roots and then the cocoons. And so we've got a HUD element that will definitely illustrate that better. Unfortunately, that's not going to come till release 2.1.1, which is going to be roughly 2 weeks out from launch. Now, head rotten, especially bosses, were not challenging enough, so that's another thing that we've looked to address. We've increased the head rotten barrier effect. Previously, it was around half health. We've made that full health now. And we gave the head rotten a very small percentage of damage reduction as well. We've given you a lot of cool new powers in form of witchcraft to play with. We want to make sure the head rotten serve as a good challenge for you as you're building out your witchcraft powers. Next up, head rotten bosses were just not rewarding enough across the board, so we've increased their rewards to a level that's closer to a blood maiden than what they were previously. And then finally, some players didn't quite understand how to earn and upgrade witchcraft, so we made some changes to help with that. Each altar is going to contain the same inventory now instead of having unique inventories, and that way you don't need to try and figure out which altar you need to go to in order to learn something. And we've also rewritten a lot of the tooltip descriptions to make sure that we're very clear about where you can go to get things. But yeah, I think that covers it for PTR learnings. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but I think I'll pass it back to Irvine.
No, I think you covered all of it, Dan. That was incredible. That was an absolute ton of content. There's just so much to dive into with this season. Like, I think I can speak for everyone, like between root holes, witchcraft powers, occult gems, like there's just so much in the mix to dive in and get used to. And like, it all kind of comes back to headhunts that you can kind of use as a zone to get through, like to get into all the content, which is super exciting. So Dan, thanks so much for walking us through all of that. I know we've got more details coming out in our patch notes following the stream, and we do have some of those witchcraft powers already existing in our blog. So if you want more information on those, you can check those out. But Dan's going to stick around because we will be bringing Dan back for our Q&A section at the end of the stream. So if you have any questions, you know, on Dorian the Raven or on witchcraft powers, occult gems, or anything to do with Season of Witchcraft, please drop those in chat and we'll grab them throughout the stream. But for all of you who are kind of theory crafting and build crafting and thinking about like, okay, what's my playstyle going to be for Season of Witchcraft? You're probably already thinking about the different occult gems, the different witchcraft powers, but to finish off that equation, of course, you need to get all the balance updates for this season. Yeah. So, Charles, can you take us through what's coming?
Of course, yeah. I'd love to talk about, you know, how you're going to attack these head rotten. Like, what is your build going to look like, and what are some of the new uniques and legendaries that you're going to get to play with in this season? First, before getting into each individual class,
Who the hell are these people?
Broader initiatives on the class design side that kind of affect every class in some way. Specifically, wanted to talk about how we did some ultimate skill updates in this patch. For ultimate skills, we're now we're able to get skill ranks on them starting in Season 6, the previous season. But now once you get them up to rank 5, you're going to get a special bonus. And we found these to be really flashy and fun on the PTR. People love playing with ultimates, and you get to cast them more often. They've got more effects. They had some scaling to ways to scale their damage with these rank 5 bonuses sometimes. We did find that some of those exact scaling numbers were a little on the higher side. They were a little bit more powerful and kind of crowding out non-ultimate builds. Right. We love that people are playing these and we want them to be powerful, but there are certainly some times when it's a little too much and it feels like you can't play anything else. Right. So we are taking a pass across the board on some of those ultimate scalings to bring them down just a little bit, but we still expect them to be very powerful and very fun. Secondarily, we've got the summons update. This was a big pass across summons from Necromancer, their skeletons, Druid companions, Rogue Shadow Clone is a big one.
Oh, yes.
And then even Sorcerer Conjurations and the Barbarian Ancients even. So for the summons update, without getting too technical into it, essentially what happened was all of the damage that your summons do is going to be attributed to the player. and not to a separate entity that's kind of separated from you. And what that ultimately means is that all of those summons will now inherit your damage bonuses more consistently. Anything that says you deal increased damage affects your summons. Just out of the box, it works for everything. It's just more consistent interaction across the board. Any of your lucky hit effects that says, hey, you've got a lucky hit chance to stun an enemy. All of the damage from your summons also can trigger that now. And this is great for consistency across the board. Previously, it was sometimes inconsistent what would work with what. And I'm particularly excited about Shadow Clone, as we'll talk about in the Rogue section coming up. But that was one that, historically really never hit the mark for an ultimate skill. And with this new update, we think Shadow Clone is going to really live up to the promise of really duplicating your actions in a way that feels meaningful and does tons of damage exactly like you'd expect it to.
Oh, it's going to be very powerful. I'm looking forward to it. And summons truly are just an extension of you now and all of your power. They're inheriting all of that properly, and they're going to blast. It's going to be great.
Absolutely. The one last kind of big picture item that we took away from the PTR was about crowd control effects. We noticed that there's a whole lot of what I'd call incidental crowd control effects, things that happen from lucky hits or procs, specifically from...
Oops.
We found that it was often the most common way to build your character in the late game was to really stack up these effects, and then you're just applying a lot of crowd control on this lucky hit cadence rather than actively pressing crowd control buttons or really opting into it. And we do think that once it gets to a certain point of that, it can make our combat less engaging, where enemies just randomly get stunned or frozen without you really having too much input into that. But then it also makes it very frustrating when you don't lucky hit and an enemy hits you that you expected to have got hit with this. So we're looking to potentially address that in a future season or future updates. We don't have any changes regarding the crowd control here in Season 7, but it's one of those examples of the learnings that we're going to take forward to future seasons and potentially look at improving this so that we can make our combat feel that much more engaging and actually get a little bit of back and forth between you and the enemies a bit more than there currently is, especially in the hyper late game situation when your characters are really maxed out. So with that in mind, let's get on to some of the individual classes, starting with the Barbarian. So the Barbarian on the Season 7 PTR was performing quite solidly. We were pretty happy with where Barbarian landed. We are really excited about Hammer of the Ancients and this Earthquake build with the new unique, which we'll show in a moment. We do think the Hammer of the Ancients part of that maybe could use a little bit more numerical buffs, so we threw some buffs there, as well as to Whirlwind. That build was definitely falling a bit behind some of the other builds. But on the whole, we definitely expect Barbarian to be really powerful and a strong option going forward. Let's take a look at that new unique item, the Mantle of Mountain's Fury.
Oh, yes.
This empowers your Hammer of the Ancients to cause a seismic line, and if that line hits an earthquake, it's going to explode that earthquake for massive damage. A big fire explosion. Looks so sweet.
It's very intense.
Very powerful.
Very,
and
very
right
powerful.
On the Barbarian fantasy of just, hitting things with big weapons, making earthquakes, making explosions.
Yeah, that's ludicrous.
I love it because the flavor of Hammer of the Ancients is hit the ground and smash it. And this is just taking that and amplifying it by 100 times.
Oh, absolutely. So really excited for this and to see how this build performs in Season of the Witchcraft. Up next, we've got the Sorceress. So the Sorceress, kind of in contrast to the Barbarian, was by far the weakest class on the PTR. No getting around that. We made some adjustments going into this season that we think maybe overshot and brought Sorceress down a little further than we'd be happy with.
They nerfed the crap out of her.
Particularly changes to Conjuration and Burning bonuses. We're happy with how that affected build variety, but the overall power level suffered. So with that in mind, we're going to do a lot of buffs mainly on the passive effects for the class to really kind of bring all of their numbers up by just a little bit across the board. I specifically wanted to call out our changes to Searing Heat and Icefall. These are legendary Paragon nodes that previously were very build specific, like you would only use Searing Heat in a burning build. We've made some tweaks to it where it's still good in a burning build, it's probably better, but it also has some applications across all builds and all damage types. So these will just be a little bit more generically applicable, but still very good for the build that they were initially intended for.
Right.
With that in mind, I want to show some of the updates to Firebolt enchantment. This is one that we had reworked as part of those burning changes, and we thought even on the PTR it wasn't quite hitting the mark. So now, dealing burning damage, if you take this enchantment, will have a chance to heal you for some of your maximum life, which it already did, and it also unleashes a bonus Firebolt onto a nearby enemy. So that you can see in this clip here, when enemies are burning, they're just randomly firing off some extra firebolts to nearby enemies that can really help to spread that burning and take down big packs.
Yeah, it's
That's kind of cool.
chain firebolt.
That's kind of cool.
Exactly. Yeah. Also, wanted to highlight some of the new uniques coming in this season. So Sorceress has 2. The Strike of Stormhorn is a unique focus that's going to modify your ball lightning to give you super ball lightnings sometimes. So it'll always fire out straight forward, and it's a little bit faster. And occasionally you'll get the super ball lightning, which will explode for a big chunk of damage at the end in a cone shape, and also stun enemies.
It's kind of like going bowling.
Exactly, and you get a strike.
It's not very good.
Exactly. Alternatively, you could take the other unique focus that is being introduced in this season, Okun's Catalyst, to kind of play Ball Lightning the way it's often been played in the past with this gravitational effect. We've done some reworks on the gravitational aspect that previously did that, and now it will be in this unique, where the Ball Lightnings will orbit around you and do damage to enemies who are close by. You really want to get close and in that action, whereas with Strike of Stormhorn, you're playing at a little bit more of a range.
Right.
We really like how we're doing these like paired uniques where you kind of have a choice. Hey, what focus do I want to use? They are going to be mutually exclusive. You can't have both.
But
that's because they're so different and they're different play styles. But we think putting these into different uniques gives us the space to really live up this fantasy, give you lots of affixes and bonuses that make it as powerful and really to help enhance that fantasy that we're hoping to play.
Yeah, and Okun's Catalyst really gives you that like transformative ball lightning experience, which is like the orbiting ball lightning. But Strike of Stormhorn kind of just amplifies the original ball lightning experience, which is just shoot it out and have it explode in this magnificent blast of energy. So I love that we are allowing both of those to shine.
It's worse than the original.
All right, on to the
lightning.
next class. We've got the
I was
Druid.
really hoping they were going to fix it.
So the Druid on the PTR did have one bugged build. One of their legendary Paragon nodes was causing their damage to scale way higher than we intended. Occasionally would even kind of break the game and go, you'd see negative damage numbers. Definitely not intended. We fixed that bug. But despite that, we think Druid on the whole was still in a solid place even without that. We've made a number of adjustments and reworked the blurred beast aspect. This is one that we had tried out a rework on the PTR, and it wasn't quite hitting the mark. It wasn't quite as engaging to play as we had hoped, so we did a rework to it to help improve the shred builds for Werewolf.
Shred sucks.
Additionally, I wanted to highlight some of the Spirit Boon updates. These were the Druid class mechanic. You get these Spirit Boons. Historically, they've been a little bit falling behind, and we've done some big buffs here to make them really powerful. I especially like the Gift of the Stag. It's my favorite one. It gives you passive spirit generation every second.
Yeah.
That really helps smooth out the Druid's early game in particular when they're struggling to really get their resource engine online. They were definitely one of the slower classes early on, and I think this update to the Spirit Boons is going to really help that.
Yeah, totally. And that's just such a great example of how the update is going to help them because Druids have typically struggled with generating spirit in the early game, and so having more access to that's going to help a ton.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Blurred Beast rework. So on the PTR, it would do some bonus strikes based on how far you traveled. Now your shred will just always have a chance to land additional strikes, but it's going to roll that randomness 4 times. So if you get real lucky on your shred, you're going to hit so many times on that target, which really helps amplify the fantasy of Werewolf striking fast, striking multiple times.
Yeah, this aspect is super fun to play, and I absolutely love what the art team did with this, combining the mechanics of that feedback on the extra strikes with the actual additional slashes going out. It looks awesome.
All right, on to the Rogue.
Can't breathe.
So the Rogue was a very strong class on the PTR. We thought it was in a great spot, very powerful, particularly with Rain of Arrows.
Yeah.
Rain of Arrow builds were already a pretty common, pretty powerful build before the season, but with the new changes to introduce the additional scaling damage on it, they were just absolutely top.
Yeah.
So I will say that, of course, as part of addressing the ultimate changes across the board, we did bring down the scaling a little bit on Rain of Arrows, but we do think that it's still going to be a very compelling choice. Rogue and ultimate skills are going to be just fine
Oh,
going
yeah.
forward into the season.
It'll be good.
Also, I wanted to talk a little bit about Shadow Clone. I know I teased that earlier with the summons update. Shadow Clone was probably one of the biggest updates in this season to really make sure it worked with all of your damage, all of your bonus effects, all of your procs, and especially work with a lot of your legendary effects that modify your skills. So previously, if you had, say, if you're using Flurry and you had the aspect of encircling blades that would cause Flurry to hit all around you, your Shadow Clone wouldn't know that you have that. It would just kind of attack like a normal Flurry. With this update, it'll now copy all of your legendary effects. Just as if you were casting the skill yourself, it comes from the Shadow Clone, and it works with all of those modifications.
And that's huge.
Absolutely
It's a
huge.
lot more damage.
Yeah. I really think, I love Rain of Arrows, I love Death Trap, the other ultimate options on Rogue, but I think Shadow Clone, it's its time to shine this season.
Shadow Clone, hit the gym.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at a clip of the new Shadow Clone in action. So here we've got the Aspect and Encircling Blades, the Flurry that I had mentioned earlier,
Looks nice.
doing the big AoE around both you and the Shadow Clone. Additionally, with twisting blades, when they come back and orbit around you, that Blade Dancer's aspect, they'll also come back and orbit around your Shadow Clone.
Wonderful.
Charles, you're going to make me do a Rogue Flurry Shadow Clone build this season.
Yeah, it should be great. Let me know how that works out. All right, on to the Necromancer. So the Necromancer was probably the class that benefited most from a bug with the scaling of the ultimates. As I mentioned, there were some scaling with different stats.
Yeah.
And whenever there was 2 stats involved, particularly on Army of the Dead, then it was actually increasing the damage far higher than we had intended. So we have fixed that bug, and we've addressed it. But with that in mind, Necromancer is definitely the biggest benefit of the summons update. I know Shadow Clone is great, but Necromancer is the summons class.
Of course.
So they have by far the most. All of their skeletons and their golems are now going to much more consistently interact with your lucky hit procs, your bonus damage effects. Anything that increases your damage output will also increase the damage output of your minions. And on the whole, we really expect the summon Necromancer to be at its peak going into this season.
Amazing.
So channeling my Adam Jackson here. Minion stomps high.
Minion stomps are absolutely going up this season, for sure. Additionally, we've got some new, just like the Sorcerer, we've got 2 uniques that talk to Bloodwave, the unique, or the legendary, the ultimate skill. Right. We've got 2 different unique pants that can enhance your Bloodwave in different ways. Let's take a look at a clip of those. So first we've got Indriel's Memory, and this is going to be kind of your standard Bloodwave. It still flies forward, but when it hits the end, it's going to trap enemies in a bone prison. Additionally, it modifies your Bone Spear to also become a blood skill. Now you've got a Blood Spear.
Right.
And with the inherent affix here, casting your Bone Spear reduces Bloodwave's cooldown. It really promotes the synergy between blood and bone, and you're going to get a nice loop of, hey, cast the Bloodwave, and then trap them in that bone prison. Hey, that's perfect for lining up this Blood Spear. And by casting that, you're going to reduce the cooldown in a Bloodwave to be ready for the next pack.
Right. This unique alone really makes blood and bone, like a blood and bone build, come alive. Which is
This one was okay.
Absolutely.
This one's okay. Wait till you see the next one.
Alternative, you could use Kasemi's Legacy. This one changes Bloodwave. Instead of 1 wave going forward, you've got 2 crashing in from both sides. And it's going to pull enemies towards you, and when it hits, it's going to do a big pulse of damage in the middle.
That's awesome.
It's
This
so
one's
cool.
amazing.
It's very transformational in the way you think about it, the way you position it, and what your use case is, right? It's not for pushing enemies away. It's for bringing them in close and really wanting to be in the thick of combat there.
Yeah, it really makes me think about like a more melee or close range centered necro build, whereas Indira's Memory makes me think about a ranged necro build.
Absolutely. This is, pulls them in, perfect for setting up a blood surge to hit enemies right around you. So definitely looking forward to see, a Bloodwave being played in a number of different ways in this new season. And finally, we've got the Spiritborn, of course, our newest class, which is very strong. It was very
Nerfed
strong
into
in the
the
previous season,
dirt.
or what's
Nerfed
currently live on
into
season
the
6.
dirt.
We did some adjustments to some of the bugged interactions that was causing their damage to scale way higher than intended, as well as a handful of nerfs across the board going into the PTR. That being said, on the PTR, we still found them to be a very strong class, arguably still the strongest. So with that in mind, we didn't really make too many changes. We really wanted to make sure that we brought some of the other classes up to that level, and we think the Spiritborn is in a good place. So there was actually very minimal amount of numerical adjustments to Spiritborn going into this season. With that in mind, I wanted to highlight the Razor Wings build. There's a new unique item, the Sunstained War Crozier, as well as a new aspect, the aspect of Endless Talons. That's going to really help enhance this Razor Wing build. I think we've got a clip of that. So we've got the Sunstained War Crozier, and that's going to enhance all of your focus skills. They automatically benefit from all of our upgrades. You don't need to invest skill points in there. And by casting it, you increase the damage of your potency skill, your Razor Wings, whenever you're casting focus skills.
As Razor Wings is a potency skill.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so we're really looking forward to seeing how this Razor Wings was maybe a little bit underrepresented on the current season, and we're really looking forward to this unique and the new legendary to really bring it up to par. All right, so that covers our class updates, and once again, I kind of went at high level for each class because the actual number of changes were rather, there was a lot more that we didn't want to just throw up all the numbers for every single class. So I kind of painted a broad picture. Make sure you check out the patch notes for the actual changes that should be coming right after this stream.
Yeah, the patch notes are massive, so buckle up for those. They're quite long. If we
sure.
went through those, that would be like a 4-hour stream. So,
Right.
yeah. But dive into those post-stream, absolutely.
Luckily for some of the occult gems and witch power updates, we could fit kind of all the changes onto the side. So we're going to go into a bit more numbers here. So let's take a look at what we made updates on the occult gems. I think on the whole, occult gems were pretty strong. They were really hitting that mark of they were appealing to put into your jewelry, the rings and the amulet. And they give you a lot of defense and a lot of other bonuses. Some of the bonuses maybe a touch high, so we brought some of them down by just a little bit.
Right.
We still think on the whole these are going to be really exciting moments to be able to craft these once you get those heads. I really like to call out the update to Witching Hour here at the end. This is a occult gem that modifies your core skill to gain the Eldritch tag, and that enables some really interesting synergies that you'll be able to explore once you get your hands on the full witchcraft system. But when it had a timer of 5 seconds in order to do this, it was really hard to build around.
Yeah.
And now reducing that down to 1 second means you can much more consistently benefit from this effect, and it really opens up the build possibilities with the Witching Hour occult gem.
It was a bit too slow paced for how fast Diablo 4 is right now, but with 1 second on the timer, it should be a lot more playable.
For sure. We've also made some updates to the witch powers themselves, and for the witch powers, we think in general these were probably a touch weaker than we'd like. So across the board, there's some numerical improvements, especially on the Poison Frog Servant. My favorite,
yes.
the little frog.
The wee beastie.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, he got a big buff. Love that guy following us around and spitting the poison and exploding if he ever dies.
Yep.
So yeah, on the whole, we think witch powers were pretty good. I love how flashy they are in particular. And just how impactful they look and feel. Art team did a great job with all of these.
Knocked it out of the park.
All right, and with that in mind, there's also still one additional new witch power that we did not have on the PTR.
yes.
We've got the Force of Will. Now, this is a Psyche witch power that empowers your overpowers. When you kill an enemy, your next overpower is going to gain some increased damage up to a maximum. And if you rank it up to at least rank 4, it'll empower your next 2 overpowers.
Excellent.
This was one that we were not able to get out on the PTR in time. It had some issues, but it was being in development. But for the actual season launch, we're going to have this out there and available. We know it kind of really rounds out the roster of which powers that were available.
Yep.
We had one less Psyche power than the others. This is the last one. And we didn't really have too much support in there for overpower builds, and now we do.
Voila.
So really excited about this one and help to empower overpower. All right, so I think that wraps up all of our balance changes. Once again, check out the patch notes for the exact details. But hope this, gets your minds turning for build crafting for next week when the season launches.
Yeah, there is absolutely a ton to chew on. Like, I went into the stream absolutely thinking I was going to roll Spiritborn again, and now I'm thinking I'm going to have to go Barb or Shadowclone Rogue. Like,
Those are so sweet.
I've got my decisions cut up for me, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And with the armory, you're going to be able to pick, one class and a bunch of builds from all of them.
Aislinn, I think, what better thing to get into now than tell us about the armory?
Oh, yeah, I would love to. Yeah, so for those who don't know, the armory is a tool that you can use to basically save a loadout that you've constructed. So you're going to be able to save your skills that you've picked. You're going to be able to save the equipment you've used. You're going to be able to save the Paragon points you've put in. And you're going to be able to imprint it onto one of these slots in the armory you see on the left here in this image. Like this build, or excuse me, this character has Crush Hand, Touch of Death, or Touch Set, Quill, Razor Wings, and Payback. So, this is a Spiritborn that has saved a bunch of different builds there. It's really wonderful because, if you want to try a different build, like if you want to try Touch of Death, but you've spent a really long time working on Crushing Hand, you don't have to worry about changing all of that manually anymore with the armory. You can just do it automatically. Once you've created that build, you save it, and then you can swap to it whenever you want. These loadout slots are also character bound. So, you make a Spiritborn, and then you decide you later want to swap to a Necro or, whatever. You're going to be able to ensure that you have a lot of variety to play in each character class. Another thing about loadouts is that they don't cost gold to change, so you're not going to have a bunch of significant gold overhead when you're actually swapping these, so you don't have to worry about that at all, which is very nice. The armory can be accessed through a bunch of different places in Sanctuary as well, including major cities, the Dark Citadel, the Tree of Whispers, of course, which is a major focal point of Season 7, and training areas, so that if you're trying to test certain things, you can really easily make adjustments without having to, spend a lot of time on that. And finally, we've got a few PTR updates where we gathered feedback from the PTR. We have improved the button clarity from the PTR. If you see in the image the little highlighted white box section, that should be more clear than it was in the PTR. And we heard you guys about easier loadout deletion. We're going to make sure that that is much easier to do in 2.11. And next up, we have some gameplay updates. So these are just some miscellaneous things that are coming in Season 7 related to systemic gameplay. So I'll just go through these one by one here. We have Paragon Migration. So any experience that you earn on your Paragon levels in the seasonal realm, once the season is over, are going to be added to your Eternal Realm your Eternal Realm Paragon level. So if you earn a bunch of Paragon XP in Season 6, and then Season 6 ends, all of that Paragon XP is going to be added to your Eternal Paragon level, which is going to make reaching Paragon level 300 a lot more attainable for a lot of folks on the Eternal Realm, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, you just get progress every season over season on your Eternal Realm Paragon to make sure you can really reach the heights of that, even if you're just a seasonal player for the most part.
Yep.
When you hop into the Eternal Realm, all of that progress is going to be carried over.
Yeah, and it's actually going to be really nice because I think the way I like to think about it is it's, even if you don't play on the Eternal Realm, it's kind of like a window into how much you've played the game and how much effort you've put in, and you get to look at that number and be like, that just gets higher and higher. It's great. Next up, we have some unique power roll updates. So something that you might notice when you are finding unique items is that if they roll ancestral and they drop with greater affixes, that doesn't affect the actual unique power roll itself in any way. So it was possible to find, for example, a 3 or 4 greater affix unique, but then the actual power roll itself min-rolled. And that could feel pretty deflating.
Oh, yeah.
Because you would get really excited that you found a unique that you wanted that had all the GAs, and then you look and it doesn't actually feel very usable because the power roll itself was very low. We're changing this in Season 7. So now the power roll floor changes based on the number of greater affixes that the unique has. So the more greater affixes it has, the higher guaranteed roll on the unique power you're going to get. So when you do see that 3 or 4 greater affix unique you want, you know it's going to absolutely slap, which is awesome.
Yeah, definitely. That was always a little bit of a frustrating experience when you get really excited for an item drop, but then you're like, well, is it really better than what I currently have? You know, you had to stop and think about that based on the affixes and the unique power roll. But now, if you get a 3 or 4 GA, hey, it's going to be powerful. It may not be guaranteed to be the best one, but it's going to be one of the more powerful rolls.
Yeah, absolutely. And next up, we have some other ancestral item changes. So something you may have noticed if you were playing a lot of Season 6 is that ancestral items are the only ones that can have the top aspect rolls. And what that meant was that those ancestral items were still rolling randomly. So like, let's just say for the sake of argument that a non-ancestral item with an aspect could roll up to rank 8 on that aspect. But then the ancestral version could roll up to rank 11. That ancestral item was still randomly, like totally randomly rolling among all the different ranks. And that made it seem really, well, it didn't seem, it was very rare to find the top end of these aspect rolls, which actually wasn't the case in previous seasons. And we were all feeling that in Season 6. And for the completionists out there and the people who want to make sure that they have the best version of the aspects that they can, we wanted to make sure that we changed that. So now when you find these ancestral items, they are going to gravitate more towards the top end of those aspect rolls, and it should be much easier to actually fill out your collection of aspects than it was before in Season 6. And then as just a totally separate but wonderful thing, we were working on like how often ancestral items should actually drop as a baseline, and we've just bumped that up in Season 7. So you should, in general, find more ancestral items than you did before. And this is like something that feels very small, but has a big impact on the season as a whole. So that should feel a lot better in Season 7 as well. And finally, something else that we were noticing in Season 6 was that people were finding tons and tons of gem fragments and sometimes even capping out their gem fragments if you played enough. And this problem was exacerbated in Season 6, and we want to make sure that you have something to do with those gem fragments. So we created a gem fragment conversion at the Jewel Crafter. So we have a little clip to just show what that looks like here. So we're in Zarbinzet as a sorcerer, and we're next to the jeweler. We're going to talk to them. There's a little tab where you can go to jewelry crafting. And once you're in the late game and you've already crafted all your grand gems, and you don't actually have much to do with your gem fragments anymore, now you can just directly convert them into jewelry. So you can craft rings and you can craft amulets, and it will give you a little cache that will have a randomly rolled item. And this is just, again, it's a nice dump, basically, once you want to just, once you finish all your grand gems and you just want to find some extra gear. And these can roll as ancestral items, which is wonderful. And amulets and rings can, they have a wide range of potentially useful stats. And so being able to just roll those more is really nice because you can actually like target farm the things you need.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Really excited for that.
Yep, for sure. And finally, we have some kind of more quality of life centered or early game updates that should be really nice going forward season over season. So now that we're in Season 7 of Diablo 4, it's possible that you may have made a character of any given class and you might be doing it again. And it's not always the most fun to go through the same content over and over. And so because of that, we wanted to make sure that you didn't actually have to do your class quest to unlock your class mechanic every single time you make a new character. So for example, if you made a sorcerer and you unlocked enchantments previously, you're not actually going to have to do that again. So when you hit level 15 on a new sorcerer in any realm, you're immediately going to unlock an enchantment slot because the game knows that you already did that before. You can, however, still do the class quest if you would like, but you do not have to. And again, just to reiterate, you do have to do the class quest at least once on any character, and then on your account, it's unlocked forever. And to go along with this change, we have a new cache that we like to call archetype cache, or archetype caches rather. So these are basically themed goodie bags. So they come from a variety of sources. You're going to get an archetype cache when you complete the class quest. You're going to get them periodically over the course of the season journey from different chapters. And then eventually you're going to start earning greater archetype caches as well, which have better stuff. But we have a clip here to basically just show off what an archetype cache looks like and what doing your class quest looks like in Season 7. So we have a level 15 sorcerer here who's just going to go and do their class quest, which is the Legacy of the Magi over here. And the reason that this character might want to do the class quest still, even though let's assume that they have already made a sorcerer and have already unlocked their enchantment, is because they're going to be getting an archetype cache. So we're going to go through, we're just going to do all of the stuff for Legacy of the Magi, get through the dungeon. But then at the end, we're going to get an archetype cache. And archetype caches have items and a tempering manual that are relevant to a specific theme of any given class. And so I'm glad we have sorcerer here because the sorcerer themes are very straightforward. For example, pyromancy or fire is one of the themes in sorcerer. So here we see we have a pyromancy cache that we got from completing the class quest. We're going to open it up. It's got 2 legendary items, a tempering manual, and some extra materials like bundled herbs and angel breath, and etc. Because it was a pyromancy cache, it came with a utility and a more offensive-focused legendary that are related to being a pyromancy sorcerer. It also came with a pyromancy-related tempering manual. So that really helps you get started on your journey as like a fire sorcerer. So if you find something like that, you're right out of the gate, level 15, you're going to get a big jump in power, and you're going to be able to dive into like what it means to be a fire sorcerer pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think what I really like about this change is
the caches are good, by the way. You should definitely still do the class quest.
You're in the flow, you're doing the head hunts, you're leveling up. You hit level 15, right? You think, oh, now I got to go do this quest, otherwise I'm missing out on power. And sometimes, you're in that flow. You don't want to stop and shift gears and go do that class quest. You now can do it on your own time, right?
Yeah.
You can instantly unlock that power from the class mechanic.
Yep.
And then whenever you get a chance, whenever you think, hey, I want to go do this quest, you can go do it and then feel rewarded for getting a nice archetype cache that really maybe pushes you in a certain direction if you're unsure of how you want to build your character. Can help to enhance, the pyromancy, like you mentioned.
Yep, or frost, or lightning, or every class has its own themes, so it's going to be fun to dig into that.
Cool.
All right.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think even for that like early game too, like when you're kind of scrounging for materials and uniques, it is kind of difficult to like hit that next power level. So knowing that you have like a guaranteed, now optional quest to go to get that power. And I can speak for Twitch chat too. They were very, very excited to see that you did not have to do the class quest anymore, but that it gives you this optional, power boost in a certain direction.
We wanted to make sure that it like wasn't worthless if you had already done it a lot. We wanted to make sure that there was still something there to feel like it was a meaningful quest. So.
Yeah, but not so good that you feel like you're missing out if you're
exactly
taking care of things over in the headhunts and things like that.
Yep.
Well, that brings us to our Q&A portion of the stream. So we're going to bring Dan Tangway back, and we're going to answer some of your hard-hitting questions. So thank you for everyone who have dropped questions in Twitch chat throughout the stream. I've also been laughing at your commentary throughout.
Save us from the boring B team. Save us, Dan.
First off, I want to drop a question from Doggo.
These people over here suck. They suck.
With balance changes.
Yeah, I can talk about that. We are currently planning to have a mid-season balance patch like we do every season. I just want to reiterate some of the philosophy around mid-season patches as well. For our mid-season patches, we're mainly looking at taking the data from when the season launches. So honestly, we haven't started looking at the mid-season patch at all because it's so heavily driven by what actually happens when the season launches. What builds are performing well, what builds are not performing well. If there's anything that is bugged or broken to the point where it's trivializing the game, that might be something we look at. In general, for mid-season patches that happen, in the middle of the season, we're primarily looking to bring up the underperformers or fix issues of interactions that maybe aren't quite seeing the spotlight that we were expecting them to. We're not really looking to take the top builds and nerf them.
Right.
Because we know players have already had time to invest in their characters. They've got the gear, they've leveled it up, they've read build guides like, hey, how do I make this character? And we feel like if we're taking those down in the middle of a season, that really does a disservice to players that you are afraid of making the powerful thing because it might get nerfed in the mid-season. So that's something we avoid. There are, of course, sometimes rare exceptions when they're so far above our power bar or they are literally breaking the game due to performance-related issues, which occasionally pop up. Those things we still will address when we need to, but in general, mid-season patches are not for nerfing strong builds if they're just strong. And that's partly why during Season 6 we knew that Spiritborn was a very powerful class. Like no getting around it. It was definitely stronger than the other classes on Season 6.
Move on.
But that was okay. We didn't want to make any kind of snap judgment of like, oh, we need to nerf it here in midseason. We know players have been invested into it, and we want to respect their time.
They should have nerfed it midseason.
It's important that there's a sense of security in picking a build and knowing that it is going to stay viable when you're playing it throughout the season.
Yeah, and kind of as a corollary to that, whenever we do seasonal updates, like launch a brand new season, that is more when we're going to look and say, hey, what is dramatically overperforming? What is crowding out the rest of the roster? Like Spiritborn during season.
What they are afraid of, what they were afraid of, was if they nerfed the Spiritborn, they would have lost most of their player base. The silly thing is that when they didn't nerf Spiritborn, because it was like so ridiculously easy, it was boring. They literally made another situation where people left the game because it was boring. So they were afraid that people were going to leave the game if they nerfed the class. And what they got is people left the game because they were bored. The class was too easy. It was like cheat codes.
Data as possible and as much information as we can to ensure that any tweaks we make aren't going to cause waves or changes that we weren't expecting or are undesirable. So we really want to gather as much like telemetry and data as possible from like how people are actually experiencing the season, and then kind of patch those pain points that people that we all find together, and we want to wait to make sure that we're doing it right. So we really want to know how people are going to be playing Season of the Witchcraft, and then we'll basically figure out what needs to happen and change from there.
Yeah, and that's why so much of the feedback from PTR, or even just throughout the regular seasons, all the feedback, we really do listen to it, and it's so important to us to make sure that we can make Diablo 4 as best as we possibly can. It's really critical that we get that feedback and we're able to iterate on that.
Absolutely.
Awesome. That is a super thorough answer for the mid-season patch. Yes. I mean, like, I'll take all the information you got, so that's fantastic. This one's probably for you, Aislinn, from... Oh, boy. Okay. Bear with me here. Papsyrup Sagan, do the class quest caches scale to the level when they're opened?
Oh, yes, they absolutely do. So you can get it early or you can get it later. But the archetype caches that you find in the class quest aren't actually the only place you can find archetype caches. You're going to be able to get more from the season journey and other sources as well. So they're not exactly like a super finite supply. So you don't have to think too hard about like exactly when you should be opening them. The class quest is just one among many sources that you can earn an archetype cache.
You don't have to like sit on it throughout the whole season to be like, all right, when am I going to pop this thing?
Yeah.
And nice to have some extra goodies as you're on your way to get Dorian.
They are pineapples.
Of course.
It's more interesting than what they're talking about.
Dorian.
I mean, I don't want to say, but Dorian's pretty cool. Also, on a similar thread, the Collector KC asks, is the class quest unlock retroactive as of right now, or only after we complete it this season?
Yeah, so it's retroactive. So as long as you've completed, you've done the sorcerer quest before on a sorcerer at any point during Diablo, you're good to go.
Nice. From the Discord, Bacterial, cool name. Can we expect the summon tag to work with minion thorns? And any update on Bristleback aspect working with minions?
I believe they should. I'd have to look into precisely minion thorns. I know that was a stat that your summons can inherit your thorns. That was a stat that I'd have to look into exactly Bristleback aspect. But as a general matter, our philosophy on minion thorns and minions in general is if you think it should work, it should. The interactions of when you deal thorns damage, it should, if your minions are the ones triggering that thorns damage, it should count as if you had dealt it. I don't have that right in front of me, that particular interaction, but that is our philosophy. And if that's not happening, then we'll look to address it and improve that moving forward.
Cool. Thank you. Just had a question from AoE Alina. Are there plans to reduce visual clutter such as an opacity slider? I love Sorcerer and Spiritborn, but the visual effects are hindering my party.
I think that would probably be something that we would have to talk to the UI team about and the folks over in VFX. It's something that we've been grappling with throughout the life of Diablo because, there's so much happening, especially when you have an in-game build. If that gets so out of hand, like with new seasonal mechanics or new powers or legendary aspects that we create, it's something that we'll be taking a look at every time something like that comes up.
Yeah, I totally get it too, because like when you're playing Spiritborn, like you know what to look for as you're casting these abilities, but if you're just around it, then it can be a little overwhelming. Like when I have friends that come by that perhaps haven't played a Diablo game before, they're like, how do you know what to look at? It's like, you just kind of figure it out. But I can totally see how that could be a bit of a distraction on the screen. Ooh, Anjin-san. For the Q&A, how do Hydras work with the new summoning changes, and how does burning damage work in comparison to poison? Yeah, another very technical question.
Yeah, absolutely. So luckily, I did include the Sorcerer Conjurations in the Summons update when I talked about them.
Yep.
But actually, for the most part, the Conjurations were already behaving this way. And that was part of the inconsistency that I kind of had glossed over, said, hey, they were inconsistent. And, since now we're in the more technical part, the inconsistency was that most of the Sorcerer Conjurations were already behaving the way that we wanted them to.
Right.
Where the damage was being attributed to the player, and it was actually the Necro minions and Shadow Clone and Druid companions primarily that were not as interactive as we would have liked.
Right.
So with that in mind, there's actually no real functional changes to the way that Hydra works with this. I don't believe Hydra was really touched, but it was actually used as kind of the example of how we wanted to implement and make the other summons work.
One question I do want to take really quickly that I've seen throughout chat, I mean, it was really hard to ignore. People are asking where Adam was. I mean, I think we just have to address it straight up. Adam Fletcher is no longer with Blizzard, which is really too bad. So you won't really be seeing him in a whole lot of other streams. So really sorry to disappoint chat, but you're stuck with us. Just kidding. He's been here the whole time.
Oh my God, it's Adam.
Just kidding.
We're just kidding.
Adam's staying forever.
Is Adam in the room with us right now?
Yeah.
Adam is.
To be clear, Adam has literally sat 2 feet to the left this entire time, just like
just
for the
been
whole
there,
stream, just hanging out,
ominously.
checking out, watching chat. So, Adam is here to stay. Do not worry. All right.
That's the best part of the whole stream.
All right, love from Judith.
I was like, really? He got
Stash
fired?
Space is already a problem for anyone running multiple characters. Are there any plans to change armory loadouts so that they will not be stored in Stash?
It's something, the Armory is very new. We knew that the community really, really wanted the Armory, and so we wanted to get out a version of it that we, was serviceable to get started. But we know it's a really, really important topic for the community, so it's something that we're going to continuously look at, and we're going to be looking a lot at feedback on the Armory to make sure that it's as smooth as possible all the time. And to that end, we will be taking that into consideration. No concrete plans right now, but it's something, it's one of the topics that we have. And our ultimate goal is to make the Armory just basically the most streamlined version of itself that it can be. So look for Armory improvements in the future for sure.
Awesome, cool. And we got our last question for the Q&A. This is actually a two-parter for both of you. We have Poseidon Bobby was asking Charles, does your shirt glow in the dark?
I haven't tried, but it looks like it
looks like it might.
It looks like it should.
It
At least
looks like it might.
glow-in-the-dark bowling for sure would light up.
I am being told it doesn't, and I demand a refund. I would like to get a glow-in-the-dark Lilith shirt now.
What a ripoff, man.
And then on a similar vein, Aislinn, radiobiology was asking, can you buy that sweater?
Can you buy this wonderful holiday Lilith's Christmas sweater? I don't know.
Adam is saying it's sold out.
It's sold out. It's sold out. Sold out for over a year. This is a
RIP.
one of a kind.
We did have a different holiday sweater this past year, so there should, hopefully be another holiday sweater next year. No guarantees. But,
Yeah.
But if you do see those holiday sweaters in the shop, get them before they're gone.
There's always really wonderful merch online for Diablo. I love taking a look at it. So if you like Diablo merch and you want something like this, definitely check it periodically.
Definitely grab it. Well, yeah, that brings us to the end of the stream. I want to give a really big thank you to Aislinn, Charles, Dan Tangway. thank you so much for hanging out with us all the way in
Dan!
snowy Albany, New York. I hope it's not too terribly cold.
Not too bad.
Okay, glad to hear it.
I have to say that room looks freezing. It's like a
yeah,
dungeon.
it does look very cold.
It's a little chilly, yeah. But I got my jacket on. I'm all right.
Good.
Nice. Glad to hear it. But yeah, thank you all for joining us. And Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, everyone, thank you for staying tuned and checking out everything that's to come with Season of Witchcraft. Like we mentioned throughout the stream, patch notes will be dropping after the stream. We did have our blog that launched on Tuesday as well. Also, I got to give a massive shout out again to our production team. There's a lot of faces you don't see that put a ton of blood, sweat, and tears into the show. These heads are absolutely disgusting, and I don't know if anybody needs more of a reason to brush your teeth, but you know, don't end up looking like that guy.
Yeah.
Season of Witchcraft does start on January 21st at 10 a.m. PST, so be sure to go in. And for anyone who hasn't yet completed your season journey, your battle pass, check your seasonal stash or eternal stash as well before those items disappear. But yeah, we got Season of Witchcraft on January 21st. Super excited to get into it. Thank you from all of us here at Blizzard, and we will see you at the Trio Whispers.
Thanks, guys.
Why they locked up Joe? Who they locked up? They locked up Joe. Alright, let's see if we can find the patch notes. Patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Lovely little patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Lovely little patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo. We need some pretty patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Patch notes. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. They have several patch note doojanks. This is the ones from like 1.3 to 1.5. Yeah, that's the older ones. I haven't watched all the Picard seasons now. No, I haven't seen them all. Check the launcher. Sometimes the patch notes are on the launcher. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. I think, my opinion, I think the summon builds are going to be really good this season. I think that the Earthquake Barbarian, the Hoda Earthquake Barbarian, I think is going to be off the chain. I would even say that perhaps the Earthquake Hoda Barbarian might actually be the top build this season. I think it might be the top build this season. Spiritborn did get nerfed, but it's pretty much in line with the other classes now. And pretty much all the builds that worked last season are going to work this season. They're just not going to be as powerful. Like, you're not going to pit 150 with them. Maybe like pit 120, pit 130 maybe, if you're lucky. Most of the builds probably aren't going to pass pit 100, pit 110 in general. Like, they brought down the power level of the Spiritborn significantly by fixing a lot of those bugs. And now that those bugs are gone, it's pretty much in line with all the other classes. The Necromancer Blood build, Blood Wave thing looks really fun. I was actually kind of like very, very interested in that. I was thinking about playing around with that. I'm kind of torn between maybe like Necromancer, Barbarian, and Druid. I don't really know. The Necromancer is really nice. I like the Necromancer. Those Blood Wave abilities are really good. I like the Barbarian Earthquake stuff. I've always liked the Barbarian Earthquake stuff. All right, so we've got 2.10 patches. Okay. All right, here we go, boys. You ready? Let me get a sip of water, and then we're going to start the patch notes. I need some waters in my belly. Actually, I need some water on my throat. Oh, man. 2 patch notes in one day. 2 patch notes. 2 patch notes. Updates from PTR. Vessel of Hatred, Spiritborn, the Seeker. Rank 5 bonus scaling increased from 30 to 40%. So they basically made it so that all the ultimates have these really cool scaling things if you get 5 ranks in them. And you're probably going to want to take a look at these because some of them are insane. Harmonious Seeker. The Seeker first knocks down the enemy for 4 seconds. Both for its first and second hits are guaranteed to critically strike. Base game balance changes. They did a bunch of like overpasses on the witches stuff. I'm not really going to go over this because most of this stuff is changes from the bases, and you guys don't even know what the bases are. If you didn't play in the PTR, you probably didn't experience any of this stuff anyway, and most of this is just damage bonus changes and things like that, which is balancing the witch's powers. And since the witch's powers have never actually been interacted with by the majority of the populace, a lot of these changes are just not really too super important. The frog did get a huge damage bonus though. That was kind of crazy. There is a listing, I think, of all the powers, and I think we can go over that instead, because having the stuff tell you that resource gain was increased from 2 to 3 doesn't really mean a whole lot if you don't know what Aura of Lament actually does. You know what I mean? The occult gems are the gems that go inside your rings and your amulets. Incarnate tag changed to potency. A lot of this stuff is just balance changes. Again, if you don't know what these gems actually do, it doesn't really help you out very much. General aspect of the Apogik Führer. How do you even say that? Ultimate skill damage bonus per stack reduced from 8 to 18 to 6 to 10%. Maximum ultimate skill damage bonus reduced from 180 to 100. So they added a whole bunch of new aspects that have to do with like ultimate skills and making the ultimate skills amazing. And they actually are really good. So I would keep your eye on some of these aspects. It looks like they nerfed one because it was too good. Vehement Brawlers aspect, ultimate skill ranks reduced from 4 to 2. Ultimate rank bonuses scaling 2 or more attributes has been adjusted due to scaling incorrectly and gaining too much value. Barbarian Hammer of the Ancients got a little damage buff from 80 to 90. Furious Hammer of the Ancients, 10 Fury increased from 3 to 5. Critical, yeah, so you got a little bit of a buff there as well for your critical strike chance. Whirlwind damage increased. Not like it really matters. Nobody really uses Whirlwind for damage output. Iron Maelstrom rank 5 bonus damage while healthy and injured scaling bonus reduced from 80 to 60. Not exactly sure why they did that because it's very difficult to get healthy and injured scale bonus modifiers. I actually saw that in the PTR and I was like, Iron Maelstrom gets damage scaling from healthy and injured bonuses, but like there's barely any healthy and injured bonuses left in the game. So I'm not exactly sure why they nerfed that one. Prime Iron Maelstrom critical strike damage increased from 40 to 50. Supreme Iron Maelstrom swapping weapons reduces Iron Maelstrom cooldown by 1 second. So you don't have to deal direct damage anymore. Passives, belligerent damage bonus after damaging with basic skill increased from 3 to 4. A little bit of a buff there for basic skill builds. Tempered Fury, maximum Fury increased from 3 to 5. Walking Arsenal. Casting a skill with 200 bludgeoning weapon, 200 slashing, or dual wielding grants 15% increased damage for 10 seconds. While all 3 bonuses are active, you gain 25% crowd control and attack speed, so a little 5% bonus there. Gushing Wounds, bleed explosion damage is increased from 120 over 5 seconds to 150. Legendary aspects, Earthquake damage bonus increased from 55 to 60%. Earthquake scaling on Executioners reduced from 25% for every 100 strength to 15%. It was actually really good in the PTR, so that makes sense. Of Earthquakes, Earthquake damage bonus increased from 30 to 60%. Volcathos, Earthquake damage bonus increased from 30 to 60%. Unique items, Mantle of Mountains Fury, Hammer of the Ancients damage bonus after Earthquake explodes increased from 50 to 100%. Fields of Crimson's Blood Pool damage increased from 50 to 70%. Paragon Force of Nature, damage versus close, scaling amount increased from 30 to 40%, maximum bonus increased from 150 to 200%. Druid Skills Lacerate, rank 5 bonus critical strike damage scaling bonus reduced from 40 to 30. So they basically have Lacerate scaling with critical strike damage bonus, which is pretty insane. Can now be canceled when using the skill again. Raging Shred, poisoning damage increased from 30 times to 150 times. Pretty huge buff there for the poisoning damage. Passive Toxic Claws. This was a big nerf in my opinion. No longer requires critical strikes. Now triggers off of any damage from Lacerate or Shred. So basically what they did is they took it away from critical strikes and they actually tied it to Lacerate and Shred, which are two of like the worst abilities, honestly, on the Druid. So Toxic Claws now no longer works with anything that is not Lacerate or Shred. Definitely one of the biggest nerfs like in Season 7 that I really did not like. I have a couple builds, a couple characters that were based off of Toxic Claws, utilizing several different abilities that were not Lacerate or Shred, like, for instance, just the Claw ability, like the basic Claw ability. Toxic Claws no longer works with the basic Claw ability for werewolves. It's pretty stupid. Bonus damage per rank increased from 16 to 24%. Bad Omen Lightning Bolt damage increased from 55 to 70%. Legendary Aspects Runeworker's Conduit Lightning Bolt damage scaling reduced from 25% for every 100 willpower to 15%. Aspect of the Blurred Beast, Shred now deals 70% more damage, and Shred has a 33% chance to land an additional strike up to 4 times. This is what they were talking about in the dev chat, so this is going to be a pretty fun one. I do think that this aspect might actually make Shred something that you might want to use. Other than that, though, I think Shred kind of sucks. Unique items, Dolmen Stone, number of active boulders displays on the skill bar now, can move while casting boulder. Malefic Crest, Lupine Ferocity, critically strike damage bonus increased from 150 to 200%. Necromancer skills, Enhanced Bone Spear. Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable for 3 seconds and breaks into 3 bone shards when destroyed, dealing 25% damage each. Supernatural Bone Spear. Bone Spear now deals 40% more overpower damage and restores 5% maximum life after overpowering. Army of the Dead, Skeleton Mage, and Golem damage increased reduced from 80 to 40%. Blood Wave, rank 5 bonus, damage scaling reduced from 60 to 30. I don't remember what the damage scaling was on Blood Wave. I think it was damage while healthy or something like that. So a little bit of a nerf there to the rank 5 bonus. Bone Storm, rank 5 bonus, critical strike damage scaling reduced from 40 to 30. And it looks like across the board they're reducing some of the modifiers on the rank 5 bonuses for the ultimates. I was actually kind of thinking about maybe doing a Bone Storm build because it scales based off of critical strike damage. So you could very easily do a like a Bone Spirit build, like scaling critical strike damage to the moon, and then also in turn do a Bone Storm build with your Bone Spirit build. It could be interesting. Supreme Bone Storm, your critical strike chance is increased by 20% while Bone Storm is active. Now your critical strike chance and attack speed are increased by 20% while Bone Storm is active. Legendary aspects, Bone Duster's aspect. Bone Spear is now guaranteed to overpower enemies within Bone Prison and deals 30 to 50% increased damage to them. Holy Jesus. Guaranteed overpower while inside the Bone Prison? I'm sure that goes alongside the new unique item, but that's kind of crazy. Unique items, Deathless Visage, critical strike damage increased from 50 to 60%. Echo damage scaling increased from 20% of critical strike damage now to 25. Lidless Wall, additional Bone Storms now spawn closer together. Critical strike damage per active Bone Storm is increased from 10 to 20%. It might, actually, now that you mention it. I think it still bounces off walls. Okay, so Rogue, Discipline of Dance of Knives, Pierce chance increased from 20 to 35%. Supreme Deathstrap, damage to enemies who resist its pull is increased from 120 to 180% of its damage. Shadow Step, cleave area increased when using Shadow Step cleave, tempering affix, radius increased by 15%, angle increased by 33%. Rain of Arrows, rank 5 bonus damage to distant enemies, scaling bonus reduced from 100 to 80%. Passives, exposure, active cooldown, reduction for traps increased from 20 to 30. Legendary aspects, aspect of the Star Shards, damage increased from 120 to 200%. Aspect of Bitter Infection, periodic damage increased from 50% to 70% of Shadow Imbuement's damage. Shadow Imbuement bonus damage increased from 50 to 70%. Slice and Dice, Twisting Blades, cleave area increased, radius increased by 15%, angle increased by 33%. Unique items, Assassin Stride. Ranks of mobility affixes increased from 1 to 2 to 2 to 3. Ranks of shadow imbuement affix increased from 2 to 3 to 3 to 4. Sorcerer skills, Ice Shards. Damage to frozen enemies increased from 25 to 50%. Mystical Frost Nova. Frost Nova makes enemies vulnerable, increases damage they take from you by 15% times for 4 seconds, increased to 8 seconds against bosses. Shimmering Frost Nova. Casting Frost Nova grants 15% dodge chance for 8 seconds and restores 10% of your missing mana for every enemy hit. Hitting a boss with Frost Nova restores 100% of your mana. What? That's crazy. Invoked Ice Blades. Your Ice Blades gain 10% increased attack speed per active blade. You and your Ice Blades. Okay, so you're going to get attack speed bonus for having your Ice Blades out. That's nice. Deep Freeze. Encase yourself in ice and becoming immune for 4 seconds, chilling surrounding enemies for 14% and continuously dealing damage to them. When Deep Freeze ends, you explode for 183% damage. The hell did they change? Additionally, the final explosion will now happen no matter how Deep Freeze ends. Rank 5 bonus, vulnerable damage scaling bonus reduced from 40 to 30. It scales with vulnerable damage now. Supreme Deep Freeze. Previous, when Deep Freeze ends, surrounded enemies are made vulnerable for 5 seconds and your non-ultimate cooldowns are instantly reset. Now, Deep Freeze initial hit makes surrounding enemies vulnerable for 5 seconds, and after it ends, your non-ultimate cooldowns are instantly reset, and your frost skills deal 25% increased damage for 5 seconds. Inferno, rank 5 bonus. Previous enemies within Inferno are vulnerable. Now, enemies within Inferno are continually made vulnerable for 5 seconds. Passives, Permafrost. Previous Frost deals 5% increased damage to elites. Now you deal 6% increased damage while a frost skill is on your action bar. Known issue, the tooltip for this incorrectly states that the bonus is only for frost skills, but it's for all skills. Elemental synergies, the bonus is now doubled if all of your skills are the same element. Inner Flames, damage increased from 12% to 18. Asus Ferocity, critical damage above 50% life increased from 25 to 50%. Enlightenment charges gained per cast reduced from 15 to 8. Enchantments, Firebolt Enchantment. This is the one where they talked about healing you. So dealing burning damage now has a 10% chance to heal you for 4% of your maximum life. And also unleashes a Firebolt at a random nearby enemy, which is actually kind of cool. Chance to form crackling energy increases from 14 to 20%. Legendary aspects, aspect of splintering energy. The damage from critical strike damage bonus now scales from 60 to 100%. Aspect of frozen memories. Now the avalanche key passive now applies to 2 additional casts, and its damage to vulnerable enemies is increased by 75%. Aspect of engulfing flames. Damage is increased for each second monster is burning from 6%, 30 max, to 9%, 45% max. Encased aspects, life and mana gain per second increased from 35% to 45%. Unique items, Strike of Stormhorn, bonus damage from Super Ball Lightning has been increased from 100 to 125%. I don't think this one's going to be good. I played around with it on the PTR. I gave them my thoughts on the way that it worked, and I guess they decided to leave it as it was. It wasn't very fun to play with. You guys can make up your own mind, of course, but it was the poopy. Tactician Glyph, damage increased from 10 to 15%. Adept Glyph, mastery skill area increased from 20 to 30%. Damage increased from 2 to 3. Scaling increased to match your glyphs starting at 3%. This is a bunch of changes to the glyphs. Critical hit chance increased from 5 to 15. The static surge damage increased from 40 to 50. Fundamental release, maximum damage enemies take from you increased from 30 to 50%. Enchantment Master, bonus increased from 20 to 30. That's good for all sorceresses. Searing Heat. Pyromancy skills have 12% increased critical strike chance, and all of your skills deal increased direct damage equal to 10% of your critical strike damage bonus, up to 60% current direct damage bonus. So it gives you a bonus to all skills now instead of just pyromancy skills. That's kind of crazy. Icefall, previous your frost skills deal 25% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. This bonus is doubled if the enemy is frozen. Now your frost skills deal 25% increased damage. This bonus is doubled and applied to all of your damage against frozen enemies and bosses. Miscellaneous tooltips on various items have been updated for clarity. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue where the Nagu rune would gain offering with a mercenary equipped. Fixed an issue where aspect of pestilence was increasing the pestilence swarm's duration by longer than expected. Fixed an issue where protector rank 5 bonus from thorns did not persist through the extended duration given by the exalted protector bonus. Fixed an issue where Hex of Whispers was not displaying the correct fortified value. Fixed an issue where certain headless monsters still had heads. I guess they missed the memo. Fixed an issue where Doom Orb damage did not properly increase as the ability was upgraded. Fixed an issue where head-rotten monsters could spawn while there were no active headhunt. Fixed multiple instances where Whispers and headhunts did not properly progress. Fixed an issue where exposed roots and root holds could not be interacted with multiple times and spawn multiple boss monsters. Fixed an issue where root hold Ritual of Shackles did not increase the cooldown of evade. Fixed an issue where Forgotten Altars spawned in nightmare dungeons with lower than intended frequency. Fixed an issue where the screen reader did not read aloud names in the armory. Fixed an issue where class mechanic, i.e. enchantments, would reset when loading an armory loadout or logging back into the game. Fixed an issue where some tempering recipes would have a lower minimum value at legendary rarity than they did at rare rarity. Druid. Fixed an issue where Druid's Wolves active would not interact with Lupine Ferocity nor Lust for Carnage when using the aspect of the Alpha. Fixed an issue where Poison Creeper's passive effect could trigger the Clarity passive and Untamed Legendary Paragon node. Fixed an issue where the aspect of Virulent was not marked as an offensive aspect. Fixed an issue where the amount of offerings required for the Snake Spirit was displayed as 100 when the actual value was 60. Fixed an issue where affixes for bonuses to Feral Aptitude or Werewolf Movement Speed on Malefic Crescent did not increase with Masterworking. Fixed an issue where Malefic Crescent could overwrite the Ferocity bonus from Mad Wolf's Glee. Fixed an issue where Survival Instinct's Legendary Paranode would scale damage higher than intended, which occasionally resulted in negative damage numbers. Necromancer. Fixed an issue where the aspect of Elemental Constellation appeared in the Codex of Power for Necromancers. Fixed an issue where summoning damage affixes always displayed as 0%. Fixed an issue where tooltip for buffs granted by Cadaverous Aspect referenced core skills instead of one referencing ultimate skills. Fixed an issue where Soul Rift would generate more barrier than intended when combined with another source of barrier. Rogue. Fixed an issue where Disciplined Shadow Step would not provide cooldown reduction if the target died before Shadow Step dealt damage. Fixed an issue where Aspect of Imitated Imbuements was not functioning correctly. Fixed an issue where Blended Cold Imbuement could cause the enemy to be instantly frozen. Fixed an issue where Clandestine Aspect was not properly increasing its value with legendary ranks. Fixed an issue where Scoundrel's Leathers did not properly treat all trap and grenade skills as core skills. Fixed an issue where Scoundrel's Leathers did not properly grant bonus core skill damage. I was actually thinking about building a whole character around Scoundrel Leathers because of the way that it works. And that might actually be something I try out this season. Well, I may have to go like deep into it and see if I could make a really interesting Scoundrel Leathers character. Sorcerer. Fixed an issue where Splintering Energy was not properly scaling with both additive and multiplicative critical damage sources. Fixed an issue where Flame Shield enchantment was not properly resetting damage taken. Fixed an issue where Flame Shield enchantment was activating too late. Fixed an issue where the Flame Shield and Firebolt enchantments were receiving lower bonuses than intended from the enchantment master. Fixed an issue where Firebolt enchantment was not overhealing. Fixed an issue where Okun's Catalyst that would cause it to not increase attack speed when casting a defensive skill. Fixed an issue causing the damage of Okun's Catalyst to deal half of its intended damage. Fixed an issue where Aspect of Mind's Awakening was giving lower barrier than intended on its first hit. Fixed an issue where Inferno was not gaining its chance to deal double damage effect. Fixed an issue where the tooltip for Combustion key passive stated its increased damage to burning instead of damage with burning. Fixed an issue where Avalanche bonus damage and vulnerable targets would only work on the initial target. Fixed an issue where the Enlightening was not granting proper additive and multiplicative damage bonuses. Fixed an issue where Strike of Stormhorn where it wasn't applying its bonuses at maximum range. Fixed an issue where with Strike of Stormhorn where it was dealing 50% less damage than intended. Miscellaneous various visual UI performance stabilities. New items, the aspect of the Endless Talons. That's the razor wings hitting an enemy increases your eagle skills by 1% up to 4 seconds, up to 50% times. Razor rings, critical strikes, grant 3 stacks. The Sustained War Crozier unique quarterstaff is pretty neat. You could build entire builds around this. It's a focus skill item. So your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades and increase the damage of your potency skills by 20% times for 8 seconds. The other cool thing about this is the focus ranks, which goes really high. So you can basically get your focus skills to ridiculous proportions. The new runes are really cool too. They got the Nagu rune, which is the maintain at least one active summon for 5 seconds and gain offering up to 6 summons. So having multiple summons gets you more offering. Igni Legendary, this one is stores every 0.3 seconds, cast it on basic skill to gain the stored offering up to 500 offering. So what it does is it generates the offering up to 500 and then it just drops it on one of your things, causing it to overflow, which gives you a lot more effect. It's basically a way that you can force an overflow into a rune, which is going to be pretty powerful. Invocation, Chalk Rare Cloudburst, 220% weapon damage, contains 20 offering. Invoke the Druid Lightning Bolts. This is going to be pretty powerful for even like sorceresses and stuff. Anybody that's scaling lightning damage is probably going to want to play around with this. And it's just free lightning bolts that are just going to strike nearby enemies. And if you overflow it, you're going to spawn more lightning bolts. So it's going to be pretty cool. Spiritborn. Vigor generated increased from 5 to 7 on Enhanced Thunder Spike. Accelerated Thunder Spike. Vulnerable duration increased from 2 to 3 seconds. Sharp Thrash Ferocity increased from 1 to 2. Stinger damage increased from 77%. Enhanced Stinger damage increased from 50 to 60% of its base damage. Concussive Stomp damage increased from 40 to 50%. Enhanced Concussive Stomp maximum barrier increased from 30 to 40% of your maximum life. Invasive Payback cooldown reduced from 15 to 8 seconds. Touch of Death Swarm now ignores invulnerable enemies. Razor Wings maximum active Razor Wings increased from 12 to 15, which is really good. Endurance Vigor generated an increase from 15 to 30. I don't know why they are even worried about this. Spiritborn has like no problem with spirit generation at all. Velocity generates 3 vigor per second while moving. Again, no problem generating anything. Bastion got a nice buff for Thorns builds, 120 to 360, so a pretty nice buff there. And of course, you can get Bastion a lot higher than that. Acceleration, gain 1 additional evade charge after you evade. Your Eagle skills deal 24% times increased damage for 2 seconds. They basically nerfed this one a little bit because it was kind of overpowered. It gave you like 3 or more evade charges, especially if you could get it higher. Now it only gives you 1 evade charge total, but it still gives you the damage bonus. It's just the damage bonus doesn't scale very high. And it also is for 2 seconds instead of on the next attack, which is both kind of a nerf and a little bit of a buff. It depends on like your character. Some people were immediately using it. Some people were not immediately using it. 2 seconds is very short though, so good luck. Auspicious, delay to gain barrier after taking damage reduced from 5 to 2 seconds. Protector, the rank 5 Protector domain pulses 80% of your thorns as physical damage to enemies within every second, which is really good. I tested it out. Rank 5, the Seeker's damage is increased by 40% of your critical strike damage and vulnerable bonuses. The Hunter, rank 5, initial damage will execute and injure non-boss enemies. Rank 5 on the Devourer is the Devourer's damage is increased by 150% of your healing received bonus. Spirit Hall, Centipede Primary Spirit Hall got an interesting change. Hitting an enemy with a Centipede skill reduces their damage by 2%, slows them by 10%, and deals 70% poison damage over 6 seconds, stacking up to maximum 8 times. I was pretty excited about this one. However, I found that the poisoning damage was pretty well and terribly bugged. I did report this bug to one of the Blizzard contacts that I have. And hopefully they addressed it, but if they didn't, it's terrible and I would avoid it. If they did fix it, it might be good. There was a problem basically with the ability, like kind of like snapshotting low levels of poison damage, because you can of course increase your Centipede Primary Spirit Hall, which is something that you're definitely going to want to do if you're trying to take advantage of this, and you can increase it by massive proportions. The problem is, however, is that when you use the ability the first time you hit a target, the 70% poisoning damage that was being applied to the target was the lowest possible amount, and even if you increase the Spirit Hall bonus later with things like Wuxie Nakpa, or other ways that you can increase your Spirit Hall bonus, it would not increase the poisoning damage that was on the target, and instead it would stay exactly as what it was when it snapshotted, which was actually the worst possible snapshot. It's not snapshotting high, it's snapshotting low. So your damage just stays dirt low. Hopefully they fixed it. If they didn't, this one's going to be trash. Eagle Secondary Spirit Hall, delay before the bonus is reset is increased from 2 to 4. Tempering Recipes, Sky Augments, chance for Razor Wings projectiles to cast twice, replaced with Razor Wings to deal double damage. I really don't like this change. I liked the cast twice. I didn't like the double damage. There's just a lot of abilities that this is a nerf for. I mean, to put it as simply as I possibly can, there is many, many skills in the game where being able to cast them twice is a huge boon. And changing them all to double damage effectively nerfs any ability that was relying on the fact that they were casting twice. And this is due to the fact of like proccing effects, like the ability shooting off more projectiles, whatever may be going on. Just simply giving it double damage, you would think effectively makes it the same because, hey, if I cast an ability 2 times and I hit a monster twice and I do 100 damage on the first one and 100 damage on the second one, I'm getting 200 damage. And then if you have the ability cast once and you get 200 damage instead of 100 damage, it should effectively be the same thing. But it's not. And changing from cast twice to double damage across the board has effectively resulted in like a nerf, basically across everything. Any ability that was actually relying on the cast twice to do something other than just simply deal damage lost out in this exchange. Brilliant skill ranks removed. Spiritborn Resolve Defensive Recipe, maximum Resolve stacks replaced with armor percentage. So Resolve stacks got removed entirely. They're not even on in the game anymore. Soil Augments Weapon Recipe, chance for Touch of Death Swarms to reinfect on hit, replaced with increase to Touch of Death duration. Centipede Innovation Utility Recipe, Touch of Death Swarm duration removed. Legendary aspects. Bristleback aspect, Thorns damage increased from 160 to 200. A pretty nice buff for Thorns builds. Ruthless aspect, additional functionality now also grants Jaguar skills 15% critical strike chance. Aspect of Laird's Wards, block damage reduction increased from 30 to 40. Aspect of reactive armor, blocked attacks no longer have to come from a close enemy. So the reactive armor thing was pretty good, but because it only worked from enemies that were close, it didn't always activate. Now it activates no matter what. Sticker Thought aspect no longer drops for Spiritborn as they do not have channeled skills. Aspect of Rallying Reversal, aspect category change from offensive to utility. Interesting change. Aspect of Exhilaration no longer requires enemies to be vulnerable for its effect to activate. Lucky hit bonus per stack of Ferocity increased from 3 to 5. Aspect of Pestilence Swarm duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds. Additional swarm duration reduced from 100 to 50%. Increasing the swarm duration from 3 to 4.5 seconds. So basically they increased the base but lowered the percentage increase, which still ended up in a net increase of 1.5 seconds. Aspect of Tenacity, you gain Resolve for 40 to 20 Vigor. You gain up to maximum Vigor. This Resolve can overfill your maximum Resolve stacks by 5. Aspect of Binding Morass, close enemies or those you deal indirect damage to are slowed by 70% for 3 seconds. You deal 30% times increased damage to slowed enemies. So a little bit of a buff there. Invasive Razor Wings upgrade now causes reflected Razor Wings to spiral outwards. This was a pretty big buff. So there's a mod on Razor Wings that makes it spin around you in a circle, spiral outward. Basically, it's like hammers in Diablo 2. However, when you had the reflected ones come back from the aspect of deflection, they weren't spinning, which was stupid. Now they do, so that's good. Unique items, Scorn of the Earth Boots, effects that reduce evade cooldowns now also affect Soar Evade Override. Soar deals damage based on distance traveled, increased from 275 to 425. Soar grants maximum life as barrier, replaced with lightning resistance. They took away the barrier. Bonus Soar damage increased from 50% times to 100% times. Band of First Breath Unique Ring, lucky hit chance while you have a barrier, replaced with critical strike chance. Bonus damage after gaining Resolve, replaced with resource regenerated when losing Resolve. Ranks to Auspicious, replaced with maximum Resolve stacks. Previous casting Evade 1 consumes 1 stack of Resolve to generate 40 Vigor, gain Armor Hide passive effect. Now casting Evade consumes 1 stack of Resolve to increase your damage dealt by 40% times for 5 seconds and gain Armor Hide passive effect. This one's got to be one of the stupidest ones because I think everybody uses Armored Hide. It's just too good not to use. Wuxie Nagpa Glaive, casting ultimate skill, restores primary resource, replaced with maximum life. Primary Spirit Hall potency increased from 100% to 200%. Is a huge buff for Wuxie Nagpa across the board. Wuxie Nagpa has always been a powerful glaive, even since the beginning of the game. When the season first started, when Season 6 first started and the expansion first launched, Wuxia Nokpa was always good, despite the fact that from Max Roll ranked it as a like D rank or E rank item or something, because they're stupid and they don't know how powerful the item was. It was always powerful. In fact, I'm pretty sure that it was actually clearing pit tier 150s in Season 6, and that was at 100%. Now it's at 200%, and this means that you're going to be able to increase your Spirit Hall bonuses by a maximum of 300%. With the new patch, because you can of course get your original 100%, then you can wear the helmet, which gives you 100%, and then you can have the Wuxia Nokpa, which gives you 200%. So that's 100% original plus 100% from the helmet and 200% from the Wuxia Nokpa, which is going to set your Spirit Hall bonuses to 400% total. So you're going to have some absolutely crazy Spirit Hall bonuses with the Wuxia Nokpa now. Definitely keep your eyes on the Wuxia Nokpa. I think it's going to be one of the best items for the Spiritborn in Season 7, without a doubt. Ring of the Writhing Moon unique ring. Ranks of Unstrained Power replaced with chance for Pestilent Swarms to deal double damage. Pestilent Swarm damage increased from 65 to 120%. Delay between spawning Pestilent Swarms reduced from 10 to 4 seconds. It's one of the worst rings out there. Like they put a Pestilent Swarm on there and they were like, here, have one Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. Like, woo! One every 4 seconds is better. It's still crap, but it's better. Pestilent Swarm duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds. Vigor generated when Pestilent Swarm hits an enemy increased from 1 to 3. Rado Kepileke, unique quarterstaff, ranks of velocity replaced with ranks of vigorous, no longer reduces core skill damage dealt by up to 30%. Bonus critical strike damage for each point of vigor consumed reduced from 3% to 0.5. Yes, they nerfed the crap out of Rado Kepileke. It's still going to be a powerful staff, and you could probably still build a character around it. Are you hitting pit 150s? No, you're not hitting pit 150s anymore. But you can still make a character around it. It's just not going to be anywhere near as good as it was in Season 6. Jacinth Shell, life on hit replaced with armor percentage. Remaining cooldown duration reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. Spending vigor healing increased from 1 to 10 to 5 to 10. Paragon, Hubris, Legendary Glyph, Maximum Thorns increased from 2,000 to 3,000. Big buff for the Thorns characters. Spiny Skin, Legendary Node. Bonus Thorns increased from 20% to 35%. Another big buff for Thorns characters. Thorn Spiritborn might be pretty powerful this season. And I do have a whole video going over Thorns for the Spiritborn, if you're interested, where I tested out like all this stuff. And it's all still applicable. The only thing that's changed is it's even more than it was before. Bitter Medicine, Legendary Node. When you heal for 100% of your maximum life, afflict close enemies, dealing 200% poisoning damage and causing them to take 10% times increased poisoning damage for 6 seconds, up to 40%. The Bitter Medicine node was weird because it was kind of based around poison, but didn't actually do poison damage, and it was really strange. It also didn't work for quite some time, and it's been one of the like odd men out legendary nodes. But now it's actually going to do poison damage, and it's going to increase your poisoning damage, so it's kind of a no-brainer. If you're doing a poison build on the Spiritborn, you're probably going to be taking Bitter Medicine now. Mercenaries bartering caches. Crafting material cache. Rewards now scale with Torment Tiers. Cache can now drop Iron and Rawhide. Boss material caches. Gold now scales with Torment Tiers. Master working cache. Obdusite Nobles now scale with Torment Tiers. Oh, my phone just beeped at me. No beepy. Augment cache, gems now scale with Torment Tiers, runes now guaranteed to drop in Torment difficulties with an amount of scales with Torment Tiers. Rapport track caches, Obdusite increased from 30 to 100. That's nice. Local mercenary events, rewards have been adjusted to be more in line with other events, increase the amount of pale marks earned. Runes. To better highlight the unique gameplay aspect of rune words, we reduced the average cost of runes, and overflow bonuses have been added to every invocation rune. Knock can now gain half of the offering when inflicting slow or chill. Seer offering increased from 50 to 300. Previous, cast the same non-channel skill 3 times. Now cast 5 skills, then become exhausted for 3 seconds. Hidden name changed from grinding to lethargic. Exhausted in this case refers to a cooldown for the effect. Monai, they ruined Monai if I remember correctly. A hidden name changed from harmonic to alacridity. Previous cast a skill after moving, now cast 2 mobility skills or macabre skills, offering increased from 35 to 100. Invocation runes, summon spirit wolves now benefit from summon and companion bonuses. They're going to be pretty powerful for summon builds now. Probably even want to use them on a necromancer or any other summon build that you might be making, because since all the summons now share the same damage bonuses, this means that your necromancer will probably get pretty good bonuses as well. For running like any summoned damage bonus stuff that he has, unless it's specifically excluding the wolves, which then it won't affect them. But they've changed pretty much everything to include summons, and since the wolves are now technically summons, they will get all summon and companion bonuses. Qua movement speed increased from 7% to 10%, changed from rare to magic. Zek cooldown reduction given reduced from 2 to 1, cost reduced from 200 to 100, cooldown reduced from 2 to 1 second. Vex offering cost reduced from 100 to 150. They reduced the plus to skills to +1 for 10 seconds. Overflow more skill ranks up to 3. Increase the cooldown from 1 to 5 seconds to avoid overriding overflow bonuses. So they reduced it tremendously, made it so that you can overflow it. That's actually should work out nicely. Zan offering cost reduced from 800 to 700. Cast increased damage 1% per 10 offering. Offering cost reduced from 400 to 250. It's nice to see them reducing the cost. Yam overflow increased stun duration. Teb hidden damage bonus reduced from 300 to baseline 100%. Overflow increased damage by 1% per offering. Zal offering increased from 200 to 300. Overflow gain more maximum life. Okay. Tizik offering cost reduced from 250 to 200. Increased damage by 1% per offering. Cry increased size for overflow. Tech offering cost reduced from 100 to 50. Wow, gonna be spamming some earthquakes now. Damage increased from 700 to 1400. Overflow updated from 100% increased radius to 100% increased size. Ton offering reduced from 125. Now drops a 1 stun grenade. So they're making it so you can easily overflow it. So you're going to overflow it and you're going to get like tons and tons and tons of stun grenades. It's going to be really easy to overflow too. Talrune offering cost reduced from 100 to 30. Now spawns 1 pestilent swarm. Watt overflow increased duration. Zol updated tooltips on rune words that invoke player skills to be more clear with the Zol rune effect. Miscellaneous. Rune rarity has been adjusted on tormented bosses. There is now a chance for Infernal Horde materials chest to drop Undercity Tribute when opening with a 200 or more Aether. Bug fixes. Here you go. Here's the nerfs for the Spiritborn. Oh, let's see here. Fix an issue where damage resistance aura could be removed by activating Mystic Circles with the aspect of Soil Power. You could remove the DR with the Mystic Circle Soil Power. Fix an issue where the tooltip Bristling Vengeance did not show the correct amount of thorns applied by payback. Fix an issue where Replenishing Ravager spent 5 stacks instead of 4 and would not stack multiple hits on the same elite enemy. Fix an issue where the health drain effect of Jocelyn's Shell did not trigger from Rushing Claw or Razor Wings. Fix an issue where non-damaging abilities could consume the buff from Enhanced Vortex. Fix an issue where Rod of Kepeleke could provide stacks toward Crown of Lucian or Banished Lord's Talisman without costing anything. Fix an issue where the damage increase from Viscous Shield was calculated incorrectly and was granting far more increased damage than was intended. That's one of your big nerfs right there. Viscous Shield was one of the biggest things that was causing the problems. Fix an issue where critical strike damage bonus from aspect of redirected force could be much higher than intended. Fix an issue where extra damage from Ravager, the primary Gorilla Hall upgrade, and the dominant passive could trigger off, making enemies vulnerable. Fix an issue where Quill Volley's feathers that hit a wall could not return to the player when using the rebounding aspect. Fix an issue where maximum resolve stack affixes were receiving twice the expected benefits from masterworking bonuses. I always knew that was a bug. Oh my god, I knew that was a bug. I would tell people about it and they would be like, "No, that's just how it is." And I'm like, there's no effing way that that's not a bug. Okay? There's no effing freaking way that that's not a bug. because they were going from like 2 to 4, and then they were going to like 8, and then they were going to like 16 or something. It was like ridiculous. They were getting like double the bonuses every single time that you masterworked them, and they were compounding on each other like compound interest in a bank. I knew that was effed up. Curiosity fixed an issue with attribute ascendance and tribute refinement. Did not properly grant their respective rewards in specific scenarios. Fixed an issue where the tribute of radiance did not properly grant ancestral legendary items in certain scenarios. Fixed an issue where torment only attributes could be accessed in lower difficulties. Fixed an issue where large gold values did not display properly in bargains UI. Dark Citadel fixed an issue where Dark Citadel did not function for the Party Finder quick list. Runes fixed an issue where teleport from the Jaw rune did not grant unstoppable. Fixed an issue where the damage increase from the Cax rune could be increased by 200% instead of 100%. Mercenaries fixed an issue where each attack from the Iron Maelstrom triggered reinforcements. Fixed an issue where Rahir's reinforcement opportunity that casts when a player is hit with a control impairing effect did not function properly. Miscellaneous fixed an issue where a Field Giants Delver challenge couldn't be unlocked. Fixed an issue where the Scroll of Abundance stored 30% base life instead of 30% maximum life. Fixed an issue where Fog of War in Nahatu was not removed after using the Vessel of Hatred campaign skip. Fixed an issue where the Dweller in the Dark enemy in Kitchuk Stronghold would become unkillable after being staggered. Fixed an issue where the Echo of Hatred dungeon was not available for quick list through Party Finder. Fixed an issue where the progression for the Blood in the Grove quest could be blocked if all enemies were defeated before the objective was started. Now we're moving on to the base game changes. Ooh. Gotta need a stretch after all this. Yeah. Have to go get me some lunch. I'm hungry. What should I get for lunch, guys? Some Taco Bell? I need some Taco Bell. Base game updates, new and items and tempering recipes, general. Aspect of Apogic Furor Offensive, casting an ultimate skill increases your ultimate damage by 10% up to 100% at stacks. That was one of the ones they nerfed. I thought they already talked about that one. Vehement Brawler's aspect, casting the ultimate skill increases your damage by 30% for 8 seconds and gain 2 additional ultimate skill ranks, down from 4. Barbarian, Mantle of Mountain Fury, unique chest armor. They buffed up to 100%. They talked about that already. They also showed that already. What's this going over everything we already seen? Vehement Brawls augments new weapon tempering recipe. Ranks to Warpath, ranks of Belligerence, and ranks of Heavy Hitter. Yeah, we already went over this. Aspect of Electrified Claws. Shapeshifting into a new animal form causes a lightning bolt to strike nearby enemy, dealing lightning damage. Salad, no dressing. What? Your lightning bolts deal 40% increased damage for stun or 2 seconds. Aspect of Wolf's Rain, casting Hurricane also spawns smaller hurricanes on your wolves for 8 seconds. These hurricanes now deal 15% times increased damage for each active wolf. This one's kind of interesting, especially if you want to do like a hurricane build. You get like middle mini hurricanes on your wolves. Werewolf Finesse, new weapon tempering recipe, poison damage, werewolf attack speed, and critical strike chance. Necromancer. There's the new unique pants that we've gone over several times already. I think Keseme's Legacy is going to be the big winner. Indira's is okay, but I think Keseme's is going to be the one that really dominates. This is the one that has to do with Bone Spear, though, if you want to play around with Bone Spear. Aspect of Distilled Anima, mobility aspect. While Soul Rift is active, your unhindered gain 1% increased movement speed per absorbed soul, up to 60%. This lasts for 5 seconds after Soul Rift ends. Bone Duster's offensive aspect. Previous Bone Spear is guaranteed to critically strike enemies within a Bone Spear prison. Now it does the Overpower. We already went over that one, too. There's a little bit of overlap here. The Assassin's Stride unique boots for the Rogue. They increased the mobility ranks and the Shadow Viewing ranks, but we already went over this. A lot of this we've already went over. Strike of Stormhorn unique focus. 2 ranks to the Ball Lightning, 250% Ball Lightning projectile speed, 108.5 critical strike damage, and 17.5 chance for Ball Lightnings to projectiles to cast twice. The inherent affix replaces all sources chance to cast Ball Lightnings with chance to cast Super Ball Lightning. Power. Ball Lightning splashes on contact 100%. Super Ball Lightning is larger. They increase the damage a little bit. Okun's Catalyst, looks like they did a little bit of buffing there to 1.5% damage reduction for active ball, 35% attack speed, 2 ranks, and 17.5%. So they beefed it up a little bit. Aspect of Mind's Awakening, utility aspect, casting Pyromancy skill immobilizes enemies for 1 second. Casting Shock skill grants a burst of 30% movement speed for 1 second. Casting a Frost skill grants a barrier for 6% of your maximum life, and while enlightened, each skill grants all benefits. Interesting. Prismatic augments tempering recipe. Chance for ice blades to cast twice. Note that has been removed from the conjuration augments tempering recipes. Chance for Inferno to deal double damage has been removed. Ranks to shocking impact. Balance updates. Barbarian. Damage increase from 70 to 90. We already went over this too. Like, I'm so curious. I don't understand. Like, did they just make a mistake here and double up a bunch of this stuff, or? Hammer of the Ancients now gains 5% critical strike damage and critical strike chance. Impact damage for Mighty Throw was increased from 80 to 105. Oh, Vadine, thanks for the freaking sub, man. 12 months. Hell yeah. Pulse damage increased from 35 to 50, so a little bit of buff there for Mighty Throw. Kick, skill ranks now increase kicks damage. That's good. Mighty Kick, knockback duration increased from 2 to 4. Wrath of the Berserker got a rank 5 bonus of pulls enemies in instead of knocking them back. It deals 200% damage to them. Call of the Ancients got a rank 5 bonus. It also got the summoning tag, by the way. Got the rank 5 bonus of while Call of the Ancients is active, 50% movement speed, and 20% distant damage reduction. Prime Call of the Ancients got a damage bonus of 25 to 30. Iron Maelstrom got a damage bonus across the board. The two-handed bludgeoning was 60 to 75%. Dual wield swing damage went from 33 to 43, and the new rank 5 bonus for Iron Maelstrom is the damage to injured and healthy bonuses, which they nerfed a little bit from 80 to 60%. The following skill trees were upgrades which directly deal damage will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Enhanced Charge, Mighty Kick, Power Kick, Battle Lunging Strike, and Enhanced Rupture all scale with skill ranks. I think they did this across the board, by the way. There's a lot of abilities in Diablo 4 that do not scale damage with skill ranks, and so they've kind of like touched on that. Passives, Heavy Hitter. Previous, your ultimate skills deal 15% more damage. Now your ultimate skills, Earthquakes and Dust Devils, deal 15% more damage. Defensive Stance, increase the damage reduction gained while you were fortified by an additional 2%. While fortified, you gain an additional 2% damage reduction and heal for 0.5% maximum life every second. That's kind of crazy. Slaying Strike, you deal 5% increased damage to injured healthy enemies. Unbridled Rage, your core skills now deal 45% increased damage but cost 100% more fury, and the damage is doubled against injured enemies. Walking Arsenal, they did some changes to it. So casting a skill with a two-handed bludgeoning, two-handed slashing, or dual-wield weapon now grants 15% increased damage for 10 seconds. While all 3 bonuses are active, you now gain 25% crowd control duration and attack speed. So a little bit of a buff there to the way that it works. Legendary aspects, Executioners, your overpowers will spawn Earthquakes every 4 seconds that deal physical damage for over 4 seconds. Your Earthquake damage is increased by 25%, which got changed down to 15% because it was overpowered, for every 100 strength you have. This one is amazing if you're going to do an Earthquake build next season. I highly recommend you grab this one. Of Earthquakes, got a damage increase from 25% to 60%. Of Volcathos, which is the other Earthquake one, also went up to 60%. Of Ancestral Echoes now gives 40% summoning skill damage bonus. Of Ancestral Charge now gives 40% summoning skill damage bonus. Of Encroaching Wrath, after spending 100 Fury, your next weapon mastery skill within 5 seconds deals 70% increased damage. Now it's after when spending 100 Fury, your next weapon mastery or brawling skill within 8 seconds deals 80% increased damage. So they included all the brawling skills in there, which is going to be fun for like kickers and things like that. Of Herculean Spectacle, Mighty Throw damage increased from 35% to 45%. Unique items, Twin Strikes. After casting Double Swing 4 times, your next Double Swing will hit 2 additional times, each dealing 80% increased damage and stunning for 1 second now. Unbroken Chain, 1 to 2 skill ranks of Pit Fighter swapped for 2 to 3 skill ranks of Slaying Strike. Enemy damage reduction increased from 30% to 40%. Ugly Bastard helmet, which is really powerful, by the way. Fire damage bonuses have been increased from 80 to 100%, which is insane. And inherent fire resistance increased from 50 to 100%. Ugly Bastard helmet is super duper powerful. If you're doing a barbarian, you're probably going to want to use it. It's kind of insane how good it is, even if you're not necessarily like a fire damage character. It really doesn't matter. The helmet just gives you like 100 times multiplier, and there's very little in the game that's even close. Paragon Bonebreaker legendary node. Every 12 seconds, your next skill is guaranteed to overpower, and whenever you overpower, your ultimate skills deal 10% increased damage for 10 seconds, up to 80%. Weapon Master legendary node. Swapping weapons grants you 8% of your maximum fury, and you deal 30% increased damage to injured and healthy enemies. Druid skills. Hurricane can now be cast while moving, which is really nice. Raging Shred. This is the one that's like the Zeal type. Or no, this is the poisoning one. Shred's third combo is larger, applies an additional 143% poisoning damage for 5 seconds, and causes enemies to take 150% times increased poisoning damage for 5 seconds. Innate Blood Howl. Blood Howl now also generates 20 spirit, and you can deal 25% times increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. They did a lot of this weird stuff where they're like, we want to like accentuate the fact that you're a werewolf, and so they gave a lot of bonuses for like not changing out of werewolf form. So they want you to be in werewolf form and stay in werewolf form for a lot of these bonuses, and you'll see that as a theme going forward. Grizzly Rage, damage bonus increased from 50 to 60%, and casting Grizzly Rage now knocks down surrounding enemies for 5 seconds and deals 200% damage to them. Lacerate, rank 5 Lacerate damage is increased by 30% of your critical strike damage bonus. Cataclysm, rank 5 Cataclysm slows surrounding enemies by 70% for 8 seconds, which is pretty cool. Petrify, rank 5 casting Petrify resets all your non-ultimate skill cooldowns. The following skill tree upgrades will directly dealt damage will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Fierce Claw, Innate Earthen Bulwark, and Raging Shred. Passives, Lupine Ferocity. Every third werewolf skill hit critically strikes. Werewolf critical strikes deal 75% times increased damage. Toxic Claws, they nerfed the crap out of this one, unfortunately. Not only did they increased the damage, but they basically made it only work with Shred and Lacerate, so we already went over this. It's poopy. Heightened Senses, when shapeshifting, Werebear grants 3% damage reduction and Werewolf grants 3% movement speed. Both bonuses persist as long as you are in either animal form. They are lost after 3 seconds in human form. Charged Atmosphere, every 14 seconds, a lightning bolt hits a nearby enemy, dealing 45% damage. Your lightning bolts deal 10% increased damage. Spirit Boons, Spirit Offering unlocks reduced from 100 to 60 per animal spirit. Deer Prickle Skin. They had it with thorns. I'm not sure why they took it away. But now deal 5% increased damage to enemies for 5 seconds after they attack you. Gift of the Stag, gained 40 maximum spirit. Now it also gains 5 spirit every second. Pretty nice buff. Eagle Scythe Talon, gained 15% increased critical strike chance. Now it's 15% critical strike chance and 15% times increased lucky hit chance, which is really cool. Wolf Energize, lucky hit dealing damage is 15% to fully restore your spirit. Obsidian Slam, this one got a huge buff. Every 6th attack cast will cause your next Earth skill to overpower, which is a huge buff over what it used to be, which was every 10th kill. So instead of it only working when you kill things, now it's going to work every time you attack your 6th attack, which is really cool. Snake Overload, dealing storm damage, also applies an additional 20% poisoning damage over 5 seconds. Lucky hit, dealing poison damage, has a 1% chance to summon a lightning bolt on the target, dealing 120% damage. This was a kind of a weird change. They basically added poisoning damage to the storm builds after they took away poisoning damage from the storm builds. I guess this is their way of like patting us on the back and being like, yeah, we know we took away toxic claws from you, but here's like another way that you can add some poisoning damage into your character. It's not as good as toxic claws, but it's poisoning damage, I guess. Legendary aspect, Blurred Beast, Shred deals 55 to 70% more damage, and Shred has a 33% chance to land an additional strike up to 4 times. I'm not sure what the odds on that would be. What are the odds of 4 strikes with a 33% chance each strike? 4 33% chances odds. Um, chance for success. Oh, chances for success 4. Okay, so here we go. Let's see. Consecutive odds. Probability winning 2 times in a row, 11.56% chance. Probability of losing 2 times in a row, 43.56% chance. Do we have 3? What about 3? 3.93 4 times, 1.3363. So it's going to be pretty difficult to win. Like it's kind of like a gamble, right? Because it's a 33% chance to land an additional strike, and it happens up to 4 times. So what are the chances that you're going to get all 4 strikes? Pretty low, but we'll see. Unsated. After critically striking an enemy with Shred, you gain 15 Spirit. While at 100 Spirit, Werewolf skills deal 40% times increased damage until you go below 30 Spirit. Virulent, when rabies infects an enemy, it reduces its cooldown by 0.99 seconds, tripled when affecting elite enemies. You deal 25% times 50% increased damage to enemies affected by rabies. That's a nice little damage bump there. I mean, rabies has never been a really good skill, to be perfectly honest. But if you can get a 50 times multiplier for hitting a target with rabies, then I think everybody's going to be running rabies now, just to get the 50 times multiplier. Critical strike with storm skills cause lightning bolts to periodically strike close enemies for 3 seconds, each dealing lightning damage. Your lightning bolt damage is increased by 15% for every 100 willpower that you have. Unique items, Tempest Roar changed flat damage willpower affix to +% willpower affix. Mjolnir Ring, while Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit and deal 100% increased damage. Cataclysm receives your lightning bolt benefits. Interesting. Tempering. Removed werewolf attack speed, werewolf critical strike chance, and added damage while fortified. Paragon, while poison an enemy is nearby, you deal 35% increased damage, plus an additional 5% times for each additional poisoned enemy up to 4. So they actually kind of made this one into less crap. Like, it's always been a good one when you're fighting multiple monsters, but it's always been trash when you're fighting a boss. So they basically converted it into a boss ability now. So it gives you 30% times multiplier when you're fighting a boss, and then additional damage when you're fighting packs. Survival Instincts, now while in Werebear form, you deal 30% times increased damage or 45% times when you are at full life. You have 1% increased overpowered damage up to 25% times for every 1% difference in current life between percent and fortified life percent between you and the enemy. Ancestral Guidance Legendary Node, after spending 75 Spirit, you deal 40% increased damage for 5 seconds, and your ultimate skills now deal 1% increased damage per Spirit when cast. Keeper Glyph, increased non-physical damage bonus from 10 to 15%. Territorial Glyph, increased damage reduction against close enemies from 10 to 15. Undaunted Glyph, increased damage reduction while fortified from 10 to 15%. And Werewolf Glyph, increased werewolf form damage from 11.12 to 16.6. Moving on to the Necromancer now. Blight, essence cost reduced from 25 to 20. Enhanced Blight. Blight's radius is now increased by 15%, and directly hitting an elite with it doubles the damage of its defile area. Paranormal Blight. Blight has a 25% chance to instantly freeze enemies on impact for 3 seconds, and its defiled area also chills enemies for 15% every second. The impact freeze works with smaller projectiles from the Ebon Piercer unique item as well. Bone Spear, damage increased from 85 to 100%. Supernatural Bone Spear. Bone Spear now deals 40% more overpower damage and restores 5% maximum life after overpowering. Paranormal Bone Spear. Bone Spear now has 5% more critical strike chance. Its main projectile critically strikes 2 or more bone spars upon expiration, and you gain 10% maximum essence for 5 seconds. 10% maximum essence is nice, because that's how your character works. Enhanced Sever. Now Sever deals 85% of its initial damage along its path and slows enemies by 40% for 3 seconds. Paranormal Sever. Every third cast of Sever fears enemies and makes them vulnerable for 3 seconds. Supernatural Sever. Sever deals 2% increased damage for each minion you have upon cast and spawns a corpse at its endpoint. Soul Rift, rank 5. Every 30 souls consumed refills one of your healing potions with lifeblood of your tortured victims. Supreme Soul Rift. Maximum stacks increased from 30 to 100. Damage bonus reduced from 1 to 0.5 per soul absorbed. Maximum damage bonus increased from 30 to 75%. Prime Soul Rift. Soul Rift extracts twice the souls from enemies and applies vulnerable to them for 3 seconds. After it ends, all surrounding enemies are feared and slowed by 85% for 5 seconds. Blood Mist. Baseline damage increased from 2 to 35%. Ghastly Blood Mist. Blood Mist is now a mobility skill that grants 30% movement speed, spawning a corpse every second and applying vulnerable for 5 seconds to enemies it passes through. Dreadful Blood Mist. You gain 15% critical strike chance and 10% critical strike damage for 5 seconds after Blood Mist ends. Bone Prison. Cooldown reduced from 18 to 15 seconds. Enhanced Bone Prison. Enemies within Bone Prison, when it appears, are made vulnerable and take 15% more damage for 8 seconds. Dreadful Bone Prison. Max cooldown reduction increased from 3 to 5 seconds. Ghastly Bone Prison. Casting Bone Prison grants 40 essence. Trapping a boss generates another 25 essence. Army of the Dead. Damage increased from 90 to 120. New functionality. Volatile Skeletons Explosions now stun enemies for 2 seconds. Now has the Summoning skill tag, which is going to make it really powerful. Rank 5 Army of the Dead is increased by 40% of your Skeleton, Mage, and Golem damage bonuses, which is pretty crazy because you can get a lot of those and you can stack them really high. And Army of the Dead was hitting like a Mack truck on the server, and that's why they reduced it from 125% to 40 because it kind of needed the nerf. Bloodwave. The knockback on Bloodwave is now much more consistent and will sweep enemies further along its course. Rank 5 Bloodwave's damage is increased by 30% of your damage while healthy and damage while fortified bonuses. They nerfed it from 100% because it was really powerful. Bone Storm. Rank 5 Bone Storm's damage is increased by 60%, 30% air critical strike damage bonuses. Probably 100% possible to do an entire Bone Storm build this season. If you guys are interested in Bone Storm builds, definitely will work. The following skill trees, which directly dealt damage, will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks on the base skill: Blighted Corpse Explosion and Enhanced Decompose. Passives. Reaper's Pursuit. Damaging enemies with darkness skills increases your movement speed. Now it's for each darkness skill on your skill bar. You gain 2% increased movement speed and 2% more damage. Amplify damage. You now deal 4% increased damage to cursed and feared enemies, and these bonuses can stack. Hellbent Commander. While you control at least 7 minions, you gain 10% summoning damage. Just a change to summoning damage in general there. Coalesce Blood. You now deal 6% increased damage while healthy. Spiked Armor. Gain 120 thorns on up to 15% armor and up to 10% block chance. Pretty nice buff there. Rathma's Vigor now additionally provides 120% overpower damage. Affliction Explosion damage scale based on your shadow damage over time bonuses has been replaced with critical strike damage bonus. Legendary aspects. Numerous legendary aspects from Spiritborn are becoming available to the Necromancer, which supports block archetype. These items are still exclusive to owners of the Vessel of Hatred expansion. Bristles back. When you dodge and block an attack, you trigger 160% thorns against the attacker. Aspect of Redirected Force. Yeah, that's the one that now, yeah. Aspect of Layered Wards. Interesting. Title. Previous Blood Wave fires 2 additional waves, each dealing 120% of normal damage. Blood Wave fires 2 additional waves, each dealing 240% of normal damage, but you can no longer recast it until the last wave ends. Of Gorquills, damage of Blood Lances spawned from Blood Orbs increased from 60% of normal to 80%. Bloodseeker, Blood Lance deals 25% increased damage to its primary target per lanced enemy. While healthy, your Blood Lances deal 40% increased critical strike damage. Cadaverous, consuming a corpse career increases the damage of your core skin ultimate skills by 7% for up to 5 seconds, up to 30%. Of the Void, Blight's defiled area pulls in enemies, has a 50% chance to stun them for 3 seconds when it appears. Of Plunging Darkness, Bone's Prison is now a darkness skill and spawns a pool of Blight that deals 140% bonus damage over 6 seconds. So now it's a darkness skill. That's the change. That's good. Now, while Army of the Darkness is active, gain 110% summoning damage, and your minions take 90% reduced damage. So they changed it to summoning damage. Of the Great Feast, gain 45% summoning damage, but each active minion drains 1 essence from you per second. If you have no active minions, you gain 45% increased damage instead, and you lose 7 essence per second. Unique item, Blood Moon Breaches. 11% critical strike chance, 3 to curse skill ranks, 2 ranks of Golem Mastery, and 2 ranks of Hellbent Commander. Power, your summoning skills have a 3 to 7% chance to inflict Decrepify and Iron Maiden on your target. You deal 20 to 50% increased critical strike damage to enemies affected by your curses. They took away the Overpower bonus. That's sad. Curses can now be applied from all your summoning skills, not just minion attacks. Deathless Visage, now Bone Spear, deals 60% more critical strike damage and forms echoes that burst physical damage, increasing 5% for every 25% of your critical strike damage bonus. Lidless Wall, lucky hit while you have an active Bone Storm. Hitting an enemy has a 45% chance to spawn a Bone Storm at the location. Each sacrifice bonus increases this chance by 25%, allows you to spawn 1 more Bone Storm. Each Bone Storm grants a 20% critical strike damage bonus. Paragon, intelligence cap raised from 1200 to 2000 on Wither. It's pretty powerful. Bloodbath, now deal 100% increased overpower damage. After overpowering, you deal 25% increased blood skill damage for 5 seconds. Tempering, remove ranks of spiked armor. Spiked armor can still be found in the Thorn Army recipe. Rogue skills. Twisting Blades. The 8% times bonus damage to targets impaled by Twisting Blades duration is increased from 1.5 seconds to 3 and now stacks. Enhanced Penetrating Shot, chance to shoot an additional arrow when hitting an elite boss is increased from 25% to 40. Enhanced Shadow Imbuement, you gain 15% increased critical strike chance against enemies infected by Shadow Imbuement. Injured, so they took away the injured tag. That's nice. Blended Shadow Imbuement, now Shadow Imbuement's damage makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. Blended Cold Imbuement, that's a pretty good buff. Now Cold Imbuement applies 2 additional imbuable skills and reduces their energy cost by 35%. Interesting. Caltrops can now be cast at a target's location rather than always at the rogue's feet. Casting animation updated to no longer move you backwards. No longer has the mobility tag. Death Trap, new functionality. Enemies are pulled into the Death Trap when it activates. Damage increases from 250 to 300%. Rank 5 Death Trap has an additional pull-in effect when it appears. Prime Death Trap. Death Trap slows all surrounding enemies by 85% for 5 seconds when it activates. Discipline Death Trap. Shadow Step. Damage increases from 200% times to 300% times. Shadow Clone. They talked about the Shadow Clone in the Campfire chat. Said they fixed a lot of the problems with the Shadow Clone so that it's actually going to mimic you properly, and also your equipment as well. So if you have unique items or legendary aspects that are changing the way that your abilities work, your Shadow Clone should be copying them in the new form. Is now also considered a summoning skill. Damage from the Shadow Clone is now attributed to the rogue, allowing it to more consistently trigger effects and benefit from damage bonuses. Rank 5 casting Shadow Clone will daze surrounding enemies for 3 seconds and deal 200% damage to them. Your Shadow Clone becomes a cutthroat skill on cast. Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows immediately rain down over a large area, dealing damage and knocking down enemies hit for 3 seconds. Damage was increased from 220 to 450%. Delay before arrow impact reduced from 1 second to 0.25. Casting animation has been smoothed out and improved. Lucky hit chances increased from 4 to 12%, and rank 5 Rain of Arrows damage is increased by 80% of your damage to distant bonus. Supreme Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows now deals 60% increased damage to both vulnerable and crowd control enemies. The following skill trees upgrade which directly deal damage will now scale their damage with increased skill ranks on the base skill. Methodical Dance of Knives and Subverting Smoke Grenade will both scale with base skill now. Passives, Deadeye, you now deal 30% times increased damage to distant enemies. Shadow Crash, Lucky Hit, Shadow Damage has up to a 30% chance to stun enemies for 1.5 seconds. Precision, stacks required to activate the guaranteed critical strike reduced from 4 to 3. Casting Marksman skill no longer generates an additional stack if the skill critically strikes. Baseline critical strike damage bonus increased from 50 to 65%. Legendary aspects. Aspect of True Sight now goes up to 21 ranks. Bonus damage with Inner Sight is active, increased from 30% times to 55% times. Aspect of Corruption. Your imbuement skills now have a 60% times increased potency. Aspect of Siphoned Victuals. Lucky Hit, damaging a vulnerable enemy, has up to a 25% chance to drop a healing potion. Aspect of Stolen Vigor, time between unstoppable buffs reduced from 8 seconds to 6. Aspect of Cruel Sustenance, explosions from victimized key passive grant you a barrier for 15% of your maximum life for 5 seconds now. Clandestine Aspect, skill ranks of Agility and Subterfuge skills increased from 3 to 5. Trister's Aspect, now Caltrop, Smoke Grenade, and Death Trap receive your stun grenade benefits and throw grenades that deal physical damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Unique items, Grasp of Shadow. New inherent shadow clones execute injured non-elites. Skill ranks of core skills affix is now skill ranks of marksman and cutthroat skills. Lucky hit chance affix is now critical hit chance. Power previous, it would basically give you a free little shadow clone. What does it do now? Casting a marksman or custom skill has a 50% chance to summon a shadow clone that mimics the skill. Internal cooldown on summoning the clone has been reduced from 3 seconds to 1 second. Nice. Scoundrel Leathers, new inherent affix, your trap and grenade skills are now considered core skills. The unique effect now also grants 20% core skill damage. Internal cooldown on triggering a trap reduced from 1 second to 0.75. Word of a Con additionally grants 30 to 50% increased damage to distant bonus. Paragon, Ambush, Glyph, damage to bonus trapped enemies increased from 10 to 12%. Candy Glyph non-physical damage bonus stacking limit increased from 10 to 15%. Chip Glyph physical damage bonus stacking limit increased from 10 to 15%. Ranger rare node damage distance increased from 40 to 80%. Dense Macabre legendary node damage bonus to your next skill after casting a mobility or subterfuge skill increased from 50 to 75%. Eldritch Bounty legendary node damage increased after using an imbued skill from 20 to 30%. No Witness legendary node ultimate skill damage bonus increased from 10 to 20 and maximum bonus increased from 45 to 60%. Tempering change to utility. These are a bunch of tempering changes. Sorcerer. I think this is the last one. We're almost finished, boys. We're almost finished. All sorcerers eventually use burning and conjuration builds. The focus behind all these changes is to try and fix the outlying issues and open more build options. As always, we'll continue to monitor the effect this has on the sorceress's power levels. Conjurations all now show the max limit on the tooltip. Enhanced Ball Lightning, your attack speed is increased by 5% for 3 seconds each time you cast Ball Lightning, up to 20%. Wizard's Ball Lightning, casting Ball Lightning spawns 2 crackling energies. Mage's Ball Lightning deals 30% times increased damage against stunned enemies. Deep Freeze, rank 5 Deep Freeze damage is increased by 40% of your vulnerable damage bonus. That's going to stay out pretty high because vulnerable is really easy to get. Final explosion damage was increased from 100 to 125%. Prime Deep Freeze, when Deep Freeze ends, 50% of your maximum life as barrier for 8 seconds. Inferno, rank 5, enemies within Inferno are continually made vulnerable for 5 seconds. Supreme Inferno, Inferno is really good actually. Supreme Inferno, while Inferno is active, your pyromancy skills deal 50% increased damage and cost no mana. So they added a bonus damage in there. Unstable Currents. Casting Unstable Currents stuns surrounding enemies for 3 seconds. That could work pretty well with some builds. There's actually a enchantment that makes it so that you basically, whenever you stun enemies, you get like free charge bolts. That means you'd get like a massive amount of charge bolts if you were in the middle of a big pack. The following skill tree upgrades which directly dealt damage will scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Enhanced Spark, Enhanced Fireball, and Enhanced Familiar. Enchantments. Firebolt, dealing burning damage, now has a 10% chance to heal you for 4% of your maximum life and unleash a firebolt at a nearby enemy, which sounds really fun. I was actually thinking of a build for this already. Flame Shield, now take 30% of your life within 2 seconds. Activates Flame Shield, can only happen once every 30 seconds. Passives, now your primary pyromancy skills. Now your pyromancy skills deal an additional 10% increased critical strike damage. That was a nerf basically to everybody that was using Devouring Blaze. Shocking Impact, every time you stun an enemy or attempt to stun a boss, you deal X lightning damage % to them. Inner Flames, you deal 18% increased damage while healthy. Icy Touch, you now deal 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Conjuration Mastery, renamed to Primordial Binding. Gain a stacking bonus for each active summon, up to 10 summons, 2% summoning damage, and 2% movement speed, and 4% mana regeneration. The power of Conjuration Mastery is the endgame limits all sorceress builds to become which build can summon the most conjurations possible. We are looking to redistribute the power boost gained from this passive into other parts of the sorceress's kit. Legendary Aspect, Splintering Energy, now an extension of Lightning Spear. Critical hits with Lightning Spear cause the spear to arc to target up to 5 other enemies. This damage is increased by up to 100% of your critical strike damage bonus. Aspect of Tenuous Destruction, damage increased from 45 to 50%. Aspect of Tenuous Agility bonus when not using defensive skills has been increased from doubled to tripled. I actually used that quite a bit, and I thought it was pretty powerful. Tripled sounds insane. Aspect of Recharging, mana gained per bounce of Chain Lightning increased from 1 to 5 to 2.5 to 5. Aspect of Searing Wards, Firewall now slows enemies within by 60%. After spending 65 mana, your next Firewall is free to cast, destroys incoming small missiles, and immobilizes anything hit with initial cast for 3 seconds. Gravitational, previous ball lightning orbits around you, dealing 30% times increased damage. You may have up to 10 ball lightnings cast for the existing ones by 10%. This has been removed, basically. It's now Okun's Catalyst. So the aspect is gone, and it's now Okun's Catalyst. So that's basically how that works. And now, after creating 7 to 2 ball lightnings, your next ball lightning implodes, pulling in close enemies, dealing 90% weapon damage in a small area. This damage scales with ball lightning. Of Armageddon, a hail of meteorites fall during Inferno, dealing fire damage on impact. Your meteorites immobilize enemies for 3 seconds. While Inferno is active, your meteorites deal 300% increased damage. Unique items, non-physical damage affix replaced with ranks to Primordial Bindings on Sid Hay's Binding. Paragon, damage reduction from burning enemies has been changed to damage reduction while healthy. Searing Heat Node, Pyromancy skills have a 12% increased critical strike chance, and all of your skills deal increased direct damage equal to 10% of your critical strike damage bonus, up to 60% current damage bonus percentage. They basically turn Searing Heat into like a everybody gets it node. Burning Instinct, your burning damage is increased by 20% of your damage with fire bonus, plus 2% for every 30 intelligence you have, up to 90%. Ceaseless Conduit, while you have crackling energy charges, your skills deal 10% increased damage. This amount is increased by 4% per 20 intelligence you have, up to 60%. When you reach full charges, your crackling energy damage is increased by 3 times this amount until you run out of charges, which is kind of crazy. Static Surge, hitting an enemy at least 8 times in a second with shock skills restores 30% of your maximum mana and increases your damage by 50% for 8 seconds. This cannot be refreshed while active. Fundamental Release Legendary Node. Every time you apply Vulnerable, Burning, or Critically Strike an enemy, they take 10% increased damage from you, up to 50%. Your ultimate skill damage is increased by 10% of your non-physical damage bonus, up to 40%. Conjurer Glyph, 20% Conjuration duration replaced with 15% times Conjuration critical hit chance. Tempering Recipes, Ice Blades cast twice removed from Conjuration augments. Inferno double damage removed from Pyromancy augments. Nightmare Dungeons, a new affix has been added. Elemental Totems, while in combat, one of the 3 totems can spawn. A Cold Totem, affected monsters slow players and apply vulnerable on hit. Demonic Totem, affected monsters move and attack faster. Spirit Totem, affected monsters revive once when killed. Revived monsters do not grant loot or experience upon being defeated. I always thought this was a stupid mechanic. Monsters only have the buff inside the area, and totems can be destroyed by attacking them, but they slowly lose health over time and are destroyed on their own after 20 seconds. There's the new seasonal rotation if you're interested. Never really cared all that much. Incense updates, maximum resistance is increased from 2 to 4. Looks like they increased the resistances a bit. Song of the Mountain, armor increased from 2 to 300. Core stats increased from 25 to 100. On the core stat bonuses, all stats increased from 15 to 60. Soothing Spices, maximum resistance increased from 1 to 2. Thorns increased from 250 to 400 on the Desert Afternoon. Maximum life increased from 5 to 750 on Redimans Buzz. Loot update changes. The general chance for ancestral items to drop has been increased. The general chance for elixirs to drop in elite monsters has been reduced. The minimum roll for legendary affixes on ancestral items is now equal to the max roll of a non-ancestral item. The acquisition rate of infernal compasses has been adjusted. This chance to acquire one from greater HellTide chests has been increased. The chance for an infernal compass to drop from the following sources has been decreased: Whispers, Nightmare Dungeons, Lesser Helltides, and the Pit. A new Whisper cache has been added. Collection keys. This will include 3 Infernal Compasses and 3 Nightmare Dungeon Sigils. The overall drop chance of gem fragments has been reduced. The variance on the roll of unique items powers has been reduced. Additionally, the variance for strength of the power further reduces for each greater affix present. It doesn't feel good to get an item that has multiple greater affixes with poorly rolled power. This change will make it so that a 4GA item will always have a good roll on the unique power. It's something that a lot of people have complained about. Like, they'll be fighting, bosses for days and days and days, and finally, like, a 4 greater affix unique item falls on the ground, and then the power is min-rolled, and you're like, oh, okay, thanks for the garbage. This is something that should make it a lot more fun. The greater crafting whisper cache has been adjusted. It's now a normal cache, so it will appear more often. It now contains 4 times as many crafting materials than other caches would drop, and no longer contains non-crafting items. Affix updates. Inherent affixes for critical strike damage on base items has been increased to match the range of inherent vulnerable damage affixes. Items that have affixes that are class specific are no longer class restricted. Instead, the specific affix is now class restricted. Any affixes that are inactive due to being incompatible with your class will be explicitly called out as disabled on item tooltips. Items and affixes that are not usable by your class will explicitly denote that which classes can use them on the tooltip class iconography. The following list details what affixes are now class restricted or have had that class that they are restricted to updated. Most of these affixes are from class-specific tempering recipes. To acquire them on other classes, the item must be tempered by the class that has access to them and then transferred. I'm not really going to go over all these. These are pretty specific to the characters. They're trying to prevent people from going over to other characters and grabbing tempering recipes from other characters. Apparently, this is a way that people have been exploiting items in Season 6. There was some videos of it. It was kind of silly. Like having 2 of the same temper on an item, or being able to level up or masterwork the same temper like 3 times or 4 times or whatever, and getting it to its ultimate effigy, but like having 2 of them triple masterworked. Summons and minions update. This is the one I was talking about where they kind of just like overdid everything. So all skills that summon entities such as Necromancer Minions, Druid Companions, Sorceress Conjurations, Barbarian Ancients, etc. are all now tagged as summon skills for consistency across classes. Added summoning tag to Druid Companion skills, Sorcerer's Conjuration skills, Rogue Shadow Clone, Barbarian Call the Ancients, in addition to Necromancer Raised Skeleton, Golem, and Army of the Dead. Units created by these skills are now collectively referred to as summons. All damage from summons is attributed to the player character rather than the summoned unit. Updated the wording on various effects to use new summon terminology where appropriate, and many effects still interact only with the class-specific version of these summons. Updated wording on various effects to remove you and your summons, where it is now redundant to specifically call out your summons. Summoning skills have behaved inconsistently across classes, making it hard to know how to scale their damage or what effects would interact with your summons. This update aims to standardize their interactions across the board by attributing the damage they deal to the player, rather than the summoned unit. This means that the damage from your summons will be able to trigger all of your lucky hit effects and interact with all of your damage modifiers, multipliers, and triggers. Note that the effects such as Ring of Mendel still properly increase their damage output based on the damage bonuses you have for specific minion type that triggered the effect. Additionally, specific changes for Necromancer have been implemented to reflect these changes, which can be seen above in the relevant section. Basically, summons are going to be legit this season. If you want to play some summons, you definitely should check them out this season. I think this is the summon season. Infernal Hordes. Infernal compasses have been updated. Compasses now stack. Maximum stack is 99. Old compasses previous season will now become broken compasses. These compasses can be consumed to generate random compasses. User interface and user experience. The customization screen for both Wardrobe and Stable Master has been updated to improve general readability. Compare lower item power rings to dual weapon wield weapons now always compares the default slot instead of selecting one with the lowest item power. All nearby crafting materials will now be collected when picking up a stack from the ground. The description for the hardcore challenges for defeating Andariel, Duriel, and Lilith now clarify that this refers to campaign bosses. The tooltip for Yen's Blessing has been updated to clarify that free casts triggered by the item do not count as if the player casts a skill, which implied other effects should also trigger in these cases. The key item details button is now toggle instead of requiring you to hold the button down. Miscellaneous. Mounts can be customized anywhere now. There are now no more mounts that can be bought with gold. Now all mounts can either be acquired as rewards from various activities or through being purchased from the shop. A new option in the training yard that has been added to toggle damage variance on and off. Damage variance. Scrolls of Amnesia will no longer drop. Any remaining scrolls on characters in the previous seasons can easily dispose of them. Gems can now be transmuted into random legendary unique jewelry. The quest to unlock the class mechanic now only needs to be completed once per account. And you can still do it again anyway, but you don't have to complete it anymore if you've done it before on your account. Monster density has been increased in the following strongholds: Nostrava, Malnog, Vizira, Altar of Ruin, Mordain Lodge, and Hope's Light. The Infernal Horde's gold chest now rewards more gold. Completion of class quests now rewards a cash legendary loot tailored to the class. Scrolls of Escape can now drop in Infernal Hordes and the Pit. Once Spirit Boons has been unlocked for the first time, Spirit Offerings will stop dropping for Druid characters on the account, and all interactions can be completed through the Spirit Boons menu. There was a problem in the PTR, and I really hope they fixed it, is that for some reason or another, the quest unlock didn't work for the Druid, and the Druid couldn't get the Spirit Offerings to complete the quest the normal way. So it was basically just kind of broken, and basically none of the Druids had access to their Spirit Boons, which was really stupid. Hopefully they fixed it. I think maybe that's what that means right there. Bug fixes. Fixed an issue where the screen reader did not read the input field on the Create Clan menu. Infernal Hordes and Strongholds fixed an issue where progression in Cordragon could be blocked if vampiric corruptions were killed before the objective updated. Fixed an issue where some enemies could be untargetable if Infernal Hordes which would block progression. Fixed multiple instances where progression could be blocked in Infernal Hordes, particularly during local co-op play. Season of Witchcraft fixed an issue where the Hex of Whispers was not displaying the correct Fortify value. Fixed an issue where certain headless monsters still had heads. Fixed an issue where the Doom Orb damage did not properly increase as the ability was upgraded. Fixed an issue where the head-rotten monsters could spawn while there was no active headhunt. Fixed multiple instances where Whispers and headhunts did not properly progress. Fixed an issue where exposed roots and root holes could be interacted with multiple times and spawn multiple boss monsters. Fixed an issue where Root Hold Ritual of Shackles did not increase the cooldown of Evade. Fixed an issue where Forgotten Altars spawned in the Nightmare Dungeons with a lower than intended frequency. Gameplay. In general, fixed an issue where some Whisper Cash rewards were based on the character opening them rather than the character who earned them. Fixed an issue where ranged crowd control effects could cancel suppressor fields from outside the field. Fixed an issue where Wild Bolt Aspect did not pull in as many enemies as intended in certain scenarios. Fixed an issue where life per second affixes had much lower values than intended. Fixed an issue where unique and mythic unique items were more frequently attainable from purveyor curiosities than intended. Fixed an issue where certain shadow monster attacks in the pit boss encounters had attacks with visuals that did not match the hitboxes of the attack. Fixed an issue where changing the difficulty would grant 2 stacks of Mother's Favor from the Air of Perdition. Fixed an issue where killing Echo of Lilith would grant a Resplendent Spark for both hardcore and non-hardcore characters. Fixed an issue where legacy versions of Andariel's Visage on the Eternal Realm could not be equipped. Fixed an issue where Stormsbane's Wrath could hit players before they first moved in the Nightmare Dungeon. Developing a note, Stormsbane Wrath now has a 60-second grace period of not moving. It will behave as usual once the player moves the first time. Fixed an issue where the +% damage affix rolled correctly on items between 750 and 800 power. Examples, item 750 would always roll at 50%. Now affix range is 42 to 50. 800 on a weapon, 64 to 70. Now affix is 56 to 70. Okay. Barbarian fixed an issue where Barbarian's Mighty Throw could snapshot bonuses from the initial instance to the rest of the explosions. Sounds like a nerf there to the Barbarian Mighty Throw overpower snapshot build. Fixed an issue where earthquakes were not properly consumed by seismic lines spawned by the Hammer of Ancients when using Mantle of the Mountain's Fury. Fixed an issue where the description for Power Kick did not mention that the upgrade made Kick a core skill. It never did. Fixed an issue where Tactical Iron Skin would heal more than intended. Fixed an issue where the screen would jitter when casting Whirlwind. Fixed an issue where Talic from the Call of the Ancients would occasionally fail to cast his Whirlwind ability. Additionally, Call of Ancients now spawns the Ancients slightly faster. Druid fixed an issue which prevented the one with nature damage bonus from applying Vine Creeper Druid Companion's active effect. Fixed an issue where nature magic wall tempering affix did not increase Earthen Bulwark's duration. Fixed an issue where Stone of Vehement was not tradable. Fixed an issue where Shred could dash without the Primal Shred upgrade learned. Fixed an issue where Shred could have visual issues when cast with high amounts of attack speed. Fixed an issue where Stone of Vehement incorrectly required Vessel of Hatred to equip. Fixed an issue where the bonus damage to Petrify granted the Basilisk did not function without Prime Petrify upgrade unlocked. Fixed an issue where the Petrify effect from Basilisk did not reduce Petrify's cooldown when hitting boss monsters. Fixed an issue where the ultimate duration bonus from Calamity Spirit Moon did not fully function with Supreme Lacerate. Fixed an issue where Lacerate's critically strike only refreshed damage bonus buff from Supreme Lacerate at 10 stacks instead of always refreshing on a critical strike. Necromancer fixed an issue with the Affliction Key passive did not always deal 2 instances of shadow damage from both Decrepify and Iron Maiden when the aspect of Cursed Aura was equipped. Fixed an issue where the Needle Flare aspect would incorrectly trigger its pulse of damage around the Necromancer rather than around the minion when the minion triggered it. Fixed an issue where the Shade Mist aspect could trigger the Ring of Mendeln. Fixed an issue where the Abyssal Glyph granted 21% bonus instead of 10%. Fixed an issue where free cast of Blood Artisan Curios scaled off both current and maximum life. Fixed an issue where Soul Rift could overpower when using Blood Boiled aspect. Fixed an issue where Blood Orb spawn from the title aspect of Blood Wave could overlap and appear as if orbs did not spawn. Fixed a bug where Iron Maiden was not being applied by the aspect of the Cursed Aura. Fixed a bug where aspect of Cursed Aura would not gain 50% damage bonus from amulets. Fixed an issue where movement could become difficult if Corpse Tendrils was assigned to left mouse button. Fixed an issue where Ghastly Bone Prison did not grant additional essence when used on bosses. Fixed an issue where Bone Golem would not correctly deal increased damage while you had bonus summoning damage. Fixed an issue where Volatile Blood Drops with the Blood Boiling aspect were reaching the spawn cap instantly. Rogue. It fixed multiple instances where tempering affixes for chance to deal double damage chance to spawn bonus projectiles, and chance to hit twice did not work properly when using the Shadow Clone. Fixed an issue with Pit Fighter's Gull was account bound on pickup. Fixed an issue for the affix of bonus maximum life Dark Shroud active did not factor in all sources of additional maximum life. Fixed an issue where no Witness Paragon node was activating on ultimate skills which had been cast for free. Fixed an issue where bonus critical strike damage bonus to vulnerable and crowd controlled enemies from Trap Mastery could apply at the same time. Fixed an issue where Shadow Step could incorrectly deal additional damage to adjacent enemies when it killed a target. Fixed an issue where Second Wind passive would not trigger if you had infinite resources, such as from Inner Sight. Fixed an issue where the Stun Grenade tag on Dance of Knives was not properly flagged as a search-only tag. Fixed an issue where Enhanced Poison Imbuement would incorrectly increase poisoning duration. Fixed an issue that caused Dance of Knives to infinitely cast while using Yen's Blessing. Fixed an issue with Methodical Dash reduced charge cooldown by 2 seconds instead of 3. Fixed an issue where multiplicative damage to close enemies was not being properly accounted for in the bonus from close quarters combat key passive such as Turf and Closer Glyphs. Fixed an issue where rapid fire projectiles with Scoundrel's Kiss equipped couldn't hit certain stationary enemies such as Hollow Defilements. Fixed an uncommon issue where preparation wouldn't reduce your ultimate skill's cooldown by the appropriate amount. Fixed an issue where Shroud of Kandurus could trigger certain lucky hit effects. / Fix the bug causing Ravager's aspect to gain bonus multiplicatively, which eats stack of itself. Fix an issue where you could get stuck after using a volley dismount in certain scenarios. Fix an issue where bonus from the aspect of sly steps could be randomly removed. Sorcerer, fix an issue where the automatic casts of Familiar were not always lightning based if spawned by unstable currents. Fix an issue where Sorcerer's Familiar was not triggering shocking impact passive. Fix an issue where Incinerate's visuals could occasionally be incorrectly sized when using the flamethrower aspect. Fix an issue where the meteor would occasionally stop recharging after changing zones while using the Starfall coronet. Fix an issue where Incinerate and its enchantments were not stacking their damage on the same target. Fix an issue where Aspect of Overheating would do more damage than intended when combined with Incinerate's enchantment. Fix an issue where Sid Haze bindings would be account bound on pickup. Fix an issue where Familiar, Ice Blades, and Hydra's lucky hit tempers did not give their bonuses. User interface and user experience. Fix several instances where some skills in Paragon, Glyphs, and Legendary aspects did not properly appear when using keyword search. Fix an issue where controller navigation in the party finder menu was inconsistent. Fix an issue where the controller focus would default to required sources instead of confirm button when enchanting previously enchanted item. Fix an issue where welcome back booster quest would be tracked as a primary quest even after another quest was completed. Fix an issue where the stats and materials panel could appear empty when interacting with a vendor or crafter NPC. Fix an issue where the tooltip for unlocking mounts still referenced the previous requirement to reach level 25. Fix an issue where the red X over other choices when making exclusive skill choice, such as ultimate or key passive, did not appear when hovering over a skill before investing a point into it. Fix an issue where dodge chance could display with values greater than 100%. Fix an issue where lock cursor option in the gameplay settings did not function. Miscellaneous. Fix an issue where Lord Zir did not drop Khazra Horn as expected. Fix an issue where fully equipped challenge only unlocked if all equipped items were of magic quality. Fix an issue where Smoldering Ashes did not auto-claim as expected. Fix an issue where progression for the Dead to Rights quest could be blocked if Orton was killed too quickly. And various stability, UI, audio, and performance improvements. The patch looks good. I'm kind of excited to try out the summoning stuff. I'm also kind of excited to try out the necromancer stuff, so maybe that kind of like seals me into the necromancer land. I'm also very excited to try out the barbarian earthquake stuff. I think the barbarian earthquake is going to be really powerful this season, but I might decide to go the blood wave route. I don't know. Thinking about it, I'm thinking about Bloodwave, maybe Bloodwave Bone, maybe like Bone Spirit Bloodwave could be really interesting. I don't know. There's so many fun builds this season, and I don't know which one I want to try out yet. I think I'm going to stay away from Druid, though. Druid always is buggy, and I hate to say this, but even though Druid does look good this season, it's just always the most buggy class with all the broken stuff in it. It feels like every single time I play it, I always end up like regretting choosing it because like 3 days into the season, you find out that like this thing is super bugged and you couldn't do the build that you wanted to do because they don't fix it right away either. As good as Druid looks, I think I'm hands off Druid this season. I don't think I'm touching it. I'm not taking a chance. I'm not diving into Druid just to find out that the thing that I want to do is super bugged. So I think Necromancer or maybe Barbarian is probably what I'm going to play this season, judging by these patch notes. Maybe that Firebolt thing looks interesting and I'll have to test it. Maybe a Fire Sorceress with the Firebolt setup could be interesting too. I don't know. But I'm probably going to go Necro. I like that, but the Bloodwave stuff. The Bloodwave stuff is really cool, and I could potentially work in maybe. I don't know. We'll see. All right, guys. I've been reading patch notes for like 5 hours. I am going to hop off. I will see you guys a little bit later. I'm probably going to go get something to eat, and then I might come back and do some more Stalker, if you guys want to join me for that. I'm hoping to beat that game soon so that I can do a little review of it. And then, obviously, once I finish Stalker, we're going to be getting into all the like Diablo 4 season stuff. As always, I appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching.